Make sure this. Hello? It does. Oh my God. Hey, listen, 3 times the charm, but we're here. Thank you for being here. Thank you for hanging out. Oh man, welcome to the Slapshot Podcast NHL live show. That's right. Strap on in. We got a big day. 7 hours, a little bit less now, of commercial-free NHL talk. Listen, I'm excited. I'm excited about it. I'm no Scott Hansen. Not as tall, not as good looking, of course, but yeah. We got a lot of stuff to get to today. Ton of fun, ton of games. We got Adam's going to join us a little bit later. Adam Bernard, who I do Total Hockey Now with. So we get to hang out with him a little bit later as well. Listen, full day of fun. I already got my coffee from Timmy's. I'm hoping to win something in the roll up to Rim because I've not. I think I've won like 3 or 4 times. Which, listen, it sounds like a lot, but it's not. It's not a lot because. So when you order from the app, okay, you get 2 times the rolls digitally. And then from the cup itself, like you roll up, because that was a big thing. People were really unhappy that you could not roll up the actual rib. So they fixed it. I'm happy. It's a good time here. Let me make sure I got everything out. Okay, there we go. You've trades. I know. Next year, I'm hiring an assistant. I don't know where I'm going to get one that cares, but I will find one. I will find one that will care. All right, chat. So let's get some stuff out of the way to start. If you are new here, you found yourself in here by accident. One, I appreciate you being here, right? That's the most important thing. I appreciate you hanging out with me. I appreciate you being in here. Do me a solid, of course. Okay, if you're watching this over on YouTube, hit the sub button, ring the bell, drop a like. Okay, make sure you do so. You're watching this over on X. That's fun too. You can go ahead and do that as well. Make sure you follow me. Make sure you follow the podcast at Slapshot Podcasts as well on X. If you head over to the once you follow, you go to the description. In the description, there is a link tree. You can get the podcast in an audio form as well if you enjoy that. We hang out about every week-ish, give or take. We just talk hockey. We hang out. We got lots of things to cover. Today, it's going to be, like I said, we got some games. I'm going to wait for Adam to show up. I have one. If you were here last year, you remember these. I did go out and buy a whole pack, like a whole box, because I'm not that guy, right? I don't enjoy the hobby as much. I have a Series 1. Adam has some Series 2 cards. So we're going to pop those open. And listen, I've been working on my Matvey Mishkov body, which means I've been eating a lot of food, so I might be gaining some weight. But also, McDonald's has these. Look at these. Look at this. Some hockey sticks, like the little stick thingies. So I have 3 of them. So we're gonna open some of these. Now I did promise Adam that if I get a Celebrini one, I will send it to him. Okay, so I'm excited to spend $8 in shipping. It's going to be more than $8, probably $800, probably not. But I'm excited about it. Let's. What else am I trying to do here? Hold on, chat. I'm trying to do everything like a good employee, which is saying a lot because, I don't do a lot of that very well. All right, let me Let's make this nice and big. There we go. All right, I shared it over on Instagram. You make sure you share that with your friends as well on Instagram if you want. Make sure you go over to Slapshot podcast with 2 T's on IG. You hit the button. Okay, make sure you do that. Add this here. Bada bing, bada boom. All right. Listen, hey, we didn't start off strong, but neither do most teams. You know what I mean? The Buffalo Sabres didn't start off strong, and look at their season. But listen, you can't take the Buffalo Sabres, out of Buffalo, unfortunately, because nobody wants to go to Buffalo. Which is it's not unfortunate. We'll get to a whole bunch of stuff that's happening. We also, this is going to be fun. We actually have we're going to have a full hour of this that is sponsored by a buddy of mine. So I apparently have lunch coming today. So I'm excited. I'm excited about lunch. I got lunch. Yeah, man. I'm in. Sign me up. I got lunch, so we're going to check that out. Going to have an absolute blast. So make sure we do that. Make sure we have a good time. Alrighty, let's get the ball rolling here. I feel like we've been hanging out for a minute here. We're 7 minutes in. Let's listen. If you were asleep, you may have missed a couple of things, right? And that is truly unfortunate, but it's okay. Teams like to make trades at like 1 a.m. Eastern when everybody's asleep, right? We got lots of things we got to get to today. Obviously, my boy Marek, thank you for being here. Is Patrick Laine going to be a Hab by 3 p.m.? Whew. I mean, we'll find out. I personally would love if he was, but I understand if he isn't. Okay. We'll get to a couple of those throughout the show. Again, we have all day, fam. Lock in. You know what I mean? Lock in. All right. If you're watching this at work, I'm sorry. I can't provide you with a note for your boss, but just tell them to have it on in the background. Maybe you're listening to this on your way to work, which is okay. Listen to it, right? Don't watch and drive. That's dangerous. Listen to it. Get to the rest of it. All right, let me pull up the good stuff here. Let's go straight. Listen, I got the Twitter locked in, of course. Lots of things are happening already. Okay, we're going to go straight. This is where we're going to be hanging out a lot of, okay? We're going to be hanging out on the Daily Face-Off website for a lot of this. Okay? So we're going to be trying to hang out there as much as possible. Am I missing stuff that's already happened? Did Bobby Brink already get moved? Sounds like. Oh my God. Yeah. What? No? Okay. Okay. Yes. There's some stuff. Oh my God. There's so many things happening. I'm trying to lock in here. I'm overstimulated to start the day. All of our cap. Okay. If you guys are looking for all the cap stuff that we're going to be looking at today, it's courtesy of our good friends over at Cap Wages. Okay. Cap Wages does a lot of great things. The most important thing that they do is help all of us understand how the salary cap works, with the exclusion, I guess, of whatever is happening with Vegas. Because don't forget, the salary cap for the Vegas Golden Knights does not exist. It's a mirage in the desert. Okay? Doesn't exist. So lots of things that we can get to here. Lots of things we need to break down. Let's start at the opposite here. Oh, that's also what I wanted to do. We're going to do a tier list as well, okay? Tier list. We're going to be talking about teams that are either winning or losing. Okay? Trade deadline. Now, there are lots of teams. Now, there's winning, there's losing trade deadline. There is also just like we don't know yet kind of thing. You know what I mean? So you can have a little bit of both. What is all? Oh my God. I'm trying to find a tier list that isn't like terrible. You know what I mean? No, this one works. All right. Let's do this. I know. You know what I love about tier lists? They have like, oh, I should have done. Hold on. I know, riveting. I'm trying to do this in the best way that I can, but that doesn't seem to be the way here. Okay, let's go with Okay, so win. We're gonna go not sure. Loss. Okay, there we go. Let's remove. Let's move lost here. Let's put this. There we go. We got to put this in red. Okay. Now we get to move this down, move this up. There we go. All right. Let me share this so you guys can see what I'm looking at here. All right. So let's go to the deadline here. Boom. This is what we're working with today. Okay, let me see. There we go. Oh, this is much better. You guys still get to see my face. This is the list that we will be using today. Don't worry. Okay. Lots of different ways we can go about it. We're going to update this list periodically with teams that are winning or losing the trade deadline. Now, don't forget, you can go either way here. You may start in one spot and then progressively move to one side or the other, right? Yes, the Leafs are going to lose the trade deadline, Mark. There's no question that it's not a question of if, it's a question of when, right? When will they lose it? Right? Why will they lose it? But again, we'll see how they go. We'll see how they interact. We'll see why they are the way that they are, but it's okay. You know what I mean? It's okay. All right, let's bang this out to start. Where do I want to go first? I don't know where I want to hang out first. We're also going to take a look at some of these trades that have already happened from a fantasy perspective. Okay, so where do I want to start? Let's work our way backwards here, okay? Let's work our way backwards. I'm trying to find the Bobby Brink trade. Like, what am I trying to find here? Oh, okay, there we go. No, I'm fine. I'm faded. Just faded. All right. Let's move over to here. So again, we're going to be hanging out over here at Daily Face-Off, which is probably where you hang out a lot to start with anyways. All right. Let me see if I can make this bigger. Not that oh, there we go. See? Boom. What an absolute, just a terrible ad here. Let's get rid of that. All right. So the Minnesota Wild have acquired Bobby Brink. The Philadelphia Flyers are now acquiring David Irasek. Listen, the Flyers in my mind should be sellers. Okay. Also, let's just go straight back to this list here. Okay. Let's go here. Okay. Let's just get this one out of the way early. Okay, the Minnesota Wild have won the trade deadline. If they don't do a single thing for the remainder of the day, it truly doesn't, it doesn't matter. You know what I mean? It doesn't matter if they don't do a single thing for the rest of human time. They win trade deadline. They won trade deadline when they went out and they acquired Quinn Hughes. This team is adding pieces. The Minnesota Wild understand that Central Division is going to be a fight. And they have to come out and do, they got to add as many pieces as possible to keep them competitive. Okay? So, no matter what, they win trade deadline. Okay? I don't know. Let me open this here. Let's take a look at Minnesota's roster. Okay? Because, again, they've been doing, they have been retooling. We're going to get to a couple. I guess we'll get to a couple of these as well here. Let's move over to this tab here. So, listen, they did a little bit of work here. It's mostly to their bottom six. So, they go out, they pick up Robbie Fabry off waivers. Okay? Now they add Bobby Brink. They also went out and they got Michael McCarron. We'll talk about the McCarron trade a little bit later. Okay? Again, the blue line seems to be very good. The addition of Quinn Hughes. We don't see Jeff Petrie here. He was traded from Florida over to the Minnesota Wild. Okay? That's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. Petrie's a depth player. He signed a 1-year deal. Now he gets a chance to chase the Stanley Cup again. All right? We'll see how much he plays. Bobby Brink is probably a bottom 6 forward. I still think Minnesota needs to get deeper down the middle. No offense to Ryan Hartman, right? But he's not a top centerman, right? Don't get it twisted. They need some help down the middle. Moving from Urasek is one thing. Let's check out the Flyers. Let's see what the Philadelphia Flyers here lineup looks like. This team, they should be selling, but they're not. So Bobby Brink's out of the way there. Hasn't been updated yet, but I'm assuming Urasek's going to play somewhere in that those 6 defensemen, maybe a second pairing, third pairing. They bring in a defenseman who, correct me if I'm wrong. I think Urasek, was he not in? Where was he before? Let me open up his hockey. He was in Columbus, right? So he wanted out of Columbus. So he gets moved out of Columbus, goes to Minnesota. Hasn't really worked out there. Now, he was the 6th overall pick in 2022. Okay. It hasn't gone fantastic for him to this point, but he's still young. He's 22 years old. The problem is he's 22 years old. He's been moved twice. I think for Minnesota, it's not a question that they don't want him. I have to sneeze, okay? All right. Oh, my God. Bless me. I'm allergic to something. Year 6 now been moved twice. And listen, a 22-year-old, 6'4", right-handed shot defenseman, I feel like every team wants them. So, lots of time, young player joining a team that's getting, I would say, wants to get younger, but they also re-signed Dvorak forever, so probably not. But it makes sense that Minnesota needed some depth. Urasek wasn't really finding his ground there, so they were like, all right, it doesn't matter. Let's move on from him. Fair. But again, I don't know why. I kind of do know why. Minnesota's just poor in all facets. No, sorry, not Minnesota. The Philadelphia Flyers are just poor. Minnesota, absolute stud. This one caught me this morning coming out of the bed as I was trying to wake up and get my life moving. The Anaheim Ducks have added John Carlson. Okay. Washington is acquiring a first-round pick. There is a condition to it and a 2027 third-round pick. Now, the condition here is simple. If Anaheim fails to qualify for the 2026 playoffs, they have the option to retain the 2026 first-round pick and send its 2027 instead. So, if they don't make the playoffs, then they have the option. It sounds like if they do, then they send the 2026. If that's how I'm reading it correctly. So, listen, right off the start here, this is a fantastic deal for the Anaheim Ducks for a multitude of reasons. One, the Ducks need help defensively. Okay, I would say they're in a hunt for a playoff spot, but everybody in the Pacific Division has a chance to make the playoffs, with the exception of the Flames and the Canucks. Let's pretend those two teams don't exist, okay? So those teams don't exist. Now you bring in listen, Karlsson was on the last year of his 8-year deal. He's played so many games for the Capitals, longest serving defenseman, I think, as well on that team. Like, he's so good all around, right? Obviously, his defensive game maybe not there as much, but his offensive game is still there. The Ducks bring in another defenseman who can help provide them with some stability, okay? And they didn't give up a roster player here, so I think that is important for them. They go out, they acquire veteran leadership. Listen, that right side now looks pretty good. I believe Karlsson's a right-handed defenseman, so that means they have Trouba, Gudas, and now Karlsson on the right side. It's a little late for all three of them, right? But this is going to help out some of the younger guys. It's going to help out the Jackson Lacombes of the world, the Olin Zellwegers of the world. We'll see what they do with Pavel Mitnyov, if they're going to keep him, if they're going to trade him. He's talked about wanting to be somewhere else, but Anaheim needs some stability on the back end. They are the definition of fun, right? All gas, no brakes, right? They score goals and then can't defend, though. So I think this is good. I like it. I like it for the Capitals. They're being very strategic here. They know they've plummeted a little bit here. I think they understand that making the playoffs probably isn't going to happen. It's a long shot, and that's putting it nicely. So for them, it's more like, let's go out there, get what we can for this guy. And that makes sense. I don't worry about that too much. I get that it may not have been great moving on from Karlsson, but listen, in case some of you forget, right? Remember Cap Friendly? Remember they shut down? A lot of those guys went to go work for the Washington Capitals. That's why. The Capitals basically bought it and said, hey, we're just going to take this. Now, thank God others have stepped up to help me understand the salary cap. But the Washington Capitals have been very strategic in the process of signing players and managing their cap and, managing assets. So I like this for both sides. They got a first-round pick. Even if Anaheim, this pick is in the later part of the draft, you can use it to move up if you need, right? There's lots of ways you can go about this, okay? But so far, so good. Let's do this here instead. My watch is going off here, like as if I. Okay, here we go. Hold on, give me a second. Everybody wants to figure out what I'm doing today, guys. It's trade deadline, but I will say this: I am getting food today. That's the if you missed it earlier, that's the sponsored part of this. Part of this whole stream here. So my boy Cam is nice enough to be dropping off some food. I'm excited, right? We'll do a whole thing later, I promise. All the spots where you can check out himself, the food that you can order. I'm not gonna lie, guys. Like, Cam caters a lot of our fantasy drafts. right? Like football and stuff. Last time I had some of his food was at the we had like a small Super Bowl get together. It's absolutely fantastic. I think he's bringing me the buffalo chicken dip, and I'm really excited about that. I've had the ribs that he's made, the mac and cheese, like just oh my god, I'm already hungry now. That's why I didn't get breakfast. That's why I only got coffee. Breakfast of champions because I'm excited for food later. Uh, so we'll get there. We'll get there. All right, back to the fun stuff happening here. The Buffalo Sabres, man. I listen. Like I said, I think Buffalo is a good team. Okay, they are. The problem is you have to live in Buffalo. It doesn't matter. Doesn't matter how good your team is. Living in Buffalo is just something some players don't want to do. Right? Listen, Kevin Adams once said it, right? There are no palm trees, right? In upstate New York. It is what it is, right? It is what it is. But the deal for Colton Parayko fell through, right? And then they had to pivot. Now, I am excited to see what Jarmo Kakalainen does, okay? Because when you talk about a general manager willing to take a swing, like the definition of that is Jarmo. it is tenor. Like when he was in Columbus, he was not afraid to swing his axe for whatever he wanted. I know this is going way back, but he traded for, I believe, Marian Gaborik. He traded for Jakub Voracek, right? He traded for Panarin. Remember when Panarin was a Blue Jacket for a little bit, coming out of Chicago? He is that run where he went out, traded for Matt Duchene and that other guy there. I forget his name. He was also coming from Ottawa. I forget his name. Doesn't matter. Didn't work out. So he's willing to swing his hog, as some would say. It's unfortunate that because the package going back to St. Louis seemed like a lot. But again, Parayko, I think, has 4 years left on his deal. He has to waive it. He had to waive his no trade clause. And he just decided he wasn't going to do that. Now, some of you are blaming players for not waiving their no trade clause. Listen to me and listen to me carefully. Okay? Players negotiate all different types of modified no trade clauses and no move clause and all that kind of stuff. Okay? If you don't want players exercising their negotiated rights, maybe we stop handing out so many no trade clause like they're pieces of candy on Halloween, right? It seems like every player has some type of no trade clause. And I get why players may want them. A little bit of flexibility to try to decide, where they're going or where at least they don't want to go. Okay. By the way, later I'm going to put together my 10-team no trade list. Okay. So I'm going to give you one and I'll tell, listen, I will be there. You know what I mean? We'll find 10 spots I don't want to be in. Listen, I'm just going to spoil one now. It's definitely Buffalo. Definitely there. So, again, he exercised his right. He didn't want to go. It's fine, right? Maybe he wants to stay on the West Coast. I don't blame him. But Buffalo's going to have this problem trying to get players to come in. I will say this. When your culture changes and you start to win, things change. Okay? Maybe more players will say, hey, I'll go to Buffalo. Maybe Parayko's won a Stanley Cup. You know what I mean? Like, he gets to decide what he wants to do a little bit in life. Is he chasing money? It's for his family as well. Like, don't forget, you got to take your whole family and move them to Buffalo in the middle of a school year. It's maybe that's not what his family wanted to do. Maybe he just didn't want to go there as well. It's very, very possible. There are lots of ways this could have happened. We weren't there. So he has to pivot. I don't know how I feel about this pivot, though, okay? Because Buffalo now acquires Logan Stanley and Luke Shen. I feel like Luke Shen gets traded every deadline, okay? Winnipeg gets back Isaac Rosen, Jacob Bryson, 2027 second round pick, and a conditional 2026 fourth round pick. Winnipeg will receive the better of Buffalo or Edmonton's 2026 fourth round pick. It's probably going to be Edmonton's. I say that, but again, maybe it's Buffalo. Winnipeg retains 50% of Schen's 2.75. Luke Schenn and Logan Stanley are depth guys. Okay. Here's the issue a little bit with this. You gave up some assets for what I deem two defensemen you don't specifically need. Right? Like Stanley and Schenn don't move the needle at all. Schenn probably like Stanley and Schenn probably like 7th and 8th defensemen, right? You went from potentially having Colton Parayko, right? 6'6", absolute stud, to like Logan Stanley and Luke Schenn. All right. Let's update the list while I'm here. Let's update the list here. Let's hold on. Let's listen. For now, let's put the Anaheim Ducks in the win column. Okay, let's put them here. Again, they can move. They can move. Right? Where's Buffalo? Here they are. I'm going to put them in the not sure category right now. Okay? Not sure. Listen, the next trade too here. They go out, they acquire Sam Carrick. Okay? Good depth guy. Third, fourth line. They trade two more assets here. A third round pick and a sixth round pick. Okay? You're bleeding assets or you're bleeding picks. So you could acquire Logan Stanley, Luke Schenn, and Sam Carrick. I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't know if that's what I want to be doing. Buffalo, listen, the absolute run that they've been on is just fantastic. Buffalo is a good team. Some of you out here, okay, have been saying that this is a Stanley Cup contending team. I need those of you who think the Buffalo Sabres can legitimately win the Stanley Cup to just simmer it down a little bit, okay? And when I say that, I mean come back down to reality. Please take your meds, okay? Because that's not happening, okay? They haven't made the playoffs in what feels like 100 years, okay? Let them get there and then experience it, okay? Experience in the playoffs is important. Bringing in some of these guys is going to help, but the guys that count haven't been there very long. They haven't been in the playoffs very often, if at all. So that's a whole different animal. It's a whole different beast, okay? Strap in. We're learning, okay? We are learning. I don't know how that's going to play out or why it's going to play out, but again, we're learning. It could take a minute, okay? Again, I'm not going to call it a loss yet because Jarmo Kakalainen has until 3 o'clock to figure this out. If this is all he does, that's an L. That's an L. You can't go, again, through no fault of his own. You can't go from Colton Parayko to these plugs and say, yeah, that's an upgrade. Not when you've given up all these picks and players. So we'll see what he does. Okay. For now, we're going to leave him in the category of we'll see. Let's go down a little bit here. The Columbus Blue Jackets, look at them adding some picks here. Adding Connor Garland. Vancouver is receiving a second round pick in 2028, a third round pick in 2026. Now, I believe if I'm correct, Connor Garland signed an extension and it hasn't kicked in yet. Am I incorrect on thinking that? I'm trying to find the team here. Where is Columbus? Where is Connor Garland? Nope. Nope. That's correct. He did. He did. Sorry, he did. So his deal comes up. So he signed July 1st, 2025. Okay. That was this past one. A 6-year deal, right? $6 million. And it starts after this season. So he was in his final year of his current contract, which paid him what? For Connor Garland, 4.95. So he's getting a raise. Not even 12 months later after signing that deal, they're like, hey, buddy, pack your things. You're off to Columbus. And I how do I want to put this? I think adding Connor Garland is not a terrible thing. No, he's got modified no. Okay, modified no trade clause from 2029 to like 30. Okay, so again, every player gets a modified no trade clause in some way. It didn't kick in. So Connor Garland's contract hasn't even started yet. And he already moves over to Columbus. Let's see what Columbus's lineup looks like. Some of these trades now that they've happened, they've been updated. So let's move here. All right, listen. I like what Columbus has done, specifically in bringing in Rick Bowness. This team is different with Rick Bowness behind the wheel. No offense to Dean Evanson, but he's not Rick Bowness. So they went out, they got Mason Marchment in the offseason. That has worked out very well, I would say. Right? This collection right here is not like it's nothing fantastic, but they're winning hockey games, and that's what's matter. Like that's what matters. And they are defending a whole lot better than they were previously. So bringing in Connor Garland to play that second line role, I don't think Garland's a second line player, but that's what you have. So that's what you take. This lineup doesn't scream absolute skill, but he's hurt right now. But obviously Zach Werenski being there probably helps. Who else is hurt here? It doesn't really matter. Jet Greaves has been good. Merzlikins has been better. There's a spot in the Metro that can be claimed still. And committing to Connor Garland for six years after this year at $6 million is a choice. This I think is a good move by the Vancouver Canucks, who again they have been how do I want to put this? Not good. I think is that a fair statement here for Vancouver? They have to start collecting some picks. Okay, the rebuild is going to be long. It's going to be brutal. Okay, they need to start collecting some picks. There are still some players that are probably going to get traded from that team today. Right? I don't think it's going to be Elias Pettersson. That to me is an off-season move. He has 7 years remaining on his deal. This is Elias Pettersson. 7 years at 11.6. You're not trading that during the year. Like there's no way. The math is too complicated. You need something in the offseason because Canucks are probably going to want some roster players back, right? Picks. Some teams don't have those picks anymore. So if you wait after July 1st, new calendar year, new picks, right, in the cupboard, you can trade those. But I don't see that happening here. I want to see a little bit more from Columbus, though. So I want to see a little bit more from Columbus before we decide that they've done well. So let's put them in the not sure category for now. Let's just put Vancouver in the win. I mean, is it a win? No. But they've moved on from some players and they've gotten some picks. So they're doing what needs to be done. I can't call it a loss, really. They're moving on from guys and collecting assets and looking at a long rebuild. What do what more do you want from this team? Right? What more do you want? All right. Let's keep the trade moving here. David Perron, I feel like he gets traded every deadline. Listen, he was not back. Hey, welcome back to Detroit. David Perron loves going back to places he's already been. I bet you he still has the condo there, so it's easy. Right? Perron goes back to Detroit. The Sens pick up a conditional fourth. The condition is Perron plays one game before the end of the season. Is he hurt? Must be hurt then. If Detroit advances to the second round of the playoffs and Perron plays in 50% of the first round games, Detroit will give Ottawa a 2026 third round pick. So, a couple of things here. This I gotta feel like Steve Yzerman is trying, but he's got to get something done, Steve. Right? It can't just be David Perron today, right? Can't be. The Sens are not a playoff team, so they should be selling. We'll see if they figure that out. But it can't just be David Perron. I think he is hurt. Let me Oh, he is. He's on IR. Okay, so I guess he doesn't have to fly with his bag immediately. Probably locks in the third line role, right? Which is fair. David Perron brings a lot of experience. I think that helps. He can bring a little bit of oomph to the power play as well. That's okay. Detroit, I believe they need a centerman. I truly do. I believe they need a body down the middle. And if they don't get it, it's not good. It's not good. They need a body down the middle. It has to happen. They got to get somebody. So far, they've been striking out a little bit here, right? There was a lot of talk that they were in the conversation for Quinn Hughes. They just didn't want to pay the price, which, I guess is fine, but at the same time, you're like, okay, it's Quinn Hughes. Anyways, so maybe they're in on Colton Parayko as well. It's possible. We'll see. But every team wants to add a defenseman at this time of year. I think for Detroit, it's got to be down the middle. They need some support behind Dylan Larkin. It can't just be, I don't even know. They got Larkin, they got Andrew Cup, Marco Casper, and then JT Compher. It's just you're not winning much with those group of individuals together. You know what I mean? So probably best that they add somebody else down the middle to support this team. I would probably say a defenseman. Again, there's only so many things Steve Yzerman can do, but I feel like he's got to do something, man. You can't look at this team and say, hey, we're just going to roll this out. Not with how fiercely competitive the Atlantic Division has been. You're not locked into a spot until you are mathematically locked in. You know what I mean? So we'll see what Steve Yzerman kind of does. I'm going to put let's go back here. Detroit's in the not sure. Okay. Where do I want to put the Sens? Let's just leave them here. We'll see if we move them or not. I don't know what I'm expecting from the Sens, but like most of their seasons, not much. Let's keep the tabs rolling here. Oh, we get to go right back to the Ottawa Senators. Look at that. They acquired Warren Foegele and a conditional 2026 third round pick. LA gets a second round pick and a conditional 2026 third round. There's a lot of conditions there. Just read them. I don't know why the Sens are adding Warren Foegele. I get why the Kings are moving him, right? His year has not been great, and they're just like, hey, buddy, why don't you if you're getting a second, that is a second round pick. It's not, there's no condition to it, nothing. They're just like, hey, this is yours. A conditional like just a straight up second round pick for Warren Fogle, I feel like is a lot. Is Fogle hurt? No, I don't think so. No, it's not. Man, like Fogle to me seems like a depth player, which I feel like the Sens are okay in. Like I didn't feel like they needed to add another depth player, but trading a second round pick for Fogle. Does Fogle have term on his deal still left? Oh boy, starting to ask a lot of questions. That's not good. Ottawa, by the way, has no. Oh my god, Ottawa has no pick this year. Look at this, courtesy of our friends over at Cap Wages. Ottawa has no first round pick this year, no second round pick this year. They have three technically. Do they? Okay, so they will have 3 third round picks though. So that's good, I guess. But no first and second round pick if this team doesn't make the playoffs. Certainly a not great. Not great, Bob. That's not good. Okay. I didn't realize it was listen, I knew it was bad. I didn't think it was that bad. Sure, I guess so. I don't know, man. I don't know why the Sens felt the need to pay for Warren Fogle. You know what I mean? Like they could have done something else. That's like they're giving away assets. But it is what it is, right? I think for them it's just been the disappointment of their goaltending, right? Like everything that went on with Allmark, sure, but like he's played a little bit better. That's okay. The James Reimer experience is just, I feel like they're just going to ride him out because what are you going to do? Go get another backup? Like, why would I pay an asset when I can just roll with James Reimer until the end of the year, right? As a backup. I feel like that's fair. Where are the NHL standings? Let's see where. I'm telling you, man, the Atlantic Division is tight AF. Tight AF. So the Senators currently sit 8 points behind the Red Wings for the last for like the last spot in the Atlantic, right? Probably let's see the wild card standings. Where do they sit in the wild card? They sit 3 points behind, 4 points behind the Boston Bruins for the last wild card spots. Okay. Yeah. I don't know why they're doing this. I don't know why they're going down that path. So Ottawa's not a playoff team? Nope. I mean, I don't think I have to explain it any deeper, right? Look at this. Oh, you can't really see it. Let me make this bigger for the folks at home who are blind. Yes, I accept all cookies. God. Listen, they got right here 69. Nice. 69 points. Like 4 points out. Are the Bruins, Canadians, and Jackets a better team than the Ottawa Senators? I would say so. It's not me just hating on the Ottawa Senators. It's just the consistency is not, has not been there. They do have identical goals for and goals against with the Bruins. But it's been a run here though for them. They're 7-1-2. Maybe they think Warren Fogle helps get them over the edge. I don't believe that it does. Right? I just don't think the Sens are anything to write home about. Whatever. You know what I mean? So that doesn't work out. Where do I want to leave? Let's see. Where do I want to put this? I'm going to put the Kings in. Let's go back here. I'm going to put the Kings as a win just because they made a coaching change, right? Jim Hiller was just not it. This like good defensive team, but you can't have a plethora of elite players, above average goal scorers, and then just not score goals, right? Now they've gone on to get Panarin, who I think he's still settling in, but it's like it'll take a minute. That's fine. They move. I don't think they wanted to move Fogle. I just think if somebody's giving you a decent asset, like take it. You know what I mean? And then they can swing that the other way. What do the LA Kings look like? Just again, the Pacific is wide open. It's wide open, right? So if you're going to get an opportunity here, listen, this is the Pacific. Let's go back here. This is the Pacific, okay? Look at this and tell me all these teams don't deserve to be here, by the way. So look at that. Well, maybe Utah. Sorry. Utah, listen, we'll get to them a little bit later because they made a big trade. This isn't your Arizona Coyotes anymore. No. Ryan Smith is here. Another guy swinging it, saying, hey, whatever you guys need, here's my checkbook. Make it happen. That's what they've been doing. They've been signing the checkbook here. Seattle in the second wild card spot makes me want to vomit. But, again, listen, the Kings are 3-6-1 in their last 10. They have 160 goals scored. Like, it's the Chicago Blackhawks have scored more goals than them. 163. St. Louis has 159. So how much? They have 160, right? In 61 games. The Vancouver Canucks have scored 3 fewer goals. If you're in any conversation right now with Vancouver, like you need to reevaluate your team. Right. So the Kings have too much offense to be this bad, right? They got to be better. And it's again wide open for that. I would say those two last wild card spots, right? I think Utah still has to fight to get their spot, but I think they're in a good spot right now. San Jose still has an actual chance. I don't think the Predators do. I think they're like they know it. They're sellers. Like they're close, but they're not really close. This probably goes down to the Kings and the Sharks. We'll see if the Kings add any more to this team, right? How much? They got a little bit they got some cap space, right? It's not all terrible. They free up the money from Fiala, so there's opportunities for them to do things. If I'm picking between the Sharks and the Kings to make the playoffs, though, I want to see San Jose do a little bit more, but I would take San Jose, man. I would take San Jose. It's not pretty. Neither one of those teams deserve to be there, by the way. Just in case you're confused, we're picking the team based off the vibes right now. It's none of them deserve to be there. But somebody's got to be there. So let's take the one team that is fun to watch, right? This team is fun. So we will go with fun. You know what I mean? That's what we'll go with. So let's update this. Oh, I already did. What a great, I'm so good here. All right, let's move back to the list here. We're going to skip over Jack Thompson and Jet Wu and Jeff Petrie on a conditional pick just because that doesn't really move the needle any way, shape, or form. It doesn't, like the Panthers get a conditional 2027th round pick. If it becomes a 5th round pick if Minnesota wins 2 playoff rounds and Petrie plays in 50% or more of the games during those first 2 rounds. He's not playing in those first 2 rounds. He's not. So unlikely that it gets upgraded there. So those picks are useless. Michael Bunting on the move here to Dallas. Dallas I expect to be aggressive-ish here. 1 year, $1.5 million. 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 1 year, $1.5 right? We'll talk about Tyler Myers because they did add Tyler Myers. I don't think they're necessarily done, right? I gotta believe that Dallas wants to add. Watching Minnesota do what they've done, Colorado did add some depth as well with Nick Waugh. So I think Dallas is going to want to do something. Here's the problem for them. They don't really they have in the next 3 drafts, okay? So 2026, 27, 28. In the first 3 rounds, they have 3 picks. Like they're short some draft capital, if I don't say so myself. They also don't have the cap space. Like they don't, right? They currently sit over the cap, right? Tyler Seguin is done for the year in the playoffs, so his money frees up. Rupe Hintz and Mikko Rantanen are currently on IR, but those players, I'm assuming, will come back at some point. Bunting is a UFA, so it makes sense to go on and add him. It doesn't sound like any money was retained for Bunting either. I want to believe that they'll do something else. I just don't think it's going to happen. Unless they can move some significant money out, but like even at that, how are you going to do it? Also, just this is an absolute side quest conversation here, but I'm going to make this bigger as well so all of you can see. But Jason Robertson is a UFA after this year, and he needs some money. he's an RFA after this year, and he needs some money. And they don't have it. They don't have any money. Look, they're broke. They're broke. They have no money. So, I don't know what's going to happen. I don't know what's going to happen. I don't know how that, that's a problem for a different day, right? That's a problem for a different day. But again, they have no money. So I don't know what they're going to do. I don't know how they're going to do it. I don't know why they're going to do it, but they have no money. They just don't have any money. I don't know. Even if they wanted to, what's the money? Nobody's taking Rupe, right? Not at that money. I don't think they're moving Duchesne again. Full. He's got a no move clause. He's owed some money after this year as well. Dallas may want to do something. They just don't have the money, or literally they don't have any. They don't have any picks. They don't have any picks. They don't have any picks. They have nothing. I don't think they're going to do anything, but maybe because they've already done everything. Maybe. I don't know. I mean, where do I want to put I will say this for Nashville. I'm gonna let's jump back here. I'm gonna put Nashville in the win category. I think they still have some things to achieve, right? But at the same time, they've done what they've needed to do. Does that make sense? Maybe they move Ryan O'Reilly. I don't think they're moving Stamkos. I think they've done what they've needed to do. And they got something back. It's not the be all end all, but they got it's Seattle's pick. Oh, actually, it's better than that 3rd round pick this year is Seattle's pick. So, and Seattle is a worse team than Dallas, so moves them closer. Dallas, I don't Can you win trade deadline if you can't spend any money and you don't have anything? I'm going to put them in the win here for 2 reasons. One, They brought in a defenseman to help, Tyler Myers, right? Big boy on the blue line, helps them be a better team. So they brought in somebody, and they got Michael Bunting, middle six role guy. Once everybody's healthy, knows his role, knows his spot. It's good. It's good enough. It's good enough for me. It's good. Listen, it's good enough with me. I'm okay with that. I don't think it's too bad. Let's keep it moving here. Let's where do we want to go here? These are the January. No, sorry, January. These are the March 5th trades. Sorry, we're finishing. So let's finish up the March 5th trades here. So Colorado went out and acquired Nicholas Waugh for a conditional first-round pick in 2027 and a conditional fifth-round pick in 2025. So Colorado, if Colorado's 2027 first-round pick is in the top 10, then Colorado will send an unprotected one in 2028. Let's go out on a limb here, ladies and gentlemen. I don't think Colorado is going to have a top 10 protected. I don't think so. I don't think they're going to have a top 10 protected pick. I think this could be a pick in the outside of the top 30, to be honest. So unlikely that happens, right? For Nick Waugh, it's I understand what Colorado is doing, right? That is a lot for Nick Waugh, by the way. Like, I'd want to say that the Colorado Avalanche lose that trade, but at the same time, they have no first round pick this year. They have no first round pick next year. The rounds 1, 2, and 3 this year, they don't have any. They don't have any. They don't need it. Colorado is in what we call win now mode. They got to figure it out now, right? They are in a competitive division. We've already covered that. So they're not worried about next year, right? They gotta do now, right? So, listen, this is a good move for the Toronto Maple Leafs. I know I don't say this very often, but this is a good move for them. I'm old enough to remember when people at the beginning of the year were talking about, Toronto being a playoff team and you can replace, 100 points with Mitch Marner with Nick Waugh and Machete, and the first domino has fallen. So you cannot. Sometimes 4 quarters is not better than $1, right? I know sometimes you think math is math, but it's not. It's not. The math there was what we call delusion. That's what it was for the Leafs. There's a whole mess of things that have gone wrong for that team. We can shit on them a little bit later, but they got something for a player that I most certainly would have not paid this. I thought it was absolutely wild that the Leafs were like, hey, we need a first round pick for Nick Waugh. I was like, hey, no way you're paying that. And then they're like, hey, Colorado's like, well, hold on. I think at the same time, this takes them out of the Nazem Kadri return. It sounds like the Flames don't want to retain money there. Why would they, right? This is your problem now. Take it. But Colorado doesn't need that. They got Brock Nelson there, right? So I don't think they have to go out and necessarily acquire a player like Kadri. Waugh can come in and center that third line, move Jack Drury down to the fourth line. They're fine. A little bit of depth in that bottom 6 would be okay. Listen, a healthy Gabriel Landeskog obviously helps this team. Marty Necas has been good. Nichushkin just has to, be here. Ross Colton is still there. If anything, we'll see if Colorado goes out to add another defenseman. I know they did get Kulak earlier in the season for Sam Girard. We'll see if anything else, maybe another. Again, teams are always looking for another veteran depth defenseman at this time of year. So we'll see how that goes. I'm not. Listen, let's go back to the wins or losses here. Let's Listen, let's put Toronto right in the win here. There's something they haven't been doing much this season, but at least they, for now, Treliving has a short lead in the win column. If you can listen, they convinced a team to give them a first-round pick for Nick Waugh, man. Listen, it's okay. It's okay. I most certainly would have not paid for that. It's like paying for a beachfront property, in Saskatchewan. I'm not doing that. But Treliving got something out of it. We'll put him there. Let's leave Colorado in the not sure right now. I can't listen. We cannot say the Colorado Avalanche are winning so far trade deadline if that's what they paid for Nick Waugh. But again, the picks don't really matter to this team, right? Like they what's Colorado going to do with the pick, right? They'd much rather have a body in place. So I get that. I don't think it's a loss right now. I don't think it's a loss. We can change. Again, things can be updated. Things can change really, really fast today. All right. You got to strap in. What else? Let's keep going down on some of the trades that still happen here. Let's just skip over Blankenberg. These are two absolutely fantastic ones here. The Edmonton Oilers have been shopping at the Chicago Blackhawks team sale, it seems like, because they went out. They get Jason Dickinson, Colton Dach. They traded for Connor Murphy earlier on as well. Andrew Mangiapane is going the other way, and Chicago got a first-round pick out of it. That is, that's a choice. Let's start with Edmonton here, okay? Edmonton's got to do something. There's no question about that. They have to. Edmonton's got to find a way to make this work. Because if they don't, let me tell you right now, okay? Let's strap in here. If the Edmonton Oilers do not make, I was going to say significant progress, but like this team's gone to back-to-back Stanley Cups. Like how much more progress can you make? But if they take a step back and it's not good and management doesn't fix what all of us see, like Connor McDavid is taking his heated driveway and his wife, and he's leaving Edmonton. I don't care what you say. He gave this team 2 years at a crazy discount and said, help me. And what has management gifted him with? Tristan Jarry. I said, we'll fix the goaltending. Connor Ingram, welcome. Another Connor. There's 3 Connors in Edmonton right now, and only one of them is really pulling his weight. Now, Connor Murphy, we're going to give him a pass right now, okay? He solidifies the blue line, which is important, okay? Dickinson and Dach are depth guys, and I can't stress this enough. The Oilers need guys who can defend, okay? Ideally, they're defensemen. But if you can get players in the bottom 6 that can defend, it's going to help. Dickinson was playing really well on a Blackhawks team that was kind of all over the place, okay? Chicago is getting assets. I don't think I need to tell you anybody that, right? Where's Chicago here? Give me the Blackhawks. Oh my God. Look at this collection of picks here. Look at this. Man, scouts in Chicago are going to be busy. They have 2 first-round picks and 3 second-round picks this year. There were conditions, though, to that. The first round pick is top 12 protected, like as if the Oilers are going to be in a top 12 protected scenario. So that's theirs here. They have a lot of picks coming up, early picks in the next 3 years for Chicago. So this is good. They have a ton of cap space. They got $18 million. They can take on maybe another bad contract for another hefty pick if they're willing to do so. So that might work out well for them. That might work out well. But listen, let's go over here to the Oilers. Let's see what they look like. I do believe that Ryan Nugent-Hopkins is going to play the wing, right? Draisaitl and McDavid down the middle is a gift that keeps on giving. Zach Hyman is perfectly there. I think Jack Roslovic has stepped up in the role that he needs to play. The Oilers need a top 6 guy, okay? I was told that Savoie was going to be great this year. I mean, who's that kid who won the Hobie Baker that they traded for from Tampa Bay? What's his name? I got to go find him because I gotta laugh at some people while I'm here. Where's the Isaac Howard? Remember when I was told Isaac Howard could possibly win Rookie of the Year, skating with McDavid and Draisaitl? Man, I mean, just the mass amount of delusion out of Oiler fans is a gift that keeps on giving, right? Kind of like them being unable to understand why they're bad, right? It's because the blue line is terrible, okay? Now, again, adding Dickinson, I think Doc is hurt, so Dickinson is good. He can win faceoffs. He plays good defensively. He's going to play the penalty kill. He's going to help alleviate some minutes from McDavid and Draisaitl. Not that those players need it, right? But I want to give those guys top quality minutes all the time. So if they're playing 24 minutes a night, maybe they only play 21, but they're like all offense kind of thing. You know what I mean? Let Dickinson handle some of the important responsibilities, right? The Trent Frederick experience has been an absolute dumpster fire of a deal, but like you know what I mean? Like we're here, Edmonton. We're here. We also do we have any money left? We have no money. So hey, we have no money. So this is what we're doing, right? This is what they're doing. That's why I feel like they got to overpay on the first. But again, what does it matter, the first round pick to Edmonton, if the best player, second best player to ever touch ice in Edmonton leaves? Like, what does it matter if you don't figure that out to start with? You know what I mean? It doesn't matter. So they go out, they get Dickinson. I'm happy with that. Connor Murphy, to me, that's the part that I want to see. I want to see how he helps the penalty kill. I want to see how he helps the blue line. We remember when the Oilers went out to get Mattias Ekholm, how that kind of solidified the back end a little bit. It made life easier for everybody else, right? It's got to make life easier for Evan Bouchard, because I know some of you are just trying to shove it down my throat that he is good defensively. I don't know what to tell you, because at this point it's delusion. He's not. Darnell Nurse is just the gift that keeps on giving in the worst way. The reason Connor McDavid doesn't have a Stanley Cup is because of Darnell Nurse, because of how strapped they are for cash. And now they have to overpay with conditional first-round picks because he's eating up $9 and some odd million playing like an absolute dumpster, right? Darnell Nurse is a problem, but he's a problem that is for the Oilers. You can't get rid of him. You can't. He's there. He's stuck to you. I want to see a little bit more out of Jake Wallman. Maybe Connor Murphy helps that. Wallman's got that offensive side, but it's the defensive side that I want to see out of him. This group can be good. Right now, they're not. You can blame Tristan Jarry all you want. None of us sitting here thought Tristan Jarry going to Edmonton was going to fix the goaltending issue. It's not a goaltending issue. It's a defensive issue. It's the same issue the Leafs have, but both fan bases are too blind to see it. It's the blue line. That's the problem. It's the team defense. That's the problem. Like Draisaitl says, you got to score 5 every night to win. Yeah, because the goaltending can only do so much. Like Connor Ingram was on waivers. Now he's got to play all the time. Right? Who else is... Jerry's back from injury. Okay. I could have told you that Tristan Jarry wasn't going to solve the issue. We all knew this. We all knew this. But some people didn't want to go down that path. They were just like, no, bring it in. Jerry's going to help. And Skinner's the problem. Skinner's not the problem. He was not the problem. Has he been fantastic over in Pittsburgh? No. But has he been has he been dog shit? No. What's the difference? It's the team. It's the team. The Penguins are better defensively and they play better team defense. How else do you want me to explain this? Right? They play better. So the Oilers, again, there's only so much this team can do. They're strapped, but they need to figure it out. The Oilers need to figure it out. If not, McDavid is taking his stuff and he's going somewhere else. I don't know where he's going, but he's going somewhere else. He's not going to Toronto, by the way. I just want you, I know he's from Toronto. He doesn't need that kind of garbage. He doesn't need it. Even if Matthews is to leave, Connor's not going there. Just, you know what I mean? Strap in, because somebody's going to tell me that. And I don't want to hear it. So let's update the trade board here. Listen, let's move Chicago right into the win. So far, it's been a win. You got a first-round pick. Go for it. Keep liquidating. What else, man? Call them back. Say, hey, man. What else do you want for the bid? Get whatever else. Man, the Oilers are not sure. I don't know. Not sure about winning, and I'm also not sure how this plays out until the end of the year. They're going to make the playoffs because the Pacific is trash, but how far are they going to go with the Pacific? It's going to be about how much can Leon Draisaitl and Connor McDavid do. There's no other way around it, right? There's no other way we can go around this. How much can those individuals do before the whole ship falls apart? You know what I mean? I guess we'll find out. Next. Oh, man. Mackenzie. Hey, look at this. Mackenzie Weegar. Is this the last one? Cole Smith, McCarron. All right. I don't think it matters. Mackenzie Weegar. Speaking of players who will waive their no-trade clause to go somewhere. By the way, Utah is a tax-free state. So that's clearly why they got him, right? No. Again, I mentioned this early. The Utah Mammoth are not the old Arizona Coyotes. This is not a dumping ground for your bad contracts so you can be mediocre for 20 years. Okay? They got an owner that's willing to spend money and that wants his team to be good. Ryan Smith is committed to making sure this team is good and that they compete right out of the gate. Right? Now, did he also inherit some pretty important pieces? Yes, he did. But he's still adding, right? He's still adding to the team. And that is important. That's important for everybody involved, all right? Look, this is still a very good stockpile, right? They have a decent amount of picks. They traded 3 second-round picks, okay, in 2026. Not a single one of those picks were theirs. One pick was theirs in 2026. They also moved the one for the Rangers and the one that they had that was Ottawa's. I don't remember where those ones came. I'm going to keep it a stock. I don't care either. But Utah goes out. They add Weegar to their blue line. They have a little bit of money. A little bit. The problem is they got to figure out how they're going to fit most of what they need. Probably another depth player would help them. I'm not going to lie. Bringing in Weegar, though, is a big add. I know it's been a difficult season for Mackenzie Weegar. I have him in a number of spots. I was very high on Weegar coming into the fantasy hockey year. It hasn't panned out. So swing and a miss by me. Yay. But listen, one man's trash is another man's treasure. And this Utah team, listen, this top 9 is good, right? Keller, Schmaltz, Gunter, Krause, Cooley, Paterka. right? Hayton, Yamamoto. They probably need a bottom six guy, right? Somebody in that bottom six to kind of hold everything together. We'll see if they find one. We'll see if they get one. But there's a lot to like here. There's a lot to like for this team, how they want to operate, how they want to go about their business. Good team. The blue line is where I really think they can do some damage. Okay. Now, Uyghur is still trying to get, I'm assuming, his visa to work. Sergachev is hurt. So when Uyghur and Sergachev come back, right, it kind of sets everybody up in the position that they need to be. I'm assuming Cole and Dursey will play together. Good pair that could shut down. Nate Schmidt, Marino, veteran guys. Sergachev and Uyghur, kind of similar guys. They can move the puck. They can facilitate some offense, but they can also defend. And this team, Utah has been very good at defending, right? The goaltending hasn't been exactly where it's needed to be, but they're doing enough and they're getting wins. And again, this is a very tough Central Division, right? It's absolutely brutal. So they got to find a way for things to happen, right? They got to find a way to make it work. I like that they're going out, they're adding players, right? Making it good. Okay. I like that. So let's go back here, right? Share this tab instead. All right. I will put Utah in the win category here. Okay. I think they do win so far. They added a good player, and they didn't. Yes, 3 picks looks like a lot, but they only owned one of them. That is what good asset management looks like, right? Then you can make those picks if you want, or you can package them into something else, right? Works out. Let's move Calgary right in there as well. Big W for Calgary for the moment. Okay? We'll figure out how that goes in a little bit because they still have some things that they need to accomplish from now until 3 p.m. But so far, it's okay. And I say that because here's another team just stocking up the picks. Right? I mean, they have all of Vegas's first round picks, basically. What is the condition on this one? Trade on August 18, 2022. I'm assuming it's there still. If traded by March 10, pick is, or if this pick Calgary will set receive 2026. Receive 2026 first round pick. I have no idea. Some of these conditions, I feel like you need a master's degree to really understand what's going on. But okay, sure. Listen, Calgary is out here stockpiling picks. Okay, they got a lot of second round picks. I'm sure they're not done. I mean, all these. Oh, here, Calgary, blah 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 blah. Oh, came from there. It all says the same thing. I was trying to find out where this pick came from previously, but we did get there, so it doesn't matter. Calgary has some work to do. They have $12 million in cap space, okay? So they also have a ton of room to take on some contracts. I don't think they have any. Oh, they do. They have 2 dead cap space spots. They can add one more, okay? They can add one more, and they most definitely should, okay? They held on to some money for Rasmus Andersson. They still retain some money in that Jacob Markstrom trade. This is the player they need to move. 2 players here they need to move. Nazem Kadri. I think Kadri wants to be out of there as well. But again, I mentioned this earlier. It sounds like management does not want to hold on to anybody. Why would you? You got $7 million for 3 more years for a player who's 35. Yeah, I don't see a lot of people lining up to want to eat that. But anyways, we'll see. Blake Coleman is another one. Now, modified no trade clause. He's got 1 more year on his deal there at 4.9. It's not the end of the world. Do you know where Blake Coleman played before Calgary? Exactly. The Tampa Bay Lightning. We haven't said anything about Tampa Bay. We have not said anything about the Tampa Bay Lightning, and we know Tampa Bay is famous for not wanting to draft in the first round. Right? They once gave up 100 million picks for Tanner Jeannot. Do they still have a pick? I bet you they do. Where is the hold on. My brother. Oh, Tampa. Okay, they did. What? They don't have a pick in the first round. My apologies. Oh, this was part of the Yanni Gord and Oliver Bjorkstrand trade. Oh my God. What about this one? Same thing? Okay, so Tampa Bay doesn't have any first round picks. That makes sense. Honestly, though, they have a 2028 first round pick. It sounds like they don't need that one. I can't remember the last time Tampa Bay drafted in the first round, but I can count the number of Stanley Cups they've won in the last 10 years. So that's cool. We got to go back one here. Can I press the button? No. Okay. Calgary, Blake Coleman has Tampa Bay written all over it, right? Maybe retain some money, a second or third round pick probably gets it done, right? I don't think Michael Backlund's going anywhere, right? Doesn't sound like it. I don't think some guys that are not going anywhere. Matt Coronado's not going to go anywhere. Igor Sharangovich. Joel Farabee's not going anywhere. I mean, Jonathan Huberdeau, man, ripped to that career. Oh, me. I don't think Connor Zeri's going to go anywhere. Morgan Frost, probably not. Calgary needs to strip it down, but they're slowly getting there, right? They're slowly getting there because they got a lot of picks. So the rebuild in Calgary is happening. They got to get there slowly but surely. So those were the trades. There was one of them has happened since we started this list. One that's confirmed. We're only going to talk about the confirmed ones because if not, I could be on Twitter all day trying to find out what is happening in the real world, right? So we'll go through there. We'll also try to look at players that have been re-signed, right? Because some players are moving addresses, some of them are not. Teams are like, hey, we figured it out. We don't have to go anywhere. Let's go back. Minnesota, listen, the gift that keeps on giving. Share this tab. Minnesota has acquired Nick Foligno for Chicago is getting future considerations. Listen, nothing says go away than a player being traded for literally nothing. They're like, hey, we'll deal with this later. Nick Foligno, right? He was the captain of the Blackhawks. It sounds like Chicago wanted to do him a solid, give him a chance to. Is Marcus Foligno still there? Is Marcus Foligno still playing? Is he? Is he in Minnesota? He is. So Nick and Marcus Foligno get to play together in Minnesota. Okay. I know it. Oh, my God. Okay. Listen. Good little ad there again from Minnesota. For future considerations, it's literally, by the way, that's literally nothing. Right? Nick Foligno. Nick Foligno can do a couple of good things here. One, he can play center. Right? He can play the wing. It's not a massive upgrade, but it's a bottom six role that can help out. Man, Minnesota's just adding bottom six guys left, right, and center. Right? Bobby Brink, Fabry, McCarron, Foligno. That bottom six is being reinvented. Right? That is absolutely wild. Marcus Foligno's on IR. Okay. That bottom is, it's absolutely crazy. Good for Marcus Foligno. Chicago is already a winner. Again, they're moving out some guys. This one probably really hurts for Connor Bedard, man. Homie's by himself again. All these other teams are having fun, having vibes. And then, Connor's like, hey, man, do you want to provide any support? And they're like, no. How would you like to be a fly on the wall for some of these GM's rooms? I would absolutely love that. I would. Sometimes they do. Like you hear like the conversations going back and like the phone calls. I'd love to be Kent Hughes today with his phone strapped to like the Kyle Dubas one of him at the draft with like one phone and the other phone. He's got like both. He's answering the landline and the cell. I would like to see how some of these go down. Probably some of these teams are going to release like behind the scenes, like kind of like clips and whatnot on their YouTube page. That's the kind of stuff I like watching and hearing and all that kind of fun stuff. So that's definitely been a good time. Now that's good. That's an absolute blasty there. All right. Is there anything else that let's go back to the list here. Let's go back to the list here while we're here. Okay. So it sounds like we're all caught up. Has anything else happened? I'm just going to refresh. They don't have a retention spot. Doesn't sound like anything's going on. Nothing else. No. All right. So we seem to be good for now. So again, win, not sure, and a loss. This is for trade deadline. Okay. The not sure can be a lot of other teams. We have some teams here that we haven't really decided what they're doing. No team is lost just yet, but that doesn't mean that we finish the day with a team in the not lost category here. Okay. We got time. We got time. It's 12:10 Eastern. We got lots of time for general managers to let us down. Lots and lots and lots of time. Okay. Lots of time. All righty. We've done a great little spot here. Am I missing anything else? Let me see if I'm missing anything. I gotta pull out the phone here. What do I want to do? What do I want to do next? Oh, you know what? Let's do this together. Let's spin. Spin. I wouldn't say spin. I need to roll up the rim on the digital ones. The digital ones. Okay. Today is a good day to like at least get a free coffee. So far I've won. I don't know if you can see it. Probably not. It's pretty bad. I won 50 points, a free coffee, and 3 months subscription to The Athletic. I did win a donut on the actual rim of the cup. But I have 2 rolls here. Let's see if I win anything. Let me stop sharing this for a moment. All right, let me bring it back in. All right, so let's see if I win anything here. Sorry, please play again. So I didn't win anything. That one I got nothing. What about this one? Massive W. We got a free coffee. Attaboy. Hey, I told this. Hey, it's a good day. It's a good day. I want a free coffee. Is it any of the other 100 million prizes that I could win, like a TV or a bed or like a pontoon or like what else we got here? A Volkswagen ID, an all-inclusive vacation. No, it's none of that. But I got a free coffee. So honestly, a win's a win. A win is a win. Oh man, I am so proud of myself. Absolutely fantastic. All right. Let's see what else we want to do here while we're hanging out here. Don't forget at 1 o'clock, the sponsor part of this stream is going to be food. I'm excited. I am absolutely excited for that. So let's. What do I want to do? That let's do the NHL no trade. There we go. Look at me being an adult. There we go. I gotta update the Twitter, boys. Gotta update the Twitter. All right. So we're gonna leave the list there. I need a new tier list though. Tier list. Nice little tier list. NHL teams. I don't know if I want to. Okay, let's go back to the one that I had because I like that one. I should probably not use the same one, right? I got to use a different one. Chat. All right, let me use a different one here. Let's see. It says rank all 32 NHL teams. This was pretty good. Okay, so let's do no. Can be convinced. Because listen, I can be convinced. Let's do maybe. And then hard no. There we go. All right, so let me there we go. Let's move this one out of here. Let me move this one out of here. Let me move this one out of here. So this one will be like that. Oh shit, wait. I put 2 hard no's. I was like, well, that's unfair of me. So yes. There we go. So maybe and a hard no. All right. Let me pull this up here. So in the spirit of the NHL trade deadline, right? I am going to put together a no trade list. Okay. I'm going to put together an official no trade list. Now, if I was approached by my hypothetical agent and he hypothetically asked me if I wanted to hypothetically move my hypothetical family, which consists of myself and the dog, Milo, where would I be willing to go? Okay. So in the hard no, this would be a 10-team no trade list. So I got to have at least, well, I don't have to have. I can't have more than 10 in the hard no. Okay. Now you're asking me, Chris, what is the difference between maybe and can be convinced? Okay. Maybe is literally like, I'd have to think about it, right? Can be convinced could be where, like the weather, right? A no state tax, apparently. Those things are important. Also, if I was given a contract extension, right? That's the difference between can be convinced and a maybe, right? A maybe is just like, man, I don't know. I don't feel like it. Hard no is simple. All right, listen, let's get this one right off the list, okay? I don't want to go to Buffalo. I don't ever want to be in Buffalo long term. I don't care how great the team is. Buffalo is a terrible city to live in. Can't be. Can't be. That would definitely be a no. Can't convince me. Doesn't matter how much the money is. I just don't want to be there. Okay. Let's go in order now here. Let's start with Anaheim. I would definitely go to Anaheim. Especially now. Team's good, right? Live on the beach. I'm not worried about those California taxes. I'm not worried about that. I get to play some fast offensive hockey on a team that's vibing by the beach. Yeah, sign me up. I'll go. Absolutely, I'll go. Boston is a maybe. I don't know if I want it. Like, and when I say maybe, it's kind of like, I think the Bruins are a decent team. I just don't know if they're like up and coming. You know what I mean? It's not that I can be convinced with anything else, right? I just don't know if I want to play in Boston. I don't know. The definition, literally the definition of a maybe. Calgary, that's a hard no. Not in this state, not in this economy. Yeah, I don't want to go to Calgary. That's I would look at Jonathan Huberdeau's career and go, yeah, I don't want to be there. I don't want to be anywhere near whatever's going on there in Calgary. I just don't want to be anywhere near it. Sorry, man. And the weather? Nah, man. If I wanted to be part of if I wanted to live somewhere where the weather is bad, I'll at least be on a team that's good, right? Carolina, I can be convinced. I can be convinced to live in Carolina. It's nice. I've been before to Carolina. I have. Nice place. The weather's good-ish. I don't think they have hurricanes. I can be convinced. Playing for Rob Brendamore would be fun. I think the only thing that's like the Carolina Hurricanes are a team that makes the playoffs and then gets bounced in the second round consistently. But like the core there is pretty good. So I can be convinced. Right? They wouldn't be I wouldn't put them on my no trade. I could be convinced. I could be convinced to go there. Chicago is literally a maybe. Playing for an original six franchise is kind of like, if I was a player, would be kind of fun. Chicago, too, great city. I was once at the airport for 2 hours. That's as much as I've seen. But like they're in the process of rebuilding, and some rebuilds take a lot longer than others, right? And sometimes you're going to have to be the player who shows up before the winning happens. So I could be convinced to go to Chicago. I would probably need a contract though for some money. Definitely need some money. Colorado, yeah. Send me over there. I get to play with Nate Dogg, Makar on a team that is that can win the Stanley Cup every year. Sign me up. Sign me up. I will hold the water bottle. I don't care. I will be a healthy scratch. I don't care. Columbus, man. I've been to that city before. Nothing absolutely crazy, but I can be convinced. Players are willing to go. I got to be convinced a little bit. I'd want to see what's in place. Like if I was a player, what's in place? Like how would I feel my role would go? Like I'd have to think about it. It's more than a maybe. Is just like I could be convinced of it though to go to Columbus. It's still in the East-ish. It's a good city. It's boring. It's the Ottawa of the United States, or at least of Illinois. Ohio. Dallas, yeah, I'll go to Dallas. Just for the season, though, I got to leave Texas because I'm afraid that I would get hurt. But yeah, I'll go. No state tax as well, so I keep most of my money. Why not? Sign me up. Sign me up, fam. Detroit, I could be convinced. Go to Detroit, another original 16, right? Original 16. They might. I could be part of the Steve Yzerman plan, maybe. It could be good. That would be fantastic. I could get behind that, Chad. I could get behind that. I'd be okay with it. A little bit of Detroit. You know what I mean? Why not? Why not? Sign me up. I would go. I would go to Detroit. The more I think about it, the more I would like. It would take less convincing. Florida, yeah. Team sucks, sure, this year, but I get to live on the beach in a no state tax. Why not? Why not? Why not? I would go. This one might shock some of you for the Edmonton Oilers. But I would go. Yeah. I would go. I would get to play or be on the same ice with Connor McDavid. That could literally jolt my career. I would go. I would go. I wouldn't even need to be convinced. As long as McDavid and Draisaitl are there, I'll go. They made it this far. If you're telling me I make it to Stanley Cup Finals and I lose, listen, only one team every year can lose in the Stanley Cup Finals. If that's as close as I can get, I know it's heartbreaking. I know it's tough, but I would go to Edmonton. I get the winner. I'm Canadian. I can handle it. The the Edmonton media, I can handle the terrible Spectre questions. I can do it. I can definitely do it. The Islanders, I would probably need to be convinced, though. The Islanders are on an uptick up. So they're starting to be a good team. You're like close enough to New York, but you're not the Rangers. I might need a contract extension, though. I would get along with Patrick, I think. I was going to say, like, I speak French, but, like, so does Anthony Duclair. That hasn't been a success. But they're good. I would love to play with Shafe Daddy. Matthew Schaefer has been fun. I would sign me up for that. Right? Sign me up for that. The LA Kings, yeah. Listen, it's California weather, man. I'm in. LA. Like, say what you want about the Kings. I think they're just an underperforming team right now. I think they're underperforming, but they are still a good team. They're a good team, just underperforming. Okay. Man, the real state of hockey. That is hockey town. Minnesota right now. Everybody wants to be in Minnesota. I don't blame them. I would definitely, again, I'd sit on the bench. I don't care. I'll do it. State of hockey. So much fun. I wouldn't even need to think about it. I wouldn't even need to worry about it. I would definitely go to Minnesota. Yes. Les Canadiens, I would go. I would play Montreal. I know sometimes like players probably say it and think it out loud, right? Like playing at home adds this different type of pressure. But if you look at the Montreal Canadiens, and obviously I live in the market. So for me, it's like I live it differently. But like there's a lot of other French-speaking players that are around. The culture is good. We've seen players take less money to want to be there now. The vibes are up. The vibes are up. So I don't think this is like the old Montreal Canadiens, like when Marc Bergevin was around, where it probably wasn't much fun. But yeah, I would go to Montreal. Sure. Nashville, it's like a maybe. Like they're not a great team, but it's a no state tax, so maybe. Depends on where I am in my career. Like, do I want money or do I want to win? Well, I haven't won anything, so it would be a maybe. It'd be a maybe. If I had a modified no trade list of like 15 teams, they'd be on it, but maybe. New Jersey. Oh man, I want to play with Jack though. But the Devils are not good at winning. The Devils have no goaltending either, so no. No. I'd rather play for the Islanders than play for the Devils right now. Keep it a stack. I'd much rather play for the Devils. Sorry, I'd much rather play for the Islanders than play for the Devils. Keeping it a stack. The Rangers, man. This is a tough one. I'm thinking about it, which means I could be convinced. But maybe. It's an original 6 team. I think that's cool. Playing in Madison Square Garden is fun. Here's the problem, though. I would have to be teammates with JT Miller, and I don't think he would like me. So, like, I feel like my time there would be terrible. But, like, I would, maybe. If JT Miller's not there, think about it. I don't know if I can be convinced, though, if he is there. So I'm going to stay there. The Senators, that's a hard no. I might as well just play in Montreal. Sens are not a great team. I don't want to be there. Just the arena's in the middle of absolutely butt fuck nowhere. There, if you've ever been to Ottawa, man, just keep driving because the arena is like 40 minutes away. So no, I just don't want to be there. No way. The Flyers, it's just no. They're mid. The Flyers are mid from top to bottom. They're just, in general, they're mid. So I don't know why I would want to sign up for that. Why would I want to sign up for mediocrity? I don't have to do it. I'll go somewhere else and be mediocre. I don't care. The Penguins, can't be convinced. If I'm on a short-term deal, I want to be there as long as Sid's there. Once Sid leaves, I don't want anything to do with the Penguins because it's going to be a long rebuild, and I don't want to hang out for that. The last time the Penguins were in a long rebuild, it took a generational talent to save the team. Yeah, no. I would need to be convinced. I don't even think I would have to be convinced. If Sid's there, then yes. Right? If Sid's there, it's no. So you know what? It's a maybe. Because I don't really need to be convinced. It's truly a maybe, depending on the timing. This year, I would do it. Okay, hold on. Yes. After all this thinking, yes, I would go to Pittsburgh. If I'm on an expiring deal, right, I would go to Pittsburgh. Because I do think the Penguins can make the playoffs playing just on the same ice rink with Sid, Gino, Letang, Carlson. I would do it. Yeah. You would have to convince me. It took me a moment, but I got there. San Jose, easy yes. Right now, yeah, I'd go to San Jose. If I was Connor McDavid, and if the Oilers don't win a Stanley Cup, and I want to go somewhere else and be part of some fun, I'm taking my game to San Jose. I'm just gonna keep it a stack. They got Macklin Celebrini. Okay. Did you I know it's the Olympics. It's very, very different. But did you see Celebrini and McDavid? If let's say McDavid wanted to play with another superstar. I'm not saying Celebrini is Draisaitl, but that's pretty fun, right? 100% I would go to San Jose. First of all, a couple of things. One, This would be good for the San Jose market. Remember what Gretzky did to LA hockey? I think McDavid could do that to San Jose Shark hockey. He gets to live on the beach. He gets to be out of the spotlight, right? No need for a heated driveway in San Jose, I hear, even though Adam says it's cold. It's not. You know, it would be good. He could probably walk down the streets with his wife, have a good time. She's got a lot of projects going on as well. I'm just saying, I am starting the dialogue now. You could have McDavid. You imagine McDavid and Celebrini down the middle in whatever order you want, or those two on the same power play unit. Let them go for free. Don't worry about it, San Jose. With all those young kids starting to peak, Askarov is in goal, right? You got to help the blue line, though, right? But we've seen McDavid be willing to take a discount, right? So even if he straddles them for cash, I don't think he's probably going to get 17 or 18, right? I think the Sharks would be willing to pay that. Anybody would be willing to pay that. But for me today, this is about me. It's not about McDavid. I would definitely go to San Jose. Yeah, it's a vibe. It's a vibe. I would definitely there. Vibes are high. There's no chance I'm going to Seattle, man. I can't stress this enough. That team is so mid and terrible. The arena's nice, but I mean, the reign of Seattle, the team being just an absolute nothing. Why would I go to Seattle when I can go to Utah instead? Might as well mention it while we're here, right? I would go to Utah. 100% I'd go to Utah. Salt Lake City, I hear, is a very nice spot. Salt Lake City, though, I may get hit by a car, but I'm going to have fun there. And again, this is a team that is very willing to be better. No state tax, that helps. I think the weather is good as well in Utah. Like it's not terrible. It's actually manageable. So like I'm in kind of thing. I would go to Utah. You would have to convince me. We're not going to St. Louis. No, we're not doing that. You can I'll maybe go to Chicago. I will not go to St. Louis. Not in this environment. This team looks like they're going for a long rebuild. I don't know if Jordan Kyrou gets moved today. I don't know if Robert Thomas gets moved today, right? Probably off-season moves. It's just, yeah. It's not, I'm not going there. Tampa Bay, listen, don't have to tell me twice. Get me on the first plane to Tampa. Tampa Bay every year. First of all, I would love to play for John Cooper. You can say what you want about Coop, but he also has won 2 Stanley Cups. And he is so smart. In the same phrases like Paul Maurice. I'd love to play for Paul Maurice. I feel like those coaches get the most out of their players. You know what I mean? Same thing for Rob Brendamore and stuff, right? But man, listening to John Cooper and he has a little bit of humor behind him. It's not all, serious and stuff, but just the way that he coaches Canada and, the push, I would run through a wall for John Cooper. I would love there. And then the beach and the sun and everything else. Yeah, absolutely. But I would love to play for John Cooper. So I'm in. Toronto. So no. No, I'm not dealing with that. I'm not dealing with that media. Ain't no way. If I wanted to be scrutinized every day, I'd just go play in Montreal. That's it. I'm not going to Toronto and dealing with that. Especially now that they're a bad team. No. You're a bad team and I get to be scrutinized every day on the TSN drive home show. No. Not doing that. Listen. It's nothing personal, Vancouver. You're just not a good team. I wouldn't mind living in Vancouver. That's not a problem. I know it rains sometimes, but I wouldn't mind. I wouldn't mind. The team is bad. I don't want to be part of a long rebuild. If I did, well, I'll go play in Chicago. That's my theory, right? Vegas, yeah. Listen, you don't have to convince me about Vegas. Send me straight. It would be dangerous for me, though. As somebody who enjoys short-term financial planning, aka gambling, it could be dangerous for me, right? Reasonably, of course. But I would, you know what I mean? You know what I mean? It would be dangerous. It'd be dangerous to just let me, have too much fun. I guess if I had a family, it might be a little bit different. But it's warm in Vegas. It's warm in Vegas. I've been to the Fortress, man. Fans in Vegas love their hockey. It's a great, at first when Vegas was getting a team, I was like, man, I don't know. Like, are you really going to be able to sell this to locals? And they have. When I went to go watch Vegas and Dallas like a few years ago. It was great. The atmosphere was great. Walking up to the arena and it's just a fantastic time. So a lot of players have no issue going to Vegas. Vegas also is determined every single year to try to be a winner, right? Another team that doesn't need a first round pick, they have no idea what the first round even looks like, right? And if they do, well, that player isn't there very long. He is traded out of Vegas. If you're a first round pick in Vegas, you're not hanging around there very long. It's a bust. Not the player. I'm talking about blackjack. So, yeah. Washington, I want to play with Ovi, but Ovi's 40. You know what I mean? And they're not really a buyer, so it's not a hard no. It's a maybe. If Ovi's there, then yes. And if the team was more competitive, then yes. But it's a true maybe. I'd think about it. I would. I could probably, you know what? It's not fair to them. I can be convinced. Yes. Man, Winnipeg. I'm trying not to say mean things about the Winnipeg Jets. But just a hard no. Actually, you know what? Hard no. Maybe. I was gonna say, you ever been to Winnipeg in February? I haven't, but I hear it's terrible. How many do I have? Is on 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Winnipeg would have been 10 on the hard no kind of thing. You know what I mean? The maybe and the convinced. I need a more. You know what? Hard no. I don't want to go to Winnipeg. I don't want to live in Winnipeg. I don't know if they're going to be a competitive team for a long period of time. If I had term, I wouldn't want to go to Winnipeg. They were sellers too, so they're not making it. I don't know. So I would just put them on the hard no. There's too many uncertainties, so hard no. I have room as well in the hard no on my 10-team no trade list. Okay. And my 10-team no trade list looks like this. So I think this list is perfect. A lot like my existence. Just an absolute fantastic way to, exist. So yes, let's go through the teams I would happily go to. You don't even have to twist my arms. Sign me up. Anaheim, Colorado, Dallas, Sunrise, right? The Panthers, Florida, Edmonton, I know, LA, Minnesota, Montreal, Pittsburgh, San Jose, Utah, Tampa Bay, Vegas. Okay. Don't have to tell me twice. I can be convinced to go to Carolina, Columbus, Detroit, the Islanders, and the Capitals. Okay. A true maybe. Boston, Chicago, Nashville, Rangers. There's 3 original 6 there, just by the way. Did I say no to any of the... Oh, the only original 6 I said no to was Toronto. It makes sense. Don't take it personally, Toronto. Your team is just terrible. Hard-nosed, Buffalo, Calgary, New Jersey, Ottawa, Philadelphia, Seattle, St. Louis, Toronto, Vancouver, Winnipeg. I think this list is perfect. This list demonstrates me. I think that is I think that's fair, right? I think that makes absolute 110% sense, right? There you have it. There you have it. Who doesn't want to live on the beach, man? Come on. You know what I mean? Who doesn't want to live near the beach, right? I would. All right, let's check in here. I think there's been some trades. We got about 15 minutes before my apparent food shows up in our sponsored portion of the show. All right, let's go right here. A couple of things have happened. Boom, look at that. Let's start. Do we even have to start? The Florida Panthers have acquired Vinny Hinostroza for future considerations. I feel like this is just moving money in, money out for the Wild. Maybe they're prepping for something else. Not like Vinny Hinostroza moves the needle either way. Florida needs somebody to exist, and he can play center, so that's good. Corey Perry on the move at the deadline. LA is selling. The Kings are selling. That's interesting. Corey Perry is going back to Tampa Bay. Tampa Bay is not, listen, for a second-round pick. Okay. Well, listen, we mentioned it earlier. Like, Tampa Bay doesn't have a ton of things. Like, they don't have a ton, but they're not going away. You know what I mean? They want to be part of whatever is happening, and I want them to be part of it too. So Tampa Bay has decided they want to add Corey Perry to the list. They are going to move a second-round pick. We don't know which year, though, but let's assume it's at some point. Perry's at UFA. He's already been in Tampa. He's got a no-move clause, which means he has agreed to move it or waive it to go back to Tampa Bay. It sounds like a good deal. Man, I don't think Tampa Bay is going to do anything else. But adding some veteran leadership to a team that needs it. Tampa Bay has been banged up by injuries, man, all year. Like, this team hasn't been healthy in what feels like forever. So bringing in a character guy, does that mean that Tampa Bay is going to the finals and then losing? Is that what it means? Corey Perry comes in there. He's going to play a depth role, maybe front the top power play unit. I think that's all they can afford. I like it. Listen, this is the LA Kings. Where did I have them? I already had the LA Kings in a win. We got to bring Tampa somewhere. Share this tab here. Okay. Tampa Bay here. Let's put them in the win. They can't do much. But they go out, they get a player they're very familiar with who can, help them be efficient, who can bring some leadership, who already understands the system. A second-round pick feels expensive, but at the same time, like, does Tampa Bay really need the pick? I feel like with some of these teams, we've seen this before. And it's just the way it goes, right? We've seen this before. It's the way it goes. What are they going to do with a pick, right? They're trying to make their roster better. I wonder if Julien Brisebois is done. I don't know. This is another good ad for the Kings, though. Where's their page here? They had another second-round pick. It's not updated yet on cap wages because we don't know what. When was this broken? 29 minutes ago. Let me take a look here. It's for a second. Okay. Well, I don't know yet. But even if they add, it doesn't matter where the second is. Doesn't matter. The LA Kings are slowly stockpiling some picks here. Like, I'm trying to figure out if they're doing something or not. I'm trying to understand what this team is doing. Like, what is Kenny Holland trying to achieve here? Because on one side, you went out and acquired Panarin, who wanted to go to LA, right? He wanted to, but you still got to be like, hey, come over, you know? And I feel like if you're adding Panarin, you're not just like you're not just throwing the season away, or at least you're not throwing Panarin's year away. And you still gave him money. So that means that in the future you think you're competitive. And with how open the Pacific is, you know what I mean? Like, I feel like there's something there. It's interesting. It's interesting. I would still chalk this as a win because the Kings are moving on from a player that they probably weren't going to keep, right? Corey Perry's 40. So, you know what I mean? Like, he's been around the block a little bit. I'm trying to figure out, though, where that, trying to figure out what year it is. But like, I guess we'll I guess we'll never know. Guess we'll never know. Do we have another one here? No, let's do future considerations. Let's update this. Again, we're only going to do trades that have been confirmed for the moment. Okay. Only going to do trades that have been confirmed for the moment. Man, that's I mean, it's not terrible. It's not terrible. Okay. I wonder how this affects the rest of the. It seems like a second round pick is just what we're getting. I wonder if there's anything breaking. Let me just check here. What else is there that I need to look at? It sounds like so it sounds like Sam Montembeault is on the block. I don't think the Montreal Canadiens trade. Ken Hughes hasn't done anything leading up to this point, so I don't know if that. What else here? That's the Foligno part. Do we have any signings? There's got to be transactions, signings. Let's see if anybody's signed. That's from a couple of years ago. Oh, we got a lot of signings happening here. Oh, well, Ryan Poehling, a 4-year deal at 3.75. Good for him. Ryan Poehling, by the way, I know some of you think he's like 32, like he's 26. 26. I was trying to figure out more. It looks like according to Twitter that what am I looking at? What am I looking at here? It sounds like Jordan Eberle maybe signed a deal, but we'll see. We'll see how that goes. What else is happening here? I'm trying to find something. I don't want to start something right off the rip and then have to move on to food. Sounds like Pierre LeBrun is saying, sounds like Devils are listening to Simon Nemec, who needs a contract this offseason. The right package. Everybody wants a package of something. That makes sense. Sad day here. What else is happening? The Felinos are together. Man. Okay. A lot going on here. I also have to we have to make bets later. I was gonna yeah, we have to make bets. We're gonna do some underdog stuff later. If you are not signed up to underdog, you can be in the YouTube description. Head over to the underdog, sign up with the link. We each get a free $10. We're gonna build an underdog. Adam, when he joins us later, is going to he sent me he texted me this yesterday because we did our show on Total Hockey Now, which of course you listen to and watch over on the YouTube. Also, I have to pick 3 players for Timmy's. I'm all over the place, guys. 3 players for the Tim Hortons Hockey Challenge. I have only gotten free coffee for a week once this year. If you know, you know. Okay. I got a pick here. Cole Caulfield or Leon Draisaitl to score. Those are the only 2 on the board that I would consider. I would have taken Cole if it was Saturday, but it's not. I'll take Leon Draisaitl. No, they're playing the Hurricanes? No, ain't no way. Nope. Cole Caulfield it is. Let's take a look at who's in the second bracket here. I guess I'll take Evan Bouchard since all his points are offensive. Oh, we might see Freddie Anderson tonight. Interesting. I need one more. Who is St. Louis playing? Sharks. I'll put Dylan Holloway. My Tim Hortons picks, these are absolutely free, and they are probably wrong. You just need one to hit, right? Cole Caulfield, Evan Bouchard, Dylan Holloway. There we go. I also have to set my fantasy hockey lineup. I got to remember to do that before 5. Before 7. I don't know why the NHL plays games today. Like today should be a national holiday. You know what I mean? It should be the NHL should have nobody playing on trade deadline day. Makes it easier for players to go in and out of player gets traded, it's fine. Here, let me move this off so it can just be my face. I feel like trade deadline day should just be take the day off, let everybody, make your trades. I would extend it too. So trade deadline day, I would do it until 5. I would do it until 5. Have the whole day off, right? No team plays. Have the whole day off. So that way, if players want to travel or, get their affairs in order, they can say bye to their loved ones and then hit the plane, keep it going kind of thing, right? That they can do it. I don't know why Gary is set on wanting to play today. How big is today's slate? Oh, maybe we do. Maybe we build a lineup over on DraftKings as well. We could do NHL DFS as well. I got to play some. Some wagers today. I got to get some wagers. I'm going to wait for Adam so we can wager together. I also need Adam's help with Puck Doku today because I haven't played that in a minute. So 7-game slate though. 7-game slate feels kind of nice. 7-game slate feels kind of nice. Where do I want to go with this? What about I'm trying to load up here, see what I can. All guaranteed entry. I don't want to play tiers. Classic. Oh, the hip check is later. Yes, I do. I do want to build an NHL DFS lineup. I feel like it's a good idea. You know what I mean? There's no such thing as a bad idea. Well, there are. There's lots of bad ideas. But not for us today. Not for us. Where are the $1 guarantees here? Daily dollar single entry. There we go. I was looking for one specific tournament and I found it. Connor McDavid plays tonight. Yeah, we should definitely build one of those lineups. You know what? We may do it. When is who's putting on the playbook over at the Fantasy Alarm today? Is the playbook out at the Fantasy Alarm though? I might, you know what I might do? I might just show people. Oh, it's already up. Mark's got it going. Mark got it out early. Oh my God. Look who's the cover. Look at the cover boy. Look at the cover boy on today's Fantasy Alarm playbook. Look at the cover boy. Look at this. Look at this. My man Cole. Right on the cover. Listen, if you do not have an all-pro subscription, okay, I suggest you head over to the Fantasy Alarm, get yourself an all-pro subscription, okay? That's where you can find a lot of my work, right? That's where you can find a lot of Josh Wagner, his work as well with me. If the all-pro subscription gets you everything, not just for hockey, right? You can do NBA if you care about that as well. You can do MLB. I mean, there's so much NFL talk all the time with Andrew Cooper and Howard Bender. They do Sirius XM, right? Fantasy Alarm Show on Sirius XM Sports, Sirius 210, XM 87. You can get a lot of good stuff there as well. So you should probably get it. Then you can follow the expert picks. Let me just stop sharing this in case I don't want to give away the company secrets for free, right? Is the betting tracker updated? It is. Is it? There's no best bets in there right now. Okay, so let's do that. Okay, perfect. So if you don't have, right, let's say you don't have a subscription to the Fantasy Alarm. It couldn't be me, obviously. Couldn't be me. But look at this. Look, you can get all the best bets go right here. You can filter. Look at it. All of us combined have we've won 20 units. Okay. And when I say all of us combined, I mean Josh Wagner and Pemba. They've done some pretty good stuff. Wags has been working hard. Mark is out here dropping a couple before baseball season starts, but Mark is just an absolute unit producer. Listen, I know I'm down 2.6 units, okay? But in my defense, which is unfair, but we were down a lot more, right? We were down like 12. And I only update the sheet when I do the playbook. So next one will be Sunday. Okay, you can get all your betting, all your NHL DFS coverage. I'm up 5.45 units in the last 30 days. So, like, I'm carrying the ship. Okay, I'm putting in some work. I am second half Uri Slavkovsky, basically. That's what I am. Second half Uri Slavkovsky. Okay. So that's working out pretty well. And I enjoy it. So if you do not have an all-pro subscription, I don't know why. I don't know why you don't. You should go ahead and get one. You can go ahead. You can get it all for all the other sports. Maybe you like betting on different kinds of sports. NCAA football, basketball, PGA, MMA, NASCAR, NBA, MLB, NFL. You know what I mean? Just stacked with stuff. I know there's no NFL. Do they have the record? You can sign up for that too. Look at these guys, boys. Look at this. Imagine not being signed up. Like, this isn't even an ad. I just want you to know. And I understand that I do some content for them. Okay. I get that. But look at this. Look at Mark's work. Mark won 75 units during betting season for the NFL. Okay. That is a 30% return. Listen, please play responsibly. Please wager responsibly, of course. Okay. Do all those things responsibly. Okay. But can we just have a conversation? Like, what an absolute stud Mark is. Howard doing his part as well. Listen, a 10 return is not bad. Up 21.8 units. That's good. John doing his part as well. Iggy does football. Homie is locked in on the NBA side of things, right? But like, look at the amount of it. Most of those winnings too, look at that, comes from props. So if you enjoy the prop stuff, imagine not being signed up for the fantasy alarm. Just imagine. It could not be me, chat. It could not be me. Make sure you go ahead, get yourself a fantasy alarm subscription. Okay. Make sure you go ahead, get a fantasy alarm subscription. So we will do some of that. I'm just waiting for lunch, chat. Just waiting for lunch. If you have a question, use the chat. Tell me about how much you love trade deadline. Let's double check. Make sure nothing has happened since the last time we got here. Do we have any? Okay, so John Carlson's not going to play for the Ducks tonight. That makes perfect sense. I'm trying to see this. I feel like this trade deadline's been a little bit slower. Recent. I hate how the tab. Tristan Jarry is going to start. Tristan Jarry starts tonight for Carolina. For the Edmonton versus Carolina. Okay. Interesting. There we go. What else am I looking at here? I'm looking Corey Perry the second. Adds 1 million net cap, 50% retained. It looks like the Kings are retaining 50% of Corey Perry's contract to make the money work. That makes sense. That absolutely makes 100% sense. Trying to see here. Alex Nedeljkovic looks like he is signing to stay with the Sharks, so he's not going anywhere. That's fair. What else? No, nothing there. Nothing there. Nothing there. It sounds like we are up to date. Sounds like we're up. Oh, there you go. So Jordan Eberle. Here. Jordan Eberle has signed 2 years, 5.5 per. So he is not going anywhere. Now, we seem to be up to date for now. Wow. Ian Moore of the Anaheim Ducks swapped his number 74 so John Carlson can wear it. He's like, hey, I'll wear number 3. Even if Carlson doesn't stay there past. He's like, hey, it's fine. Ian Moore's probably like, hey, there's not a lot of guys who are like not a lot of guys have, I'm assuming, the Ian Moore jersey. So he's like, hey man, it's fine. It's not like you have to reprint anything. Crosby was at practice today, by the way, in a regular shirt. So that is good. That's a good time. Nothing on the nothing. Wow, nothing on the trade value. Nothing. It's all, you know what's going to happen? You know what's going to happen? They're all coming in late. A lot of chatter here. What are we looking at? Chatter about Nazem Kadri, Montreal Canadiens circling back. Talks continue. Some chatter with Patrick Laine. Patrick Laine, listen, I know there's been a lot of talk about, you know, I know there's been a lot of talk about what to do with Patrick Laine and how the Montreal Canadiens want to do this. I think if they can't get an impact player, right, which is what the term they've been using, impact player, okay? If they can't get an impact player, you have Patrick Laine on your team, by the way. I just want to make sure everybody, I just want to make sure Habs fans understand this, right? Sometimes the impact player is right on your squad. So, and a lot of people are quick to forget. It's been a tough run for Laine, I would say, since showing up, right, from Columbus. I think it's been a tough run, but like he literally gets here, he gets his knee blown open, comes back, and kick starts that power play. I'll never forget the three goals he scored. I believe all three were on the power play against Buffalo back when they were terrible. Montreal's power play now obviously better. They have shooters. They have multiple guys who can find the back of the net, of course. But I just feel like if this is the last day that Laine gets to be part of the Montreal Canadiens, like it would be sad. I feel like we didn't get the most out of Patrick Laine through no fault of his own, right? He gets hurt in the playoffs, right? His hand could barely hold the stick. Now he's hurt again. I know it was a tough start to the season. Like, he's played 5 games. Like, we haven't thought about him. Montreal keeps talking about they need somebody in the top 6. Like, you know what I mean? There's your guy, right? There's your guy. It sounds like the Montreal Canadiens are playing tonight. Let's take a look at their lineup here, because it seems like they've made some changes, and it's gotten lost because we're talking about the trade deadline so much here. Let's take a look at Montreal Canadiens. What was ran where on the 6th. So that's today. When was this? It was updated today. So by Eric Engels. I'm assuming this on the 6th. Okay. Let's take a look at their lineup here. This is what we're working with, right? Cole Caulfield, Nick Suzuki. It sounds like Uri Slafkovsky's moving back to that top line. It's the Kirby Dach experiment, I would say, has not worked. Like, the absolute compete level on that goal in San Jose was just not good enough from Kirby. It hasn't really worked out, right? I don't know what they're going to do with Kirby Dach, but if you can't play center and you're not good enough on the wing, where are you hanging out, boy? Where are you hanging out, right? So like Suzuki and Caulfield have not been the same 5-on-5 without Slafkovsky. I think we're getting to a point where, not even getting, I think we're already here. Uri Slafkovsky is the straw that stirs the drink for multiple lines. He is the guy who gets it done. He's the biggest player on that line as well, so that probably helps. Getting the puck, fishing it out of the corners, getting to the front of the net, right? Demidov and Kapanen, when they were with Slafkovsky, that line all of a sudden started to be good. It hasn't been the same, but don't forget, Kapanen and Demidov are children. They're children. And Slafkovsky is the oldest one on that line. He's the oldest one on that second line, and he's 22. Like, you know what I mean? Imagine being the oldest of anything at 22. It sounds like Newhook is going to be bumped up to that left wing spot. Here we go again with Newhook in the top 6. If Newhook could finish, man, he would be Jonathan Cheechoo. You remember him? Jonathan Cheechoo once scored like what I feel like is 100 goals when he was playing with Joe Thornton. Then he got traded to Ottawa, and that was it. Like, that was the end of it. The career didn't follow. But yeah, anyways. Zach Bolduc, Evans, and Doc. So listen, I know it's been a tough go for Bolduc, right? And I guess fans have expected a little bit more. He's also still a child. Okay. I would want to see him play on that second line. I'm going to keep it a stack. He's got the finish to do so, right? And he's got to bring the energy. Bolduc has to be what Slavkovsky is for that on that line. That's what he's got to do. I don't think Bolduc's going to be doing much scoring with Doc and Evans. And listen, I love Jake Evans a little bit more today than I did. But Jake Evans is there to win faceoffs, play well defensively, do all that fun stuff. Okay. But we're just not there. We're not there. Okay. So, okay, I guess we live with that. Anderson, Deneau, and Gallagher. I mean, great fourth line here. Listen, I don't think the Montreal Canadiens regret trading for Philip Deneau. I just think they needed, right? He's a left-handed centerman, right? So a lot of times you'll see him and Evans on the ice late because, if one gets kicked out, you have another centerman there. But there's nothing wrong with Josh Anderson where he is at this stage of his career. There's nothing wrong with Brendan Gallagher and where he is at his stage of the career. I'm not taking any one of those two out of the lineup. Like, you're the fourth line. You're there to get pucks deep, generate offense. Don't get scored on. I want to see Anderson get in deep, use his weight, right? You know what you're getting from Gallagher. I did a podcast already on this. Just go back a little bit, talking about Brendan Gallagher, okay? And the advanced analytics behind it and how, the puck, he's been unlucky a little bit. But you know what you're getting from Brendan Gallagher, okay? You know what you're getting. I don't know what I'm getting from Kirby Dach most nights. And I don't know what I'm getting from Zach Bolduc most nights either. But I know what I'm getting from Brendan Gallagher. And you need guys who play that role on your team. Okay? You need guys like them to contribute and be part of the success. Okay? Now, again, I'm not going to focus on the blue line too much because I'm assuming that's staying together. Matheson and Gooley, it's fine. Carrier and Struble. It sounds like there's no Jack Eye. Who are the guys sitting out, though? Joe Veleno is just, I don't know what to do with Joe Veleno anymore. It's no Alexander Texier. I would like to see Texier in the lineup. I would probably play Texier in the spot of Kirby Dach, but we're not here, right? Alexander Texier had a really strong stretch. And then it's like everybody came back, and now it's like, hey, I'm sure he was aware of this, right? Like, he's the healthy scratch. You're like, it is what it is, right? He was brought in at a time where a lot of players were getting hurt, and somebody had to be here. But there was success on that top line with him, with Caulfield and Suzuki. You could play him on that third line as well, and I think you'd get a lot of success out of him as well. Right? I don't know what to do with Kirby Dach. That's the guy I want with his passport in his hand, shipping him out to anywhere else he can be. Kirby Dach is not a child anymore. You know what I mean? Like, he is a grown adult. They all are, but you know what I mean? Like, they've been here before. Like, Kirby Dach has been here before. I know he's 25. Okay. He is a pending RFA at the end of the year. Okay. Kirby Dach is. Let's just dig into some of the numbers here. Okay. His entry level contract so his waiver age is 18. So I'm assuming he played a full season in 2018. I think he did. Yeah, he played 64 games. 2019, 2020. Sorry. 2019, 2020. Okay. So he's been around Montreal for a minute. Since his trade, his career high in goals, by the way, okay, is 14. Now, Kirby has been hurt, I would say, a fair bit. So I understand sometimes you can't control certain things. Okay. But he's averaging less than a half a point per game. And the shooting percentage is not great. His career high in points is 38. There's not enough from Kirby Dach. Sometimes players need to live, like, go somewhere else, right? Like, am I really spending money to re-sign Kirby Dach, right? When did he signed? So he signed in 2020. When he came over, he signed because Kent Hughes signed him. So he was an RFA with ARB rights, $3.3 million at that point. Yeah, in 2022. So he had his entry-level contract, and then his next contract now was signed by Kent Hughes when he was traded over. So, again, at some point, we got to decide what to do with Kirby Dach. I think he's taking up a spot. And you could probably fix this in a multitude of ways. I know that Kapanen, Demidov, and Laine is like, I know that's a line. And I know that Marty St. Louis wants his guys to be defensively responsible. And listen, that's not asking much, right? It's how you play away from the puck, right? But I find it not funny, but I find it interesting that they say, hey, we need an impact top 6 player. And you're like, well, we actually have that at home, right? They have that at home. They haven't gone out to do what they needed to do. Does that make sense? Like what do you like? If he's healthy, this is probably a whole different conversation. And even if you're saying, oh, he's more of a power play guy okay, but he can certainly help your lineup. I think in sheltered minutes. And if I was building my lineup, I would leave Slavkovsky on that second line. I would put Texier on that first line. Bolduc switches over to the Bolduc on the right, and then I would put Laine on the left. Right? I think Suzuki, Evans, and Danault, they can all play against the opposing team's top best players. You just don't want to expose Kapanen, right? That's who you don't want to expose with Demidov. The young players, you got to protect them. Protect them from themselves. Okay? But I don't think it's fair to all of a sudden go, like, we don't have the player that we need, and we got to go out and trade him. I'm not sold. Again, I'm not sold. We'll see in like less than 2 hours what the Montreal Canadiens do. It sounds like it's heating up a little bit, but it sounds like we're not exactly just there yet. So, yeah. I finally finished this coffee that is now, you know what the good thing about Canada is? You can buy a coffee hot and then it turns into iced coffee. You can get that all in the same day. Let's see what I got here. Hold on. Did I win anything? Oh, look at. What does it say? Look, it says please play again. So I won 1 free coffee today on the 1v on the 3 rolls that I had. Well, that was fun. I won 1 free coffee. Okay. All right, let me stop this here. While I wait, food's not here. Listen, I've known Cam all over half my life now. Cam was like, "Hey, I'll be there around 1." And if I know my buddy Cam, it is he is never on time for anything. And listen, I'm not going to complain. I'm not going to complain. I'm getting free food. Okay. I'm getting some free food. I'm excited to try it. I'm hungry. You know what I mean? And since I'm hungry, I'm not hangry. I'm just, you know what I mean? I'm right there. Let's do a little bit of digging here. Let's build on underdog. Okay. Let's do some underdog while we wait for food. Let me log in here, chat. Let me make sure that none of my information is out here. Do I have any? Oh man, yeah, we do. Okay. Let's hold on, chat. Okay, wait. That's not working. So hold on. Let's build some things over on underdog here. Okay, hold on. I gotta get this in order. There we go. Let's build some underdog. Chat, you ever forget your password? You ever just forget your every single password you've ever had? Okay. All right, we're good. All right, let's build some underdog. Let's build some underdog parlays here. Let's build. I think we got a bonus too. 40% profit boost. So we are going to use that. I'm going to share this screen. Sun is starting to peek in here. My face is dark, but it is what it is. All right, let's do. Okay, screen, underdog, share. Okay, there we go. So let's do a little bit of underdog here. Let's try to build something that works. If you have never played on underdog, that's okay. It's all right. You can, if you head into the YouTube description. Actually, you know what? I can probably just put it in here if you want. Let me just grab this here. Oh wait, no, not that one. Let me just grab the link here. If you are looking to have some, oh wait. Okay, wait, hold on. Let me just share this tab quickly. Just don't want to leak all my information. Yeah, there we go. There. So if you do want to play on underdog, you can. You most certainly can. Hit the link, sign up, you get a free $10 to have some fun with. All right, let's head straight over to the NHL tab here. We have some fun here. Let's see. So here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna build two parlays, two-man parlays. Okay. Listen, please play responsibly. We're not getting rich tonight. Okay. Little bit of gas money. Do I have to make this bigger? Probably. What's better? That's better. It's bigger for me, but that's okay. All right. So we got to make 2. Now, I'm a big fan of the fantasy points here. Let's see what I can. Oh, man. Nathan McKinnon. Is this a spot where Nathan McKinnon does some damage? Like, is this the spot? I don't know. Let me just double check. I can't give away all the secrets, chat. Nash, yeah. Let me see here. 50 shots in the last. Yeah, he's been. Here's the thing. I don't know if I think he can get there, but do I want to build it? Oh, you know what? Hold on. Let's do that later. Okay. Let me just stop sharing this because we have some fun here. Okay. I was just sitting here minding my own business, and then I see in the little corner here a little pop up because I would say I guess my favorite Adam. I don't know how many Adams I know. I would say my favorite. I don't know how many I have. I'm just excited to hang out here with Adam. I'm just gonna bring this absolute beauty in here because he definitely deserves to be here. Good morning, I guess.
Yeah, still good morning in my neck of the woods. Yes, it's about 10:30 here. I woke up to John Carlson news. I'm like, all right, that's a good trade. Let's, that was a little surprising. And yeah, I'm sorry you've been struggling here with no. I mean, not struggling, but there hasn't been anything to talk about.
What do you mean there hasn't been? You're telling me you're not excited about Vinny Hinostroza heading to Florida, or Corey Perry now back in Tampa Bay, or Foligno and Bobby Brink? You're telling me you're not excited about those guys?
You were skipping over Nick Blankenberg, and I think that's a low key good depth addition for Colorado. There,
That's true. I did.
Good seventh defenseman for that team. But I don't know if I just saw. I think it was Dave Pagnotta tweet out about an hour ago that like the Wild are out on Trocheck, so maybe the Rangers' asking price is the same. Like on Total Hockey Now yesterday, we discussed the asking price for Robert Thomas, and we've gotten an idea of what that is. I don't know what the idea of the asking price is on Trocheck, but man, if Drury screws the pooch on this deadline and Trocheck is still a Ranger come 3:03 p.m. Eastern today, I don't know.
I feel like we're just waiting until I feel like everything's going to drop in the last hour before it. I feel like all these teams are waiting for the first domino to fall and then scramble and go, hey, where can we pivot? I feel like once we find out if Robert Thomas is not moving, then it's like, oh, okay, what about Nazem Kadri? And then, oh, okay, well, then what about, you know what I mean? What about Vincent Troza? I feel like these teams have these pecking orders of players, and they're just trying to figure out where they need to go.
And then I'm curious with the Ryan O'Reilly eye injury, how serious that, they didn't give the indication it was that serious, but I mean, he's not playing right now. And I'm sure he still gets moved, but he's one of those guys where he needs one of those other people to go before he gets moved. So it has been a slow deadline. And like you said, we got 90 minutes to go here. Maybe we start seeing some action here in the next 90 minutes, but it's just, coming up this week, it hasn't been a dead trade deadline week. We had Mackenzie Weegar, we had Colton Parayko say no, not going to Buffalo. Panarin last week, the Kings, but a lot of those names that we were expecting to go, just nothing yet. It's been boring, to be honest. Although I do really appreciate that Carlson move. I mean, that the Anaheim address is exactly what they needed there. I don't know if they're done yet, but I think they've got the look of their blue line. We talked about yesterday about Mintyukov, maybe, as a piece that they can dangle for something else. Because they still would have okay blue line depth, even if they moved him now with the addition of Carlson. But I could see a bit of a resurgence for him out there with Joe Quenneville and that go Ducks team.
That makes I was surprised. I mean, surprise is one thing that John Carlson was moved, but at the same time, he's a pending UFA. He's 36. Now he gets to spend, I guess, the last part of his career maybe in Anaheim, which seems like a good place to hang out on a team that is going to need, they add more veteran leadership. They add another player on the blue line that can help them and help expand their team and, make it better. It didn't sound like it cost them an arm and a leg to do it either in the terms of, what the Ducks had to give up. So not a bad way to wake up. I did, like, as I was groggy, my eyes open, I was like, what is this? And why is it happening at 1 a.m. Eastern? Like, I'm way done. Way done at this point. But listen, I woke up and I saw some good stuff happening, and I was like, all right.
I thought it was going to be a good tone setter, and we also had Connor Garland overnight. Not to say poor Connor Garland, but he signs a 6-year deal in Vancouver because, like, hey, this is a beautiful city. And now, no offense to the lovely people of Central Ohio, but now he's off to Columbus for at least for now, the remainder of that contract. But I like that move for them because I didn't see them going big game hunting at all. But they need to make a push to make the playoffs. To me, they're kind of in different ways. They're in a similar boat as the Sharks, where it's like, no, let's get to the playoffs. Let's get there. Even if we're first round fodder for somebody and, we're out in 5 games, like, take that step in the progression.
Listen, Connor Garland, poor homie, like you said, signs a new deal, like an extension. His deal doesn't even start yet, and they're already like, hey man, like 12 months in, they're like, not that I don't think you should be here, but if we could, we are just sending you somewhere else. And he could not be protected by any no trade clause because those weren't in order yet. So that was quite unfortunate. I have been waiting for 2 things today, and I'm glad they're happening at the exact same moment, which is your presence, Adam, and of course, my food is here.
All right.
I'm glad you're here so you can enjoy this with me, because my buddy Cam was nice enough to say, hey, listen, can you say nice things about me? And I was like, Cam, I was going to say nice things about you and the catering business that he runs and everything. And he's like, hey, I'll drop you off some food, because if not, I would have eaten McDonald's again. And I'm not saying I won't. I depending on how this goes, right? I brought my packs here. Like, depending on how this goes, I may have to get more. But I'm glad that at least lunch will be served and I get to still eat McDonald's at a reasonable level. So give me 1 second. I will do that. I will leave you with this so you can entertain the folks, because you are much more entertaining with your beautiful face. I put together this is my 10-team no trade list. So the hard nose at the bottom there, I don't think any of this surprises, I would say, you. But this is where I'm going. So yes, like you don't even have to talk to me. I'm going. Like, get me on the first jet out the door. Can be convinced, right? I'd probably have to sit down. Maybe a contract extension needs to happen, depending on how the team is playing, I guess I would say. Taxes I hear is important. Maybe is literally just a maybe. I'd have to think about it. Not that I need to be convinced. I just need a moment. Maybe my family can help me as well. Hard no, just like you can't do anything to convince me. I don't want to be there.
Well, so, I'm gonna try and sell you on moving Buffalo up at least a little bit when you get back. But you go.
I'm not going to Buffalo. Colton Perico and I have one thing and 2 things. We both play hockey, and we're both not going to Buffalo.
There you go. We'll get your food. I will say, going back to Connor Garland for just a second, one of the teams on Chris's hard no list, Connor Garland knew the landscape of what the Canucks look like going into this year. And he still's like, you know what? I'll hang around for the rebuild. And they were still like, no, we got to flip you. So, but again, kudos to Columbus because they got to start making some moves there. But looking at the hard no list, I would agree with, the current landscapes of the teams. The only one I definitely disagree with is Buffalo, and I'll sell Chris on that when he gets back. Philly, I would move up on the maybe list. I feel like they're in Seattle too because they're they're on the rise. St. Louis, I'd agree with. Toronto, excuse me, while yes, original six franchise, all that stuff just going like the team's heading in the wrong direction. And yeah, it's just that you're in a fishbowl, and some guys don't want to deal with that. Vancouver, yeah, it's going to be a long, painful rebuild, but what a city, what a beautiful city. So I would maybe move that up to the maybe list. Winnipeg, it kind of seems more like they're trying to retool versus a full-blown gut and rebuild, kind of like what the Kings are doing, kind of like what the Capitals are doing, like trying to maybe look ahead to like maybe being better next year. So, but again, not the crap on the city of Winnipeg, no. Now he's on the maybe list, Boston, Chicago, Nashville, the Rangers. The Rangers, man, right now, I'd like to have them on the higher on the list, but just the direction of that franchise is going right now. I can't blame them for putting them there. Nashville, same thing right now. They kind of seem to be heading in somewhere between a retool and a rebuild. Chicago needs to show more of a commitment to building around Bedard. Boston, I feel like they just always hang around and they're there. So I could see moving them up. And then I think everything else is okay there on the 10-team no trade list. If I was going to swap anybody out, if I had to do 10 teams that I am not going to trade to and that I would move down, I'd probably move Buffalo up. I would move.
You might go to Buffalo. Is that what you're saying?
Absolutely. Here's the thing. No, like this is not a fluke with the Sabres, and they're making. What I like about them is they're going for it. The only team with a longer playoff drought than the Buffalo Sabres and pro sports are my New York Jets. So I'm like them going to the playoffs this year just makes my football team stand out glaringly more. That has nothing to do with this though. They're going for it. They're not trying to tiptoe their feet into the playoffs like, all right, let's just try and get in. They realize they're on an incredible run right now. They do have a lot of good young talent. Tage Thompson has developed into what we thought he was this year. We were both very high on him going in the fantasy drafts this year. Rasmus Dahlin, a true number one anchor defenseman. They're, Alex Tuck playing well. Ryan McLeod has stepped up and handled that second line center role well. They're going for it. They're trying to end this playoff drought with a bang, not with a whisper. They will get to the second round of the playoffs probably this year. We'll see if they have anything else left, if they add a center, if they're content with this goaltending. I think, and here's the other thing. Like, yes, I know we on Total Hockey Now, and I know you on here joke about like, oh, Buffalo stinks, whatever. It is a good city with good people, and they are very loyal to their two pro sports teams. All they have is the Bills and the Sabres. All they know is suffering. When one of those teams gets through, and the Bills could very well this year, they added DJ Moore yesterday. Sabres, it looks like this might be a team to stay. That city, when they win, is going to have a party to end all parties. If you can get to Western New York and just be a part, like when that happens, it is going to be awesome. So, yeah, I understand Western. There are a lot of pretty places in Western New York, too. Buffalo, maybe not high on the city I want to live in list, but it's not bad. And I think with the direction that team's going, you have to at least move them up to the maybe list. I would put Nashville on the hard no list right now because they're rudderless. What are they doing? Stamkos, is he staying or going? He says he's not going anywhere. Ryan O'Reilly, we talked about. Jonathan Marchessault, what trade value does he have at this point? But like they're just kind of like in no man's land. I might even put the Rangers on hard no right now because, again, you don't trust that management. And you got, again, rudderless direction. We're sitting here with 80 minutes to go before the NHL trade deadline. Vinny Trocheck, nowhere to be found right now in terms of the market. So I would move either the Rangers or the Predators down for the Sabres. Anybody else? I mean, if you have to have 10 teams, maybe I would. Seattle's I think that's the only one I would change right now. And Vancouver's a beautiful city, but like I don't know if I want to go there right now. Maybe in a year or two when the rebuild is taking a couple of more steps. But yeah.
Listen, you tried to convince me of Buffalo, and that's just still a hard no. So I just don't want to live in Buffalo. If I like, I there are so many other fun cities I'd much rather be a part of.
But if you want to win right now, they're giving you one of the better chances of winning in the NHL. And listen, I'm not saying that Buffalo is going to the Stanley Cup Finals this year or anything like that, but you look at their path and they're probably going to end up playing Detroit in the first round. They can beat Detroit in a 7-game series. Tampa Bay in a second round. If they don't get upset, maybe they get an easier opponent there. If not, you still, they went and beat the doors off of Tampa about a week ago, so they proved that they can play with them. So like Buffalo, whoever's playing in the Atlantic, if they get to the conference finals, they got a real chance. I mean, we're assuming it's Carolina out of the Metro at this point, but with the way if the Islanders maybe make one more major addition here, see what Pittsburgh does. There's no reason they can't be challenged in the second round. But I mean, right now out of the East, it's Carolina, but Buffalo could give them a problem. That would be a nightmare ratings matchup, Carolina-Buffalo for the NHL. That would not be ideal. Charlotte and Buffalo, not big market. Raleigh, Charlotte, and Buffalo, I should say, are not big markets. But
there would probably be there'd probably be a whole war there. They don't want that going on there. The NHL's like, hey,
final in 2006 when it was the Carolina Edmonton Stanley Cup. Carolina that year.
No, okay. How about this? I'll go to Buffalo as a pending UFA, and I'll be very clear that I'm not resigning. But I'll go there for like.
So you're going to do the Mikko Rantanen. You're not even going to be there for like a week before you're like,
no. At least no. At least I'll tell them though up front, or at least I'll tell my agent, hey, there is no guarantee that I am re-signing here. And to be fair, I would probably tell them up front, be like, hey, I'm just a pure rental. Like I'll help, but I'm leaving. I'm not hanging around here for, another whatever many years. There's so many other places I'd much rather go.
No, you have the Kings as yes right now, which I think is interesting because they're a team that's clearly like, all right, we're punting on this season, but we're going to try and come back next year. They're trying to do what the Rangers did last year at the deadline with the JT Miller acquisition. Trying to say like, hey, losing Fiala stinks. We're not playing well at home. They do have Panarin for a couple of more years now. He's not a rental. He's staying out there. Pacific's wide open. So like they could still sneak their way into the playoffs, but they're clearly not trading Fogle away. They're clearly not trying to get in this year and see what happens. If they get into the playoffs, it's because San Jose couldn't put it together enough. Anaheim's clearly going for it. Vegas clearly going for it. Edmonton, you can't count out despite the goaltending. And that's it for the Pacific. Calgary, Vancouver aren't going this year. It's just how it is.
The Pacific is wide open, right?
Seattle, Seattle might hang around. Seattle will be that team that's going to be, in the hunt for all the playoff graphics you see on ESPN, TSN, whatever. But I don't think they ultimately get there. It's them and the Sharks probably for that last wild card spot, I would say, because we're going to assume Utah adding Uyghur. Maybe they got another move up their sleeve. They're going to go gung-ho for that first wild card spot. So it's really Seattle and the Sharks for that last one.
Sounds about right. I would still go to LA. It sounds like a good place to live.
Yeah, because
for a little bit by the beach.
That's the thing. What I'm saying, like, hey, no expectations out of them. Maybe like I said, they get into the playoffs because San Jose and Seattle completely spit the bit. But next year, they're trying to come back. And I think that's what they're setting themselves up for is maybe a summer where they can go out and add things. I mean, I understand Fiala is not the be-all, end-all, but he's an important player to that team offensively.
No, well, again, I guess you and I have different no trade lists, but listen, I think there's one thing that you and I can both agree on is that food is necessary to live. So my boy Cam, like I said, first off, Cam is, I've now known him for at least over half my life. We went to school together once upon a time. Listen, don't ask him about many things in life. Dumb as a rock sometimes, but he is a fantastic chef now. He's been a chef now for over 10 years. He is head chef at one of the local establishments that we have here. He does his own catering, and it is some of the fantastic food. He caters a lot of our drafts, things that we do. So when we do fantasy football drafts, if we do it at somebody's place, it's catered. The last time I had some of his food was at the draft party. Went to a buddy's place. Obviously, he's bringing food. I've had some of the best mac and cheese in my life. So when Cam was nice enough to say, "Hey, man, if you say something nice about me, I'll bring you some food," I was like, "Man, I was going to say it nice anyways." But he still brought me food straight to my door. And listen, some of you can do the same thing. If you are in the Greater Montreal area or on the South Shore and you want some food, you head over to Chef Camo Co on Instagram, right? Let me help some of you who can't, because maybe you're a boomer and things happen. But look at this type of
I'm already
like
going to the feed over here.
you can get it on, like you can go pick it up, right? He's got a full menu that you can slide into the DMs and then say, hey, I'd like to order this, and then do so. Look at some of these absolute bangers. Like, this is a banger amount of, like, fantastic food here. They're just, I don't want to play any of the audio so I don't get rocked here. Look at these here. You can get your wedding catered if you need it. You can get your private event catered if you need it. You can also get just your fantasy draft catered if you need it. So I'm going to show you the fantastic stuff that I get to put in my mouth. By that, I mean food. So
I see a carrot cake recipe on there. Carrot cake, low key, one of my favorite desserts. Some people, oh, carrot cake. No, a really good carrot cake. Let's see what else I'm looking at.
And then there's me, who's just like, I'm like, hey, how about like the nachos, the pulled pork? I've had the pulled pork as well. I've had like the what is it? The ribs we did as well. I just
mac and cheese. Oh boy.
Yes, it's so again, if you can, he did Canadian Thanksgiving as well, full menu as well, full turkey. You could literally order a full turkey. So make sure you head over, right, Chef Camel on Instagram, slide into the DMs, place your order. You can go pick it up. He can bring it to you on any of the, on one of the set days when he delivers. Make sure I got here. This is what most people love. This is oh my God, I'm gonna drop. Milo was very excited. He didn't even bark.
He's hovering. He's no dummy.
Milo was just like, hey, man, you got food. Put this right here. Like, sometimes Milo's not great with people coming to the door, but if you have food, he's like, hey, I'm in. And Milo sometimes doesn't enjoy like the male presence at the door, but he was like, hey, Cam's here and he's got food. So he understands. So this is the buffalo chicken dip. And he said there's chorizo in here. Which is that's absolutely fantastic.
I'm just going through like chorizo wontons, maple barbecued fried ribs with slaw. Can you send any of that to Northern California?
Listen, I'm sure for like $800 you can get whatever you want. I got a meatball sub and it's literally warm. You know what I mean? It's literally warm. And I got something here. He told me, but I couldn't think of it. They look like egg rolls. But like, here's the thing that Cam knows me very well. He knows I'm not really a sauce guy. And he also knows that I can be a picky eater in life. So all of this, he already knows that I will eat it, which is fantastic. So I'm excited to take a bite out of whatever is here. So I'm going to put the sub here. Let me try one of these.
I'm watching the burger video right now. So I love
You can, like I said, listen.
There's no trades to talk about, so it's not like what are we doing here?
So listen again, right here, all the stuff you could want. Look at that, the dessert, your whole wedding, right? All these menus right? All kinds of snack. There was a Super Bowl menu as well, so you don't even have to like cook. This was that the chili. He's got all the sauces. He's got your soups as well. Your desserts are covered. There's no reason. So make sure you head over, right? Chef Cam Co. Slide into the DMs. You say, hey, man, I saw Chris eating food and I want that because I don't want to cook. I'm a terrible cook. So Cam and I kind of even each other out because I can't cook. And he makes fantastic food and I love it. So let me just.
Still nothing. Although Ovechkin and Tom Wilson less than thrilled about the John Carlson trade.
Oh, well, they should have been better. These are fantastic. I'm having a fantastic time here. These are great. So, a big thank you to Cam for doing his part in making sure that I stay fed today. Because if not, I literally told him, I was like, oh, I'm just going to order like chicken nuggets or something, because again, I'm a child. That's what I enjoy. And he was like, we don't have to do that. We don't have to do that. We can just bring you some food. And I was like, okay. And then he's like, say less. So now I got a sub.
Now I'm hungry.
I got these here.
And lunch is about an hour away from me, so hopefully there'll be some trades to munch on and digest here. You know, I'll say this. You know, we talked about the Kings clearly like are going for next year. It looks like the Capitals are doing the next similar thing. Like, all right, you know, even if we made the playoffs in the East, what are we really going to do? We don't think this is how Ovechkin's career ends, does it? Like it goes out with a whimper like this, with the Capitals kind of soft selling it. So, like, I think this means he's coming back, and maybe they try and give him a good one more kick at the can. Not like going crazy selling out, but I think they do try to. Them and the Kings are in very similar boats and looking ahead to 2026, 27.
Yeah, I can't imagine that, you know, maybe management saying, hey, look, let's move on from some pieces and, you know, do what we need to do, bring in maybe some other guys and just make life a little bit simpler, right? Kind of, maybe they can convince them to come back and say, hey, look, you know, it didn't work this year, right? There's things that need to be done. We moved on from some guys that help make us a better team in the future, right? Obviously, I mean, Ovi's not part of the future for, you know, forever. He is 40, but I don't think he wants to go out this way. He is competitive, probably, I mean, one of the most competitive players as they need to be if you're going to lead the entire NHL in goals scored of your career. So I think that's fair. I don't think he bounces. Not yet. He's not going back to Russia just yet.
No, I mean, it does suck to lose Carlson, especially going to a place like Anaheim. So Nick Delorier, according to Elliot Friedman, to Carolina. So trying to make themselves a tougher team to play against, which is something that we've seen out of Dallas, out of Minnesota and Dallas. Minnesota goes and gets Foligno and McCarron. You know, Bobby Brink gives him a little third line offense. Dallas gets Tyler Myers and Bunting, and now, you know, Carolina goes out and gets Nick Delorier. So it's a lot of teams looking to improve their bottom six here more than trying to make a big splash in their top six. I'll say this though, going back to the Carlson move, he's not leaving Anaheim. I think they signed him on a 2 to 3 year, you know, kind of deal. Especially once he gets out there. Quenneville knows what he needs, and he went and identified it. I saw somebody in a Sharks group earlier today going like, oh, well, the Sharks could have made that deal. Why wouldn't they go out and get Carlson? It's like, no, he doesn't fit the timeline. You're not bringing in a guy in his mid-30s. He wants a 3 to 4 year deal. No, if he was a few years younger, I would agree with what somebody said in there. But yeah, like that's not the move the Sharks need to make. That's not. He's too old for what they're hunting for. I do like the Nedeljkovic extension because him and I've been to 6 Sharks games this year. Half of them have been Nedeljkovic starts, and he settles that team down. He's exactly what you want in a backup. Askarov seems to really have a good bond with him. They seem to be buddies. They see like kind of like a little bit of a mentor type. So it takes them out of the running for Bobrovsky for sure. We talked about that on Total Hockey.
That's what I was going to say. It probably ends the Bobrovsky conversation if you're going to keep Nedeljkovic.
Maybe they put the tires on it and Florida, the asking price. They were like, Mike Greer was like, thanks, but no thanks. Like, I'll keep this guy for 3 years per. Like it's a smart, good signing for your backup. $3 million, and a guy that can play in bursts if you need him to. If Askarov has, you know, got a minor injury or struggling, but
no, you're right. I thought that was a smart. Like some players are going to get signed if they can. Others are going to be moved if they don't want to be around there. It's just. Again, it's trying to find which guys want to do what and who wants to pay the ridiculous price for anything. You know, that's what the asking. I guess that's what the price is. But these prices are a little too high. Speaking of prices that are not too high, though, I'm going to open one because I've been staring at this for like 3 days. Because I was like, hey, I feel like I should open this in your presence as somebody who opens things. Right, like you enjoy them. I was like
one of these for a little bit.
There, I still have the one, like I said in total from last year because it was hanging around. I felt like it's only appropriate. So let me see what's in this first one here. This there's a box. Okay, so let me just put that. So the box just says Star Sticks.
All right.
I feel like this is a reveal. I don't have the cam like you do because, you know, you're a professional. I just show up here. I don't want to break the box.
There we go.
Open it. Oh, look at that. We got a Quinn Hughes. And he is wearing the correct uniform.
I guess
Look
they
at
did
that.
the promotion. Either they had to update the boxes or the promotion came about after the trade. But nonetheless, that's a good pull there. Quinn Hughes, guy who's
Very good.
I was looking at Minnesota Wild. They're like maybe they could add a defenseman, but then I'm like, you know what? Like Quinn Hughes is just going to be playing like 28, 30 minutes a night anyway.
Yeah.
So why would you waste the resource? You got a guy that's going to play half the game.
I also now know that Quinn Hughes uses the Bauer Vapor Flylight, which makes sense. He is a Bauer guy. I know you're a card guy. I am a stick guy. I enjoy my hockey sticks. I have the Bauer Vapors. I've used the Flylight a little bit. I decided on the last stick, I bought the CCM Vision just because the handle was, instead of it being 4-sided, it is now 6-sided at the top. It's a different grip. I will say this, it did take me a minute to get used to just the way it sits in your palm. But what I've enjoyed about the Bauer Vapors is just the low kick point on the Flylight. I remember getting the APX2. This was way back. And it was a special edition. I got it as a gift for, I think it was Christmas, or I think I split half of it with someone. It was part of my gift. And I remember that was one of the first hockey sticks that I bought that was like pricey. And it's like now hockey sticks, as you know, are pricey AF. But the problem was, this was my first pricey one that I got that weighed like 400 grams. And this thing literally floated. And because again, it's never a skill issue. It's always, your stick is not good. So ever since then, I've been buying hockey sticks that are too expensive. I also no longer smack my stick into the glass or boards. Your stick in the glass or boards per 60 is 0. Because I'm like, I'd much rather, like, I once broke a stick because it got caught in like where the Zamboni door kind of like turns. It went right in there. And I remember going and I heard a crack, like as somebody else bumped into me. And I was so close that I was with him and I was like, God, I hope that's a rib. And like him and he started laughing. And I was like, I hope it's a rib. Because like your rib will heal. But it was a stick. And I was like, all right, well, so a nice little Quinn Hughes here with a nice little Bauer Vapor to go there. I'm going to do another one because now I have a disease.
No, I don't buy the expensive sticks. Like for me, like I find like, the clearance model from 2 years ago that's been marked down to like $100. And I'm like, all right, that's my style. I will say I've also like, I don't hit them off the glass anymore, but if you use the butt end because it's less likely to do significant damage. Like, and I had a bad game last night. So I definitely did that last night. That's fresh advice from about 13, 14 hours ago.
Well, listen, you can't be a superstar.
It was a rough one for me last night. It's all right.
Was it Evan Bouchard bad, or was it like, just happens,
I was probably closer to Evan Bouchard bad. So.
Well, the good news is nobody at Edmonton's talking about it, and I'm sure the media wasn't getting all behind it there. All right, so I got one nice Quinn. I'm guessing like the stick can come out of it. I don't want to take it out though, but I'm leaving it in here. All right, so this is the second one here. Let me see if I can do this properly now. I hope it's not a double. Yeah. Literally anything else. Literally anything else. Oh, look at that. We have an Austin Matthews stick here. He is definitely a CCM guy. That is on, what is he rocking here? The XF Ghost. Interesting. Okay. Well, listen, speaking of, I haven't said too many mean things about the Maple Leafs. I actually put him in so far in the trade here.
No, you're not going there, and I agree because it's going to be bad there for the next couple of years, and it's a fishbowl. I wouldn't want to go there either.
Where is it? Here it is. Listen, so far this is what we've got of some trade deadline winners and losers and not sures yet. The Leafs convinced somebody to give them a first round pick for Nick Waugh.
Yeah.
So at the end of the day, like you can't necessarily be a loser. Now, this can move, obviously. We can see some things drastically change depending on how the next hour goes, but they were able to get a first round pick for a player that hasn't worked out. Now, I did make sure to remind Leaf fans that once upon a time they tried to convince the rest of the world that 4 quarters is the same thing as $1, and it's not, right? Especially not in the United States, because like some machines like take dollar bills only, and you can't put quarters in it. So they tried to convince me that Mitch Marner, like you can just replace Mitch Marner's 100-point season with a Michelli and a Nick Waugh, and it's basically 100. And I'm like, well, sure, the math doesn't sure. But that is maximum delusion. And I had said at the time, and now Nick Waugh is already moving on. But again, you collected a first-round pick. It is what it is. I expect the Maple Leafs, I hope Treliving keeps emptying some of those contracts, right? Oliver Ekman-Larsson. That's a name I think that gets moved here before 3. We'll see if anybody else follows, right? Bobby McMahon has been talked. I don't think Matthew Nyes goes anywhere. It would nice. I would be surprised too if Scott Laughton gets moved. At some point, you need some guys in the room that have a little bit of character and a little bit of doing something that the Leafs don't have a lot of. So I don't know if Scott Laughton gets moved. If he does, it's going to be a pricey one, as it should. Like if you're paying a first round for Nick Waugh, you can definitely pay a lot more to acquire the services of Scott Laughton, who I, in my book, feel is better than Waugh. So we'll see how they decide to go down that path. But yeah, I haven't taken too many stabs at the Maple Leafs yet. I'm waiting, though, definitely waiting for them to give me a reason to talk poorly about them. So
we are 57 minutes away from the deadline here. And it's still now, listen, there's always that flurry of activity at 2:57 Eastern, and then trades come in, for that first 15 or so minutes, 20 minutes, maybe even as late as an hour after the deadline as things get processed on the league end. But man, it's
a slow process. Do you think they still fax in the trades?
I don't know if it's fax, but there's probably some antiquated process of how the trades have to be processed in a certain fashion to keep everything in order.
But it's not just calling, you know what I mean? I understand they have to call the trade register or whatnot, or you're probably waiting with the elevator music, but I'm sure at the end they're I don't think they're uploading the trade into a secure platform online, and they're just hey, this is the trade that we agreed on with every single condition. Part of me feels like there's a dude sitting there, they write it down and then they put it in the fax and they send it off, which would be very, very NHL, I would say.
And maybe both GMs have to call in and be I approve of this trade between, this franchise and that.
They get the assistant to be hey, just tell them I do, and that then we can process.
Here's my stamp.
Stamp of approval. That would make sense. I could see them literally using a stamp that says I approve something. All right,
it's like team logo. Like a monogram team logo.
Signs the team logo. There's got signature over it. He's here, this is as official. All right, last one here. We need anything but a Quinn Hughes and a Matthews. What are the other ones that I can get?
So there's Celebrini, Makar, Reinhardt,
McDavid, and Montembeault. So let's not get a double, right? Listen, that's what? That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's 8 chances. So we already have 2. So we're, 25% chance that we get a repeat, 75% chance that we don't. It's all how you look at it at the end of the day. All right. So here's the last one.
Non-repeat.
3-day bender here. Also, you can't buy them individually. So you have to buy a meal. So I've been pounding it down here. What do we got? We got a Sam Montembeault goalie stick here. Listen, that's what I thought we would get. I was assuming there would be a lot of Sam Montembeaults. I like how they call him Star, not based on this season, but that's okay. So he is rocking the Warrior stick. That makes sense. He's got the CCM helmet. He's got the Warrior stick. Like every single goalie in the NHL, basically, they all sport the true / Lefebvre hockey, right? The glove, the blocker, the pads. But okay, so so in this haul here, I didn't get a Celebrity or a McDavid, so it sounds like I have to eat McDonald's at some point again.
Got to keep going until you get a double. Got to keep going.
Listen, I got to do at some point you do it for the people. That's how I justify going through the drive-through. The last 2 times, so I go through the drive-through, I order it before, then I tell them the code when I get there, and they give it to me. The problem is the person at the window the last 2 nights has been the same person. So now they know. They're like, hey, this guy's coming here.
You've gone about the same time, or is it like you went different shift and they were still there?
No. So 2 separate days. So that means that this individual is working back-to-back shifts.
Did you go around like 2:00 each day? Like was it the same time?
No, yes. When did I? Well, so the first one was when I sent you the message. That was, I think, in the afternoon. Yesterday, I went after we did Total Hockey Now. So it was 2 different times. One of them was the afternoon. The other one was at a little bit later. I'm not sure when, like the afternoon, like maybe he was starting like the later shift, but I'm like, maybe I just go at like 1 a.m. to make sure I catch the night shift. That doesn't
maybe he's covering for somebody, and it's like,
if I show up there, if I go to McDonald's at 1 a.m. through the drive-through and this guy is still there, this man is employee of the year, or they are short-staffed, and I feel like the judgment is going to be massive. But listen, we collected 3 sticks, so I found some space on the thing here for right in the middle, so why not? Let me put this here.
I will say you could tell who the preferred franchises are in Canada, teams, and who aren't, because the Quinn Hughes was probably planned while he was a Canuck. So you assume that McDavid represents the Oilers, Montembeault the Canadians, and who am I leaving out here? Matthews with the Leafs. Nobody from the Senators, no Brady Tkachuk, nobody from the Winnipeg Jets, no Hellebuck, no Mark Scheifele. Nobody from the Flames. Dustin Wolf? Like, who do you even do from Calgary at this point? So it's clear who the top tier franchises are and who the second rate teams are. I just wish they had. Listen, I'm not a big McDonald's guy. I will say get the McDouble over the double cheeseburger because they season it differently. But I wish they had that promotion, because I'd be with you probably every other day, going there and getting lunch, or if my 6-year-old's like, hey, I want McDonald's for dinner tonight, like, okay, twist my arm. If they're giving away mini sticks. But by the way, Elliot Friedman tweeting that we've got some momentum between the Blues and the Islanders for Braden Shen. So that's where we're at this trade deadline. Is Elliot Friedman tweeting that there's momentum for a Braden Shen deal, which I would say is very mid-tier in terms of who's out there.
We have momentum.
It's a good move, but
also, for those of you who were, of course, wondering, because again, I am a child, those are Reuben egg rolls, by the way. Whatever is in them is fantastic. That's what I've learned over time. So Reuben egg rolls, for those of you who are looking to order exactly that. Let's take a look here. Of course, Marek is here as well. What would be the price on Kadri? I'm so glad you asked.
I think while hasn't been like your weight, like at some point your weight, like we know what the asking price is on Thomas, and everybody balked on that. So it's like until one of these centers move, I don't know what they ask. Like I would think at least a first, start there.
So obviously from the Sick Podcast, right? Brian Wild joining Tony Marinaro here. It sounds like this would be, I guess maybe, or the hypothetical package. That's what we're looking at here. First rounder, Arbor, Jackeye, Owen Beck. That's the package. To be honest, I don't think that would move the needle enough. I think the first round pick is fine. Moving Arbor, Jackeye is kind of like, you have to pick at one point. Like, do you want to play Struble? Do you want to play Jackeye? I would prefer to keep Arbor and then maybe move Struble, but I don't think the Flames would go down that path. The Flames also have a decent amount of defensemen, so I think maybe they want an offensive player in return. Owen Beck is just like a dream at this point. Like, I don't think he's going to develop into anything more than a third or fourth line guy who was, again, very, very responsible. He can play all 3 positions. He is more than capable of killing penalties, but it seems like a low offer. But if I'm Kent Hughes and I have to eat all that money, like I'm not giving you what you want. It just sounds like the Flames are not willing to retain money. which makes sense. But if you're not willing to retain anything and you're saying, hey man, you gotta take this all on, why am I'm doing you a favor? At on the other end, it's like, hey, I'm doing you a favor more than anything. That's what it is. So listen, I don't know where they want to go with this, but I'm not dead set on Nazem Kadri having to join, because if that is the offer, okay, if that's the way the cookie wants to crumble, okay, let's go back to the Montreal Canadiens. Let's go back to the Montreal Canadiens lineup. This is what it looks like as of 10 a.m. practice. I'm assuming that's got to be 10 a.m. on your side of the world, but if I bring in Nazem Kadri, now it means I got to take one of these centermen and I got to move it. So my assumption is Kadri goes into the two hole here, and then you have to move Kapanen out of the center role. I don't know if I want him to play on a wing. He has not been bad, right? So if you're not sending anybody in return, now you have an influx of just kind of centers that are not moving the needle either way. Here's kind of the problem. Jake Evans and Philip Deneau are basically the same. It's just one is a lefty, one is a righty. And if you're bringing Kadri in, like, I don't see them moving Jake Evans just because of, I get like vibes and everything are not part of hockey, but sometimes you don't want to disrupt the culture that's already in the room. And, you know, Jake Evans took less money and said, hey, I want to be here. And I think at some point you want to say, hey, look, Jake Evans isn't going to move the needle either way, but he's going to do the job that he has to do, and he's going to do it well. If there's anybody that I'm trying to move, I guess it would be, again, Philip Deneau. But again, you brought him in here. He's a left-handed center. He can win faceoffs. He can kill penalties. But I don't want to disrupt what Kapanen's doing to a certain extent. And if I do bring in Kadri, then somebody else has got it. Like, do I want Evans to play the wing? Probably not. Right? Do I want Deneau to play the wing? Again, probably not. I brought these guys in to play those specific positions. Montreal, I guess they probably do need a 2C, but I don't think you solve it now. Kapanen has been more than capable of playing. He is up there in, you know, top 5 in goals scored for rookies. So he's right there. He's played his part. I don't know why I'd want to penalize him. Right? He's a kid. He's a child. And I get the playoffs is a different story, but I'm not sacking him to the side so I can go add Nazem Kadri. When
it almost seems like they would, like we talked about yesterday, adding like a Jordan Kyrou would make more sense here than
the Canadiens need a winger. They need a winger who can score. Like, no offense to Alex Newhook, but like this, we got to stop with this. Newhook
is not a second liner. He's a third liner, fourth line. He's not a second liner.
Third line guy, great, you know, good speed, everything. We've seen him in this position before. He just can't finish. And again, it's not his fault. He's just not a finisher. It's not the role that he is. But like, if the Montreal Canadiens have that guy, I just don't think that Patrick Laine is going to stick around. And if he does, then I got to believe that he's playing. Right? If you don't move him, then it's saying, hey, we believe that we need you and we're willing to take you, you know, into the playoffs and make the run if we get there. And, you know, we're willing to let you go at the, you know, in free agency. I don't think Kent Hughes and the gang is saying, hey, we must move you, like, and get anything in return. I think they're more than comfortable in saying, hey, we have like a ton of picks still stocked. If we lose you for nothing, like if I'm going to get a 5th round pick, I might as well keep you and allow you the opportunity to help this team. And I think that's, again, more than fair to say I'm not just going to trade things away because I want to trade it. I'm keeping players that can possibly help me. Because again, Montreal Canadiens have not been healthy in a minute. So yes, now everybody's healthy. It looks like there's just a lot of things going on. But again, we got to make choices at some point, and when everybody's healthy, some guys got to sit. And I just think that the Montreal Canadiens can solve their own problems by putting Patrick Laine in the lineup. But that's why I sit here eating Reuben egg rolls. You know, we live different lives.
Elmer Soderblom heading to the Penguins for a 3rd round pick from Detroit. So there we go. That's the one that'll be the domino that pushes the rest of them down. There we go. I will say Braden Shen, if this does once we find out what the Islanders are paying for a guy like Shen, maybe that'll grease the wheels for the centers of him in the market. We'll say. I'm seeing, and as I've been scrolling around Twitter, keeping an eye on NHL Network on my neck of the woods, they're saying the asking price for Rasmus Ristolainen's way too high. Looking at, the Carolina Hurricanes with Minnesota being out on Vinny Trocheck, they're making a push for him. He's played there before. They know what they're getting out of him. So, we got 43 minutes according to what I'm looking at here clockwise. So something's got to happen.
Someone's got to start making a call. Someone's got to put start getting the NHL registry.
Plenty of people asking for practice, March or so, Eric Howla, but again, all these precautionary things, nothing's happening yet.
All these people waiting for last minute. NHL GMs must have been exactly like I was in school.
Are there communications issue? Like, is Bell Canada down or something?
No, not today. I guarantee you they would never let that happen. Not today. You imagine having to be on hold with, first of all, if you're on hold with Rogers, you may die. You may die waiting. Yeah. It's not it's not as it sounds like the Leafs may be trading Bobby McMahon to the Avalanche. We'll see how that goes. It says finalizing, whatever that means. Those are just terms. It sounds like the Washington Capitals are acquiring Timothy Liljegren. So one defenseman out the door.
That'll make Sharks fans happy because he's kind of worn his welcome out here. He had a decent start to the season, but is kind of, we'll say tapered off. So, Colorado just making a depth addition to their blue line. And then, they got Nicholas Waugh yesterday, so they're set down the middle. So, yeah, we talked about how adding somebody on the wing would work, and that certainly would fall into their plans there. So, again, not a lot of big game hunting here. A lot of, middle six, bottom six tinkering. No big stars going.
Still lots of time for some general manager to just push everything into the ground. I'm here to watch chaos, and right now they haven't given us any chaos. I want to see bad trades. Everybody is out here acting all rational, and I want them to do irrational things. Right? I remember the
Carlson trade break the market. They're like, oh, that just totally set everything. Like without, like I just, yeah. I mean, it's. And some of the mid-range moves are good. I mean, teams that I thought would maybe be a little bit more active here. I mean, I think everybody that you expect to be doing stuff is doing stuff. Colorado, Dallas, Minnesota, Vegas. Edmonton made their moves earlier in the week. They're probably hamstrung otherwise. San Jose, we'll see what they do. They really need a right shot defenseman, but maybe it's not happening here. I mean, looking at the Central, Utah's made their moves. Maybe they got something left in the tank here. Nashville's got a lot to sell. See what else they do, but we're getting down to the wire here. But like you said, it just takes one to go. Let's see. So Braden Shen has waived his no trade to accept the deal to the Islanders. So now we're just kind of waiting on what the Bulls get back. So Braden Shen can play the center or the left side. I would just, maybe they keep Cal Ritchie as the second line center. Maybe they put Shen there and they move. I mean, I don't know how the Islanders are going to shake things around, but the Islanders are making moves to try and, with their eyes set on Carolina in the second round. They get them.
Listen, I said earlier, I would be convinced in going to play in New York if I had to waive a no trade clause. I would definitely go. There's no, it's
here's the thing about the Islanders. If you're a guy 30 or north, it is a great place to go and raise a family, all that stuff in Long Island. Like, maybe a 22-year-old, and maybe that dynamic changes now with Matt Schaefer in town and the team on the rise. But traditionally, where the Islanders play and where you have to live to play for the Islanders, that's much more of a family-oriented vibe. So Braden Shen at least fits that mold in terms of his age. So see.
Somebody else to help take care of, Shafe Daddy out there. Needs some type of veteran presence. But so it does sound like the Blues are doing something. it's taken a minute, but we'll get there. You're right. Elmer Soderblom, just like, I guess, like, cool, welcome. It doesn't move anything. Speaking of things that haven't moved, this guy has been asleep like all day and not cared until my buddy Cam showed up with food, and then he's like, "Oh, hey man, what's on your lap here, and how can I get a piece?" That's the only time he's really cared about me today.
Listen, it's just like my dog. You know, he'll be dead asleep all day, and then all of a sudden you take something out, you're eating lunch, and all of a sudden he's at your feet, and it's like, you're a 75-pound dog. How did I not hear you walk up?
He's
and
like,
I thought he said the Avalanche. He's for Lil going to Washington. Good, get him at like cool. Get him as far away.
Get him on the plane. Keep him moving. Oh man, Andrew, I got 2 Austin Matthews sticks from McDonald's and 1 Samuel Montembeau stick. Paid $66 Canadian for it. I'm hoping you mean the meals. $66 for the trios sounds about right. I know in the United States they call it a combo, but on this side of the world it's a trio. $66 for like. I'm assuming it's the big, like I don't know what is it, the Big Mac one. I've tried all 3 of them. The Big Mac, there was another one that they had, and then
do they have the big arch up there? Because that's been the thing they've been promoting big time lately.
That's big arch. You mean the product?
Yeah,
the Big Arch product, right?
Yeah.
I don't even think they legally can call it a burger at this point. I haven't seen it, to be honest. I haven't looked.
That was the one where the CEO took like the nibble.
Yeah, absolute. Like, tell me you've never eaten McDonald's without telling me you've never eaten.
You get
McDonald's.
the Burger King CEO coming out and taking a bite like a champ, and then the Wendy's one got in on it. It's like, what are we doing? Like, this is what society has gotten down to. Like, where's the Carl's Jr. CEO? Where's the Jack in the Box guy? Where's the like? Let's just make it like a big free for all. A&W. I know you got that up there.
The A&W one did come out. So the dude who does it, everybody who watches the A&W ads knows exactly. Like, that dude came out and did, like, parody of it as well. And he's been, chucking mama burgers and teen burgers forever. He's been taking bites out of it since,
Give me a good pop burger any day of the week.
I would prefer a teen burger, just minus the sauce, of course, and everything else that I don't like. That's kind of the issue with it. But no, those burgers have definitely been. But again, two Austin Matthews sticks. That's unfortunate. And the Sam Mont, I feel like the Sam Montembeau one's going to be popular. Unfortunately, sucks that you had to get a duplicate out of it. But maybe I will try. I mean, I didn't get a duplicate out of any of those, so maybe I try a different McDonald's.
I don't know. See, I would go if you keep going to the same one and getting different ones, I would ride that streak. Because if you go to a different one, maybe you'll catch one of the ones you have. Right now, it's been unique each time. I would just keep riding that. It's kind of like, the Dallas Stars are on a 10-game winning streak. You drive to the rink the same way, wear the same pair of sneakers. Like, we're not changing anything right now.
Gotcha. This isn't like your strategy behind over and unders.
Which, anecdotally, I say works, but
listen, as long as, here's the thing, right? They work until it doesn't. You know what I mean? So that's the most important part here. But speaking of overs and unders, you had teased it to me yesterday. You were like, "Hey, I got picks," and I was like, "Oh, who doesn't love picks?" Because the ones I gave out on Total Hockey Now definitely had a. Let's just say they didn't go exactly as I thought they would go.
It was a mediocre night. I did okay.
It was where it needs to be. The only thing I do remember is I did pick Utah to win, and the Flyers just did not care.
And I took the under in that one, so we were we read that one well. We got the Blue Jackets money line right. We got Ottawa puck line right, so we did all right last night.
Ottawa came out. They were a little bit slow out of the gate. I fell asleep in the second period. And I was like, oh, man, I hope I wake up to something good. And then, I mean, thank God Calgary just doesn't care. Because if I was on Calgary, let's say plus 1.5, thinking like it could be tight, those 2 empty net goals would absolutely have sunken me mentally into another planet. So, that was tough if you woke up that way and thought good things were going to happen. But then I thought, listen, apparently Vegas knows better because the Islanders just didn't care.
Yeah,
They were just like,
no,
no.
yeah, that was a bad one.
No idea why the LA Kings were favorites at home and where they were going to get all their goals. But I mean, let's look at us pretending we know better than Vegas sportsbooks. But I mean, that just didn't happen the way it is. So let me pull up here let's take a look at some options and some bets on some fantastic. Listen, I think today should be a holiday in the NHL, no games, but clearly the NHL doesn't want to do anything that would benefit anyone. So we'll go down a different path, I guess, here. Let's take a look at the games that we got, and then I'm going to write them down so I can make sure that I get the best of every world. Let me make this bigger.
By the way, shout out EJ Raddick for wearing a fantastic suit today. Very sharp color. The NHL Network coverage here in the States.
Listen, it's how you dress, right?
Listen, like you said, trade deadline's a big day. You got to put you saved one of your better suits for that day. Wait, we got here. I see first, third, and a prospect return for Shen. So if that's the market for Braden Shen is a first, a third, and a prospect, we might not see a lot of these centers go, or you're going to see people bring their asking price down drastically in the next 20 minutes or so. If that's a first and a third for Shen, what does that mean for Robert Thomas, Ryan O'Reilly, Vinny Trocheck? I'm like, come on.
Listen, sounds like a lot of guys are just going to be staying where they are. So it's been a blast. I'm glad I chose this trade deadline is a lot slower than the other ones. But listen, sometimes you can't really win them all. I mean, you would hope, but it sounds like that's not going to happen today for any of us. But here's what we are going to do, though. We are going to help put some money in the bank account so you can go out and get yourself a McDonald's trio and get yourself hopefully a stick that you don't have. Hopefully you're not getting to to Austin Matthews and a Samuel Montembeault, because that is a struggle bus, if I say so myself. So let's take a look at some of the options that we have here. I'm going to pull these up from DraftKings Sportsbooks because that's mostly where people can have their fun. Of course, as always, please play responsibly, gamble within your means. Okay. You don't do it for me. Do it for my mom because she doesn't like gambling at all. But we call it short-term financial planning, so it sounds better. Florida and Detroit kick off the 7:00 bracket. Detroit and Florida here. So the money line here is -148 for Detroit. Over under is set at 6.5. Heavy under. The puck line -1.5 +170 for Detroit. I did this earlier in the day because I was trying to set up everything before I got going and still managed. So I picked up Detroit. I'm trying to see. I picked up their money line that I know. I want to see if that odd moved. False. I took Detroit's puck line. Imagine thinking I know. I got Detroit's puck line at +174, +170, still pretty good. The Panthers are just they're just not a good hockey team. They don't just do anything. They were not good yesterday. Now they were close. It took a goalie interference, right, against Jack Greaves to kind of save it, but for the most part of that game, I was on point because I also had Columbus puck line and that one paid. So I'm going right back to the well here with -1.5 on Detroit's puck line. I don't see the Florida Panthers on a back-to-back, assuming Bobrovsky is there, having to play with the way he's played this year, keeping this game close.
So here's my read on this game. I took the Red Wings to win in regulation, +105. I got this yesterday. And I'm taking the over 6 here, -110. Panthers are 19-10 to the over on the road. Gibson's been up and down. He's definitely getting the start tonight for Detroit. So he's had some good starts. He's had some bad starts. And this is the thing. The Florida Panthers aren't going anywhere this year, but they're actually relatively healthy. So I'm just asking them to score a couple of goals here. It's for Florida. They've lost 4 in a row. This is their 4th and final stop on the road trip before they get Detroit again on Tuesday. And I think after the Wings blew it to Vegas the other night, that was a winnable game that they let slip away. I think they're looking to bounce back. So Red Wings in regulation and give me the over 6 here.
All righty. Over 6. Look at you working hard. Colorado and Dallas. This is a big boy. This is a big boy matchup. This one is probably the one I'll be watching on TV later. There's no way I'm not sitting in front of a TV for this one. Dallas actually slight underdogs at home, plus 102. The over is set at 5.5, minus 135. I'm assuming 6 is everywhere. Colorado puck line, plus 190. Listen, if you're going to give me Dallas, that is on an absolute run right now. If you're going to give them to me at plus money, like, I'm going to take it. I'm going to take, like, even if I think Colorado wins, like, I'm still not letting that Dallas value go to waste. You know what I mean?
So here's just to give you an idea of how people are playing this game. Yesterday, I took the over 6.5 at plus 114. Now it's down to 6 and 5.5. I know the Avalanche are overall more of an under team, but they're 500 at home with totals. Dallas shades to the over on the road. Dallas starting this 10-game winning streak, averaging 4.3 goals per game. Avalanche had a bit of a bumpy period that they seem to have put behind them, but they still had a little bit of a rough stretch there. The big 3-game stretch for Colorado here. Dallas, they're at Dallas and they're home from Minnesota on Sunday, Edmonton on Tuesday. Dallas getting Rupe Hintz back in the lineup here, so I liked it at 6.5. I like it even more at 5.5 here. I think we'll see some goals tonight. It's Ottinger and Blackwood, but even so, I think you're going to have two teams that are looking to, put out their prowess, we'll say.
All right. Like I said, I gotta take Dallas. You can't be giving me plus money at, on a team that's that's on this run. It's gonna end at some point, and if it ends tonight, well, then I'm the problem. Speaking of problems, the Vancouver Canucks and the Chicago Blackhawks play hockey tonight. Man, listen,
I stayed away from this one. Well, apparently the Canucks have like a 7-game road winning streak against the Blackhawks or something like that. So
I can't imagine that number being anything close to like carrying, because the Vancouver Canucks are just a mess. They're guys coming out of the lineup. I expect them to have more names be moved before, in the next 20 minutes before the trade deadline officially comes to an end. I look at the Blackhawks and they are slightly better at home. Yes, they've lost a lot of bodies. Yes, there are guys out of it, but the best player on the ice there is Connor Bedard, and the best goalie on the ice is Spencer Knight. So the Vancouver Canucks here have been bleeding goals. They managed to score 4, but they still gave up 6 to Carolina. So they've allowed 5 or more goals, I think, in 4 of their last 5. They've lost what feels like a million games in a row. I actually took the Chicago to regulation. So I took their 60-minute money line, which I think I found, or if I check here, I'm pretty sure I can find. I think you can get it at plus money still, which would kind of be good, plus 100. Okay, so even money on Chicago in regulation. I gotta take it. I gotta take plus money. And listen, if I lose because this game goes overtime because it's like 2-2, you know what I mean? Like that's on me. That's on me for believing in any of these teams. I can't get behind, like, maybe the over hits, but like at the same time, like neither one of these teams have any type of offense that could do damage. So,
yeah, no, this is a stay away spot for me. One little interesting wrinkle I just kind of saw trade deadline related is because the Sharks are playing the Blues at home tonight and the Islanders at home tomorrow night, the Islanders and Blues are actually in the same hotel. So I'm sure that made making the trade easier. Because can you imagine just like, hey, yeah, I'm in room 627. Come on down. Let's chat. Let's make it happen. Like that does grease the wheels a little bit when you're in the same building. It's like no games of like putting this guy on hold or whatever. Like, we're in the same building. Let's just go talk.
I think that would probably help. What a coincidence, too. I feel like teams like, hey, can we get the same hotel? It's different floor, but if we need anything, or if you have to waive the no trade clause, maybe send somebody up and be like, hey, room service. Yeah, are you willing to waive, by the way? Just come on over here. That is actually quite hilarious that teams, I think it was 1 year. It was the deal for Oh man, it was Seth. It was Seth Jones, and I think it was Ryan Johansson going the other way. Between what is it, Nashville and Columbus that year that Seth Jones was traded. And it's like they met at the airport, like wherever they were connecting at, and it's just like, hey man, like, good luck or whatever they had said things. And I think like the story, I don't know if like how my memory is a little bit faded from it, but like baby was like, hey, you can just like stay here, stay at my place while you're here. And then like the other was like, okay, just stay here while you're in it, because don't forget, you got to take your whole family, and if you do take your whole family, move them. I guess it would be nice to have a house stocked with a fridge, to not have to worry about it. But
Bruce Gario saying that we're going to start seeing a flurry here coming down, which I hope he's right. So
thank God we've only waited all day for it. Speaking of having to wait all day, for those of you who live on the East Coast like me, Montreal and Anaheim, Montreal Canadiens are doing their West Coast road trip in an exact West Coast fashion. It hasn't started off well. So the Canadiens seem to have everything in control, and then your San Jose Sharks just, Montreal had a comeback. They needed that, third period start, which was possible, and then, the Sharks did what they do, which is score goals. So Montreal and Anaheim here, the over is set at 6.5 at -142, just to give you an idea of how this is going. Anaheim sitting here at -1.5 at +225. The money line dead even at 100 and at -110 on each side. So if that doesn't tell you what Vegas is thinking, I think they know where all the goals are going to be. Right? It sounds like it's going to be in this game, but Montreal is their offense is elite on the road. They've had no problem scoring goals. Keeping it out of their goal has been an issue. Samuel Montembeault is currently expected to get the start. We'll see if that is true in the next 40 minutes, assuming he does not get moved. I can't. I got nothing. I just -142, just a little too much juice there. And also, I think maybe Lucas Dostal could do one of those things where he stands on his head.
So I got this. So I placed this bet yesterday. I got the over 6.5 -120 at Caesars. It's the second and third best over teams in the league, and no word if Carlson's going to play tonight. I doubt. I mean, he does have the time difference working for him if he got on a plane late last night or early this morning. But I doubt he's going to suit up tonight. So it makes it even more of an overplay for me here. Dostal has allowed 4 goals per game in his last 4 starts since the Olympic break. Either team could win this one, but I'm not going to look like, to me, this is a surefire over. I know it's kind of juiced up to -142, but we're going to see some goals tonight. And they did do you a favor, because the Ducks game is normally a 7 o'clock Pacific puck drop. They gave you 6 o'clock tonight. So 1 extra hour, 9 instead of 10. It's a Friday night at least, so you'll be able to make it up.
Listen, I'm so ecstatic. I'm really happy that they were able to reasonably accommodate me in that way. So that's kind of fantastic here. I'm not going anywhere near what that game is happening. Another game I kind of didn't really care for is Carolina and Edmonton. Edmonton they're slight underdogs at home. It makes sense. Carolina here -115. The over is set at 6.5 -135. Carolina's slight puck line favorites here -1.5 +200. The over 6.5 sitting at -135. Like the over seems like just a guarantee. It's not like if it'll happen. It's like when will it happen?
I mean, Edmonton's been scoring goals lately. I know Bussy's on a 9-game winning streak, but he's let in a few goals here and there. So yeah, I don't have a play on this game, but gun to my head, I would take the over here.
I wonder if goalies have I also feel like goalies being confirmed. Tristan Jarry is starting. Bussy started last game, and in a rare off night, he allowed 4 goals. So maybe they elect to turn to Freddie Anderson tonight, and I feel like he could get victimized. In the famous words of Leon Draisaitl, they're going to have to score 5. So if I'm using that logic, then we're probably getting there. I will swallow this one. I will swallow the 6.5 at -135. It's just there. I think we see enough goals to care. Carolina also, I think they're still tops in shots per game on the road. So if Jerry is seeing a lot of rubber, it's going to end up in the back of the net. It's not a question of if, it's a question of when. Speaking of when things will happen here, St. Louis, they will be at the Shark Tank to take on San Jose. San Jose minus 135 favorites. The over-under set at 6.5. Under is minus 130. San Jose slight puck line favorites here, plus 190. I actually took San Jose in regulation. The money line flat out. You could go all the way to taking them in regulation. If you're really feeling bold, you can see if they cover the puck line. But I just wanted to sit for, like, San Jose can be all over the place. So it's good enough value here. St. Louis is liquidating guys. I just took San Jose on their money line, and I'm more than willing to swallow that.
San Jose entering a back-to-back. They got the Islanders at home tomorrow. I'm actually going to the Islander game tomorrow night, so that'll be fun. I took the Sharks in regulation here. When the total first came out, it opened at 6.5, and I was thinking about the over. I didn't play it, and now it's down to 6 and 5.5 in some books. And when you look at why, Joel Hofer has actually played pretty well in his last 3 starts. He's only allowed 4 goals in that 3-0 run for him. The Sharks, yes, they're going to look to push the pace here. Like you said, with the St. Louis lineup situation, who's actually still going to be dressing by the time they actually get the puck drop here. And they haven't announced their goalie yet, but I would think you would play Askarov tomorrow against the Islanders. So you go Nedeljkovic, fresh off signing the contract today. He's allowed 1.6 goals per game over his last 5 starts. So, that makes me think this could be an under situation here, but I'm going to stay away from the total. There's too much volatility, but give me the Sharks to win in regulation. I think they get this one home. They're a better team than the Blues. I don't like the matchup for St. Louis.
I could go with that. I thought this should have been. I thought the Sharks should have been at least minus 150, sitting somewhere there. I get Holfer's played better, but you still have to score goals, and that's St. Louis has no idea how to find the back of the net, even if they tried. So I'm glad we could go through there. Last game of the evening. Minnesota and Vegas, they get to meet up and play some hockey. I have no idea how the Vegas Golden Knights are slight favorites in this game. It's kind of wild here because they are. So Vegas is the favorite, but Minnesota is minus 1.5 on the puck line. So I feel like maybe DraftKings isn't quite sure. Money's going in on some other side. I don't think we know who's starting in net. Listen, to be fair, Akira Schmid's getting the start. Okay. I was hoping it would be Aiden Hill because he has been an absolute dumpster fire this season. But, give me Minnesota's money line all day, every day. With all the trades that they've been making, just give it to me.
And it is Nedeljkovic going for the Sharks, that is confirmed. I looked at this one, Minnesota's beaten Vegas 5-2, and then what was the other time they played this year? 3-2 in overtime. So this is their third and final meeting this year. This should be an entertaining one. This is probably going to be a nice one to flip back and forth to with Carolina, Edmonton for the late slate, and Anaheim, Montreal. So you got some good hockey on for me for post dinner time. Although I'll miss a lot of it tonight, unfortunately. I'll get home for maybe the third period of a couple of those games. But nonetheless, there was nothing here that really jumped out at me. I'm staying away. I could see going over or under, money line either way. I would take Minnesota on the money line, but not making a pick here.
You think Vegas can keep up?
We'll see. It's. Like I said, I don't have a good read on this one. So
interesting. Okay. Well, listen. Every time I feel like I got an absolute fantastic read, the Vegas gods come back and they're like, "Okay, slow down there, Chris." But no, you give me
over maybe lean that way, but over in the wild would be my leans.
No, I need all the value on Minnesota. Minnesota is again, to me, I don't know if I'd go as far as the puck line because I feel like the empty netter is going to be very, very key in this one. But no, I would absolutely hammer home Minnesota. they're the better team. Yes, there's a lot of things at the bottom of that line. Like they got so many bodies coming in, and I get that. Like sometimes that can not disrupt. It's like guys are trying to learn the system and everything, but like the core is still in place, and they've been playing together, forever.
And Vegas has gone to overtime or a shootout, I think, at a third of their games this season. So, like, even the Minnesota regulation play, probably not a great way to go there because of that, because Vegas plays so much extra hockey.
Yeah, maybe. I guess, well.
Well, I'm
still stuck on. I'm trusting Minnesota. So obviously, we know how this goes. Minnesota will let me down. It's not a question of if, it's a question of when. That's
the thing that I think will be fun to watch on the stretch, at least in the Central Division. We know it's Colorado, Dallas, Minnesota. Colorado probably wins that division, but Dallas and Minnesota separated by 3 points. Dallas has a game in hand with that 3-point advantage. Is the home ice between Dallas and Minnesota. That's going to be something to watch down the stretch to see who's going to have the game 7 in their building. Yeah, Utah's not going to close that gap, but yeah.
And you like in that, especially for that series, you want home ice. Like you need it. So it's not like saying, oh, it doesn't matter, yada yada yada. Like we could play anybody and face anybody and all these kind of things, yada yada, blah blah blah. No, you need it to happen, right? You need home
you look
ice
at the moves they're making. They're both trying to get tougher to play against in their bottom 6 with their blue lines, at least with Dallas. So they're gearing up for. They know what's coming, and that's what they're trying to aim for. And then having that last change, being able to get that matchup you want. Because let's face it, I don't think anybody would think a Dallas-Minnesota series is going any less than 7. I think it
needs to go 7 for the rest of us to, you know what I mean, have a little bit of fun here. That's it. It needs to go 7 because if it's anything short, it'd be a tragedy.
The only and that's the thing. You look at the landscape of the league in general. There's only 2 playoff matchups that I think we're pretty much guaranteed at this point. It's Dallas, Minnesota, and Pittsburgh Islanders. I think those 2 you can probably lock those in right now, and then we'll see what happens. Who's got home ice? But those are the 2 I think. Looking at them as that those would be the matchups today. I think those 2 will be the matchups come in April.
Very, very good. All right, so those are our best bets for the day. So that means that, again, none of it, please play responsibly, but at the same time, it just means that, if we win a bunch of them, you get free McDonald's, or at least that's how I see it. I see some free McDonald's here. I'm trying to see if anything
10 minutes
of importance has happened, and it doesn't. Oh wait, hold on. Here's some fun stuff being confirmed. Derek Pouliot is going to Chicago. Adrian Thompson is going to the Rangers. That's what we were all hoping and waiting for. We were all hoping to know who Derek Pouliot is.
Nothing moves the needle like depth trades between 2 teams going nowhere near the playoffs this year.
Listen, it's these I feel like we got a bunch of stuff that's kind of locked up in the pressure cooker here, just trying to see if it'll get over the line. Also, we got to make sure that all the players that have no movement clause, and make sure that they transfer over, right? We don't want another what was it, the Evgeny Dodonov deal where he was traded and then they're like, oh, he didn't waive because Ottawa forgot to bench in something, and then that he's like, hey, no, actually you're going back, thanks for hanging out kind of thing. But no, we'll see if a couple more, hopefully they come in, because we need something. The world needs it.
Rasmus Ristolainen in practice today. So while you're seeing other teams pull guys out of practice just in case they get moved, Philly said, no, you go do what you got to do.
Yeah, Philly's like, hey, man, we could get you for something good, but instead we're just going to leave you here and, try to figure it out at that point. So, listen, while we wait for a bunch of people, I just want you to know I ate them all.
Good for you.
The Reuben egg rolls are gone.
I've got leftover frozen pizza waiting for me, so good for you.
I got the sub. I will heat it up later, and I'll probably eat it later with the buffalo chicken dip. But make sure, like I said, that you check out Chef Camo Co. on Instagram. Go through the menu, go through the DMs, and say, "Hey, man, I saw Chris eating this, and I don't want to cook." So go ahead, get your order in. Then he can bring it to you. You can go pick it up on whatever set day he does so. Okay, so make sure you go out, get your food. Make sure if you have an event that you're like, I don't want to cook for a whole bunch of people, save your wife or girlfriend or mistress the time of having to put food together. Just order some catering service from Chef Camo, and all that stuff can be put to you. You can do it for your wedding, you can do it for your corporate event, you can do it for your fantasy event. Fantasy baseball is coming up now. It's right around the corner. Right? Why would you go to a bar or restaurant, spend $50 a head when you can have it all catered to you in the comfort of your home with all your boys? You drink, cheap beer. You can have dip. You can have soup. You can have all the type of desserts that you want with all the pulled pork you need. So make sure you go ahead and do so. While we wait, I was going to open this one pack that's been now I feel like is vintage, the Series 1. Last time you were here, I need you here so you can tell me if any of this is good, because I have no idea. All I know is I saw your face and you were like, oh, this is good. You also have to tell me so I opened this, and which card am I supposed to move into the end spot? Or
I mean, I'm not one of these like slow reveal people.
You don't care. You just pull. Okay. I know other people do it, and I'm like, I have no idea
what. Want to rip along with me and watch what I'm ripping? I'm not going to make them wait. Like, I find that annoying. Like, oh, it's going to be a hit. Like, I get the slow reveal. I get the point of it. Like, that's not my thing.
Well,
see what we got in your pack, and then I have a pack too. If there's no trades that happen here in the next 6.5 minutes.
So, Peter Chekhov, look at that, beautiful. I know he's hurt, but if he was not, he was still in Nashville here. Roman Yossi, look at that little beauty here. Oh man, this one's gonna absolutely sting, and I am here for it. Mitch Marner, but in a Leafs jersey. Yes, sir.
Go. There you go.
Listen, this was the guy they deemed to be the problem, but hey, don't worry. Nick Waugh and Machete fixed all of that. This one also a little bit old. Philip Kurashev hanging out over here, having a good time.
Kevin Kerr is tweeting that the Flyers are done for the day. So Rasmus Ristolainen not going anywhere. Nobody wanted to meet that asking price, it seems.
Damn. Well, I guess we can't have everything. But again, bad teams stay bad because of management here. Look at this little Mikhail Sergachev. Sergachev and Uyghur now on the back end. Holy, that's a lot of shot blocking, puck moving, firing at the net. You're gonna like this one. This was a nice one. Little Logan Couture here.
Right here. A little Young Guns retro look there. There we go.
Look at that little bad boy. That's actually pretty nice.
He still needs to get his proper farewell from the organization. Like I understand that ended a not ideal way with his injuries and stuff, but he deserves his day in the sun with the Sharks. He's one of the franchise greats. So
listen, he was there to help that team grow. There was a time where they were competitive. The Joe Thorns of the world were around with the Marlins. Yeah. So listen, he definitely deserves it. This seems cool. So I need you to tell me if it is actually cool or not. But this is a little Sidney Crosby kind of whatever this
gaming insert thing. Yeah. That's listen, there's certain players at a certain point, even Crosby cards, Ovechkin cards, Celebrini right now, McDavid, even if it's base cards, just put them off to the side, keep them in good shape because they eventually. But that's a good one. That's a cool one.
I just like I am a child. I just want you to know if it has lights and it flashes, I'm like, yes,
you're in.
Definitely. All of this. Look at this little point. Oh man, I'm learning so much now. Oh, poor. They did him absolutely dirty here. This is Willie Nylander. Look at his aim bots. And I know the camera doesn't do it justice, but it says 50% between the legs. And is that 5%? Oh, 75% blocker side. That is Craig Anderson in goal, by the way. I don't know if they're referencing him just pumping Anderson 75% of the time high blocker, but This one looks pretty. Again, another one that has light and shines. So I'm in for that one. These ones look pretty base, but I'm still happy with it. Brock Faber, look at this little bad boy. He's actually gotten better, I think, since Quentin Hughes showed up, which I thought a lot of us thought maybe he would fall off. It's been the exact opposite.
No, I think they realize that Brock Faber's a very, very good defenseman, but he's probably more of your second best defenseman and not your top defenseman. And obviously, Quinn Hughes in town. It's no debate who's the top defenseman there.
Makes sense. Listen, we know this guy's not the top defenseman here. Darnell Nurse, the exact reason why McDavid does not have a Stanley Cup ring. It's kind of funny here because, again, I got these last year, so we're missing the 2024, 2025 stats. He's had 140-point season, over 40 points. That one came in 2022, 2023, 43. I know it's not all about points with Darnell, but in 10 NHL seasons, he has 3 power play goals. So which is kind of wild because I get he's on the second unit, but still, just being around any of those guys, you would think he'd get a couple more.
2 minutes, still nothing. 2 minutes.
Damn. JT Compher, that's
he's currently their second line center right now, which we all thought, okay, they got a second center, bump him down to the third, and now you're talking. Now you're cooking.
And look at this, finishing it off with Andrei Svechnikov. Remember when he got off to an absolutely terrible start to the year and people were like, oh my God, he was on the fourth line. Maybe he gets traded. He seems to be okay. Seems to be good. So listen, we went through all of those. Those were fantastic. Those were good middle ones. I'm going to put these with my Tim Hortons one next to the Series 1 box that I got here from last year. So I feel like that was a success. I think it was a success.
Now I'm going to do my pack here since I got the Series 2 for the same year, and there's no trades to talk about. We start off with your favorite, Kirby Dach.
Keep him.
All right.
He's yours.
Alex Turcotte, who's a nice little Swiss Army forward there for the Kings. About moving around the lineup. I think he had a power play goal last night, so maybe he's getting going again there for LA. We got Garnet Hathaway from the Flyers. I like those black Flyer jerseys. They're sharp.
Thank God somebody likes the Flyers and something.
We got the Nuge, Ryan Nugent-Hopkins.
Yes. Okay.
All right. So Edmonton, maybe if he had maybe if he didn't have a no move clause or anything like that, they could dangle him for something, but that's not the case. We got Derek Ryan also pictured with the Oilers there. Like keep an eye on the screen, make sure nothing pops up. Another Flyer here, Cam York.
Okay.
Nothing special there. We're still going here. We got Pontus Holmberg.
Okay.
Finish strong. It's going to finish stronger than it started.
This is like the trade deadline. It's going to finish strong.
Hopefully. We got a Tyler Seguin base card here, although not good news for him that he probably won't see him again this season. Maybe Dallas to something else. Hold on, we got a tweet here. What do we got? No, it's talking about Dusty Baker, so that's baseball related. We got the man, Sidney Crosby.
Yes. It's always a good day when you pull a Sid in anything.
Even a base card, and that's a good shot of him right there. Hopefully he gets back in the lineup soon. We've got on a heater, Nate McKinnon. There we go. That's a nice one.
Ooh, look at that that one lights up nicely.
Very nice. We do have a Young Guns here. It is a Maverick Lamoureux. I'd say I know much about him, but a Young Gun is a Young Gun. And then we close the pack with a playlist insert of Leon Draisaitl.
Ooh. That one lights up too. Okay.
All right. So decent cards, but according to my clock, it is 12:01 Pacific.
No, it is. Listen, it is 3:00. I listen. The phones are slow, man. They're probably still using dial-up internet. There's got to be something coming through. There's got to be something pushing the way.
I can't say that I've looked up like what the worst deadlines were previously in terms of activity. And like neither one of us are people that are going to be pounding the table being like, where were the trades? Blah, 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 blah. But this is got to be one of the most low-key, boring, least active trade deadlines ever. And NHL Network needs to stop with the stupid trade alert for the Nick Delorier trade that happened almost an hour ago at this point. Like, because at this point, like, we're starved for something. So you see that trade alert thing, you're like, oh, okay, maybe we'll get something here. Maybe a Justin Falk, maybe a Jordan.
Yeah, false alarm. Listen, I think this is what's happened is some teams, right? And we're not going to name them, Colorado and Edmonton, overpay for certain bottom tier players, right?
Jason Dickinson, Nicholas Waugh.
Right. Again, we're just, not naming names, but those exact people.
I name.
And then other GMs say, well, if that's that's the price, right? That's the price. Two guys overbid. And they said, well, okay, that's the price, I guess. So now everybody else is like, again, there are smart general managers out there that are saying, listen, it's not an all cost, like go out and get somebody at all costs. I think we're seeing a wave of general managers that understand, listen, it takes time to build. We want to add, but we don't want to absolutely strip everything down and just, have this fall apart. So if prices were too high, maybe that helps for next year. I got to take next year's trade deadline off as well and hope that some managers go out there and say, listen, we cannot just go out there and say, hey, this is the price. This is what we want. Give us like 4 first-round picks, or the equivalency of it. Like it doesn't work. It doesn't work. Like St. Louis not moving Thomas or Kyrou. Like I feel like those are probably, again, more off-season deals and stuff. But the Rasmus Ristolainen not getting done. Like, let's go. Right.
Bobby McMahon to Seattle. I don't know what's going back to Toronto, but Bobby McMahon off to the Kraken.
Damn, he did not have a no trade clause, so unfortunately he's got to go that way. But all these, there should have been players that have moved. And again, maybe some of these here will trickle in as we slowly wind down. I'm assuming the phones will finally be updated as of 5 p.m. Eastern. But there should have been more. But if price is too high, price is too high. You know what I mean? Like it's a tough economy out here, including for general
got a first and a third, just to kind of illustrate that point even more. Maybe teams that were selling weren't willing to budge off that price or be like, all right, let's lower it. We got 5 minutes to the deadline. We're willing to come down on X or Y. I mean, again, like you said, trades will roll in here for the next 15 to 20 minutes. But the thing is, usually you'll have trades rolling in well past the deadline for busy trade deadlines because they have to keep up with all these trade calls. There has not been that much, even though, there hasn't been anything sexy, but even on the mid-tier deals, it hasn't been super busy that they're going to be backed up to we still got to process 6 more trades here unless they all came in the last 15 minutes.
At 3:30, they're going to be like, "Hey, actually, the phone lines are open. If it's you're good, that'll be what it is." But
all right, we got one. Justin Falk to Detroit.
Oh, there. Okay, so listen, absolute perfect timing here as I pull up the win, notcher, and loss tracker for trade deadline here. So, I guess now I have a second head to help me here make sure that we're going through it on the same round. Let's start with, you know what? Let's start with the Islanders. I don't know if I want to consider it a win for what they paid as well. And they didn't really add anything else. I don't think it's fair to say that they lost. So I'm going to put them in the not sure category. I just felt like they should have done a little bit more than overpay for Brayden Schenn.
The return for McMahon is a second and a fourth. So solid. So that's a solid return for McMahon for Toronto. I would agree with putting the Islanders in the not sure category just because of the price they paid for Brayden Schenn. I'm more inclined to say they won the deadline just because this is a franchise that, they've been the butt of jokes for a long time. Now they're actually starting to, they get Lou Lamoriello out of town and look what happens. So obviously Matt Schaefer also has a big reason to do for that. But they decided we're going to go for it. The East is wide open. It's Carolina, Tampa, and everybody else. And they're not unbeatable, Carolina, Tampa. So I'm fine with that where they are, but I could see them at least. They made a move to try and make themselves better and tougher. And I don't want to say they overpaid. It's just the way the market is. I guess that's what the price of business was. So,
no, that sounds That's fair. I can live with that. Let's go to Seattle. I'm just going to put them in the L. I mean, all they did was acquire Bobby McMahon. Like, not that Bobby McMahon isn't like. Does he move the needle?
They signed Eberle to an extension, so
okay. Well, for a team that can't score, all they did was add Bobby McMahon, and I mean, I'm not saying a second round pick is like too much, but considering what some of those players were being paid for, but I don't know, man. That's a lot for a player that didn't need to be.
I mean, Berkeley Catton, maybe they're waiting for him to come around a little bit. Shane Wright was a guy that maybe was floated out there that they can, try and flip him into something else. But again, still time to go here. But yeah, for a team that needs scoring, like I don't fault the moves. I think they understand they need to try and make a little bit of a push to try and get that last playoff spot in the West, but they're not going to go crazy to do it either. So, bringing in McMahon, I'm okay with that. It's not it's not going to move the needle too much, but it does improve them a little bit because, like we said, if the landscape of the West right now, the three teams in the Central, looks like Utah's going to have that top wild card spot. You're going to have three teams out of the Pacific. If they're Vegas, Edmonton, and Anaheim, that leaves that leaves the Sharks and the Seattle battling for that last spot. So,
Bobby McMahon, 1 goal short of tying his career high with 20. He's never had more than 34 points in a season. So, it's just not enough for Seattle. Maybe they couldn't get it done, right? There's also that possibility. Maybe they didn't want to pay the price, which is totally understandable for that franchise to not want to spend up and,
here's an interesting one from Elliot Friedman. Ryan Strome from Anaheim to Calgary. So maybe that's a precursor of clearing some cap space to another move that's going to trickle in here. Poor Ryan Strome. I mean, you go from being on a team that's very likely heading towards the playoffs to a team that's going to go nowhere near it for the next 2 to 3 years.
And he's got to live in Calgary now. Nothing wrong with living in Calgary. It's just not living in Anaheim.
It's not Orange County, California.
It's not. So let me just update. I mean, Calgary still, does Calgary even win? I don't, yes, they've done enough. I'll leave them in the win category. It does seem like we do know what's going back here for Justin Falk. So St. Louis gets a first round pick, a third round pick, and Justin Hall. I feel like they forced them. They're like, hey, you will take this and you will like it. And St. Louis is like, all right, I guess we will. So I had Detroit in the not sure. Now that they've added Justin Falk, I will move them into the yes.
They addressed the need. They needed more of a presence on that blue line. Falk will fit in nicely on that second pairing. Like you said, he can step in and run a power play when he needs to. He can kill penalties. Like, listen, Detroit knows they're going to have to deal with Buffalo and Tampa in the first couple of rounds here. So they needed some help on the blue line. They went and got it. So
they did. Like, he's not an over-towering guy, right? I mean, he's 6 foot here, 215, not bad. He's also not, like, you feel like Justin Falk is like 37, but he's not. He's 33. He still has one more year on his deal at 6.5. So next year, if for whatever reason Detroit's not competitive, they can move him as well. He had a modified no trade clause, so I'm assuming he was like absolutely okay with doing so. We'll see what happens with Colton Parayko here, because if he doesn't move, I feel like that's a missed opportunity for St. Louis. I'm gonna put St. Louis in the not sure for the moment. I don't
think he's going anywhere, because if he was going to waive his no trade clause, and Anaheim and LA were the teams rumored. Well, LA's clearly not buying at the deadline, so they were out. And Anaheim, once they got Carlson, they were probably like, you don't need any more defensemen. So Parayko's probably staying.
He probably is. So I'll leave them in the not sure. I think the return is good. But I don't think there was, no, you know what? Hold on. They got 2 first-round picks. They got a first-round pick for Shen. They got a first-round pick for Falk, allegedly. So that would give St. Louis 3 first-round picks, assuming there are no conditions to it. So that's, That's good. Sorry, St. Louis. I'm not going to put you in the not sure. I think we are sure. Listen, let's do the entire NHL world a solid here. Let's just put the Flyers in the L category. Let's just permanently leave them.
Here's the thing: to not like, I understand you want like Ristolainen is quite the asset. He's going to help whoever adds him. Like he builds out your blue line nicely, but. And it's okay to have a high asking price, but at a certain point, like, he's not coming back. Maybe he is. I don't know. But yeah, at some point, you're like, all right, let me lower my price. Let me see if maybe somebody takes the bait. Because, like, even if it's still a high asking price, if you're coming down from an extremely high asking price, now all of a sudden, like, a high asking price maybe seems a little bit more palatable. Somebody might jump on it that's desperate for a defenseman. Not the case here. So, it's. Philly, I mean, I like to think that Keith Jones and Danny Briere know what they're doing there, but I think that's a big L to not. And I'm not saying you should take anything for Ristolainen, but I think if Falk got a first and a third, you mean you wouldn't take like a second and a third for him? Like, I think somebody would pay that price. I don't know.
Yeah, it's not. It's not ideal here. You know what else is not ideal? The Rangers apparently they are. It looks like they are done. So that means they are not moving Vincent Trocheck, who is staying. So Vincent Trocheck, the cool story, he was talking about how he was like talking to his son, who was he's like, oh daddy might get traded. He's like, oh, that's okay. I got a team here. I'll stay. Apparently everybody's staying home. Everybody's here. The Rangers are. I was told in a letter that was shared to the world that they were retooling, and that may mean that some of the faces that we've come to love.
Aaron's a big one, I get it, but
okay. And then after that, we did. Oh, sorry. Did they move?
Sam Carrick.
Sorry. Okay. Yeah. Sorry. My bad.
Listen,
sorry. Chris Drury did retool ish. He got nothing back in assets for Panarin. And he's keeping Vincent Trocheck, who 32 years old, still has 3 years after this at 5-something, which is a very team-friendly deal.
By the way, the Islanders, besides the first and the third, give up Jonathan Drouin in that trade as well.
Okay. Well, damn, Jonathan Drouin. I mean, listen, I don't think Jonathan Drouin is going to be too sad about leaving. I don't think the two Québécois have had much success with Patrick Waugh, the other one being Anthony Duclair. So Jonathan Drouin having to go the other way, I guess, is fair. But the Rangers had to move somebody. They had to move Trocheck. It sounds like they just stood on their price and were like, "Hey, we're not doing it." And I was told that Chris Drury was going to do something.
The Ducks got a 7th round pick back for Ryan Strome just to get. So like you have on one end of the market, like first and thirds going no problem, and somebody like Ryan Strome goes for a 7th. Make it make sense. Now this is what I'm going to do, and I'm sure we've all been aware of this trick at the restaurants, like where you're waiting your food to come. Well, I'm going to go to the bathroom and come back, and maybe the food will be waiting there for me. I'm going to put a spin on that. I'm going to go heat up my lunch in the microwave, food related here, and maybe when I come back, I'll have trades to talk about with you here in the next couple of minutes. But if Bobby McMahon and Justin Fox, what's trickling through here, I don't know what else. So I'm going to go heat my lunch up and hope there are things to munch on when I get back in terms of trades.
All right. Let's hope we do one solid here for Adam. It's unlikely. That's just nothing is working. What did Devin Cooley once said? Nothing matter. Like it doesn't matter.
He had a very existential
we're all gonna die. Like that's basically what this trade deadline has been. Nothing matter. Like nobody cares. Nothing matters. It's like we're all gonna die. So
NHL Network, stop with the damn trade alert for Nicolas Delorier. We know that they sent the 7th round pick to Philly. Enough. That's not a trade alert anymore. The freaking 4th line fighter. Like, stop. No more trade.
I'm gonna put Carolina here, I guess, while we're here. Chad, can we find any trades for Adam, please? Can we find something? Yeah. Looks like where do they So yeah, it sounds like the Devils are done as well. Seems like all the news is kind of trickling in here. But yeah, listen, the Delorier deal, I don't think there's anything wrong with it. I'm going to leave Carolina there. We'll see if their unwillingness to pay will hurt them in the long run or not. We do know, yes. So for Braden Shen, Drouin's going the other way. Goalie prospect, a first and a third. This is Pierre. I think his middle name is, the V stands for Vincent. So Pierre Vincent Lebrun. So they're getting one of those. Again, I don't know how I feel about Jonathan Drouin, but he's coming in there. It sounds like the Toronto Maple Leafs have moved Scott Lawton. Sounds like they're just waiting for that trade to get done. It looks like the Panthers. Let's now we got to strap in here a little bit. Okay. Panthers are currently trying to focus on signing Sergei Bobrovsky. It looks like they're also trying to re-sign AJ Greer. So Bobrovsky and Greer are unlikely to go anywhere. Pierre Lebrun has said it again. It looks like the LA Kings, after being sellers, have decided they are going to be buyers. It looks like Scott Lawton is going from Toronto to LA, and I'm trying to understand what the LA Kings are doing here. Did they take? Oh, we have some other ones here. Oh, well, those are the ones we've already. Okay, so they're official though, because they're on Daily Faceoff's website. So Justin Falk for Justin Hall, first and a third. There's no money being held, no nothing. Bobby McMahon, Bobby McMahon is 29. I know that's not old, but is it enough to move the needle? I don't think so. But that's where we are now. I'm trying to find out what the LA Kings paid for Scott Lawton. So, because whatever the Scott Lawton deal was, maybe that set the price for Vincent Trocheck not being moved. Let's go back to the board here. So the Devils are done. The Devils did nothing. So, just an L. You did not contribute. This was a day for all of us to contribute. And they did not. They didn't contribute. They didn't do anything. They didn't really go out of their way. They kept it pretty tight. It's nothing too wrong there. It is what it is. To me, it's an L. The Devils not doing anything is an L. They should have done something. Maybe not add, but you're telling me you don't have a bunch of players there that you can at least think about trading or moving on from? You're telling me you can't find one or two or like 12? Anyways, can't do that. Listen, we don't know yet how the Montreal Canadiens day ends. It's okay, so no. Let's go to the Montreal Canadiens then. Let's put them, I wouldn't say on blast. I'm going to leave them in the not sure category. I was one that had the feeling that they didn't need to do anything here, chat. You know what I mean? Like, they didn't have to do something. I don't think we saw last year that Kent Hughes was more than comfortable in, keeping the guys that he had and saying, hey, let's roll with the boys. And then the offseason shows up, and that's where, the Noah Dobson trade gets made. I think Kent Hughes wants the flexibility and the right price, and he's willing to do that over the summer. I also think maybe he's just hanging out by the beach in Anaheim before the game, right? But they didn't do anything, and I don't think that is the worst thing in the world. We'll see how that plays out. But we'll stay right there. I'm also going to leave the Buffalo. So the Buffalo Sabres are staying exactly where they are. because like they had Colton Parenko for like all of 10 minutes, and then they didn't have him, and then they replaced him with Shannon Stanley. So what am I gonna it's not that they didn't try to win. So I feel like it's unfair to say Buffalo lost because Yarmo was willing to do his part, and it's just there's only so much you can do if a player's like, hey man, I don't want to be there. So that is fair. Let's take another loser here. Let's take Vegas. Vegas loses.
Really, even though they got Rasmus Anderson?
It wasn't done at the deadline. They needed a goalie.
I mean, it's not a deadline move, but it was like pushing the deadline, I guess, getting a jump on the deadline because of the Olympic break.
All right. I'll put them in the not sure. They did nothing to shore up their goaltending. So now we get Aiden Hill and Akira Schmidt. That's your duo set for whatever reason. But yeah, that's not where you want to be, I would say. It's not in the ideal spot. I didn't put the Capitals anywhere yet they've done their part. I'm going to put them in the win. They got to pick. They got to pick. Like they know what's going on. They've been here before. It's not, the season hasn't gone exactly how they wanted it to go, but this, like, they moved on from John Carlson. They got to pick. That's all they could really do. So I can't call it a loss. Here's what I can call a loss, though: the Florida Panthers. It sounds like I was mentioning. So again, you're not a good team. You didn't really sell off any assets. You moved Jeff Petrie. It sounds like Bobrovsky is staying, and if anything, they're trying to re-sign him. It sounds like they are going to keep AJ Greer as well, which they're trying to re-sign him, which kind of goes against the way the Florida Panthers and Zito has operated, with being more than willing to move depth guys out and just replace them with other depth guys that are, of equivalent value or cheaper. But like Florida's 10, 11 points out of a playoff spot, and we didn't do anything. We didn't collect any assets. We collected a 7th round pick for Jeff Petrie, called it a day, and then just went to the beach. I feel like they did. Oh wait, I'm probably missing. Oh yeah, sorry. They did add Vinny Hinostroza. My bad. So they did something. My apologies. But outside of adding Vinny Hinostroza and a conditional 7th round pick, like,
there was talks that they might move Evan Rodriguez. I don't think they were really expected to do all that much, because they're very much a team that's like, all right, we're going to, just like we talk about with the Kings and the Capitals, they're looking to 2026, 27. That team could probably use being done with hockey in mid-April for a season. They could absolutely use not that extra 2 months of playoff hockey on their body. So I wasn't expecting too much out of them at the deadline. Like, they definitely weren't going to buy, and they didn't have a ton to sell. So Bobrovsky would be the one, but Binnington didn't go. No goalies really moved at all. No, we didn't really, we saw Nedeljkovic sign. We didn't even see like backup goalie moves. Like, there was nothing. There was just, goalie market was this year, but yeah, I mean, you got 4 teams to go that are a throw up there. I do have my thoughts on the Rangers that I will get to momentarily.
Well, I mean, tell the class why the Rangers, just to make sure, do we agree that they're in the loss category today?
Oh, for sure, because and listen, if there was a better return for Panarin and that's all they did, okay, fine. Maybe you move them up and not sure. And, maybe Liam Greentree becomes a serviceable player for them over time. But maybe we were all led to misbelieve just how big of a center market this was going to be. Maybe there was too many centers available and it was overkill. And it's one of those things where, like, you go here, asking price too high. It's to not get Vinny Trocheck out the door, and he is going to walk for nothing. Even, like, yes, like, there is the bad press of, like, oh, we only got a 2nd round pick for him, when you see, like, necessarily, like, a 1st and a 3rd for Shen. But that's the thing. Like, if Braden Shen's getting a 1st and a 3rd, if Nicholas Waugh is getting a 1st and a 5th, You couldn't find a team that would do a first and then maybe, let's just say the equivalent of Braden Show, first and a second, say, for a guy like Trocheck. Maybe the needs for centers weren't as big out there, but bottom line is Drury's in charge of this, and he couldn't find a way to make it work. And now you're going to have a pretty good asset walk for nothing in the summer, unless he decides to re-sign somehow at a discount.
So there are 4 players on the offensive side that are signed past 2026, 2027. That is Zibanejad, JT Miller, Alexis Lafreniere, and Vincent Trocheck. Everybody else outside of 2026, 2027, they're either UFAs or actually there are a bunch of RFAs. Just like, so I understand there's some money that needs to be probably dealt with, right? Same thing. 2027, 28, there's only 3 players on the blue line that are signed past that: Adam Fox, Gavrikov, and Will Borgen. So maybe what Drury was referencing in his letter was like, yes, there are changes that are coming, just not this year, right? That's not like he got to it early. He's like, hey, here's the letter. We're going to be making some changes. It's just we're just not going to do it this year. We're going to do it maybe next year again if we're terrible, because there's a lot of guys who need money, a lot of RFAs, and yeah. That's the only reason I can think of why we didn't get anything good here. It does look like Washington gets David Kampf. Vancouver gets a 6th round pick, so that seems more than fair.
Lucas Reichel also, Vancouver traded him out the door.
For a 6th round pick. Vancouver out here collecting literally pennies because that's all they can find.
I mean, maybe the plan with the Rangers here is, like you said, those guys, and I misspoke about Trocheck being out the door at the end of the year, but you've got those guys as your quote unquote core with Fox and Shesterkin. Maybe it is going to try and be a true retool over the summer. Maybe the fact that we had a very quiet trade deadline, at least up to this point, means it's going to be a very active summer before the draft with free agency and moves like that.
Something's got to balance out. These players got to be moved. Somebody's moving somebody. I don't know where.
Again, maybe we were led down a path that there's a big market that people want centers. The Islanders also extend JG Pageau with the 3-year contract. Maybe it was a combination of maybe the need wasn't as strong as we thought across the league for centers, combined with a lot of centers being available and people's asking prices too high. You get those 3 things all together, nothing's going to happen.
Yeah, just a bad the inflation is terrible. I don't know. I'm going to put the Jets in the not sure. Like, I don't think they needed to necessarily sell off many pieces. I also think the Jets, like, they got what they could for, Stanley and Shen. Like, they moved people. They just, like, what more do you want to do, right? This team's kind of sitting in limbo. They should have been better than what they are this season. It didn't go the way that it should have, but I don't think they needed to kick everybody out the door. They just didn't work out the way it should have worked out. Yeah, that's just the way cookie crumbles.
I like the way Winnipeg and Buffalo had, because Winnipeg saw that Parayko is not going there, and they were probably like, "Hey, give you a 2-for-1 deal, 2 for whatever deal, get your depth, and you get a guy like Stanley." And for Buffalo, hey, Colton doesn't want to be here. Cool, we're moving on. We have a need. We need to address it. Don't pay a ton. Get some quality depth there. Aren't going to look to shake up the blue line too much. I mean, I saw that, maybe for a bigger deal, like maybe a Robert Thomas, you could see an Owen Power included in that kind of thing. But again, this was a tinkering deadline. This was not a.
It sounds like probably Buffalo wanted to do more. Like they wanted to. It's just, again, you can't. The player doesn't want to be there. Like, what do you want me to do? I don't want to be there. So, what am I going to do with the Boston Bruins? What do we do in general with them? I guess we leave them in the not sure. I can't really call them a loser.
I don't think we didn't expect them to be crazy active. Like, they're not that close. They're maybe a wild card team, sure, but like I don't think we were expecting to do all that much. in terms of flipping assets, trading assets. So I think they were fine. I think they stood pat, and they make the playoffs. Great, they'll get Tampa or Carolina in the first round,
and then they can go home early. They collect their 2 homes games, and they keep it. I'm going to throw the Penguins into that kind of not sure category as well. I didn't think they needed to do much. I don't think there was much. They clearly couldn't be sellers, right? Like, it's just they couldn't be sellers because of where they are, right, in the standings. Like, they're good enough to be there. They currently sit second in the Metro, which is, that's saying something. But right, they're tied with the Islanders, right, with 75 points. Columbus is 3 points behind with 72. 6 points behind is Washington, but I think it's a 3-horse race kind of thing for those 2 spots. Pittsburgh is good where they need to be. They made that deal early to swap goalies. They moved Kulak to get Gerard. They did a lot of the heavy lifting early, and I don't know if adding anything else would have made sense. I would have maybe liked them to add some depth, but
looks like Scott Lawton, by the way, to the Kings for a 3rd rounder. So the Kings I have no idea what they're trying to do right.
The Kings only paid a 3rd round for Scott Lawton. Am I missing something? It's like, listen, it's not that Scott Lawton's the best player on the face of the earth, but
they do need another center. That's for sure. Like, they're hurting down the middle a little bit here, but.
Well, I mean, they basically moved Dano for Lawton in some type of, crazy. Why would that be? The Leafs only could get a 3rd round pick for Scott Lawton. Okay. So I guess there are teams that could have, negotiated and found, a set to work with. It just wasn't. It's just I'm still thinking about Vincent Trocheck and how that didn't work out. But anyways, a third round pick for Scott Lawton seems more than fair. The Kings are winners just because they are. They were able to acquire assets. And I mean, if they're getting Scott Lawton, the team is basically staying as is, and I think that's fair. So I'm gonna continue to leave them there. I'll still leave. The Leafs get to be in the win column, even though they couldn't get enough for Lawton. But didn't they pay more than that when they acquired Scott Lawton via trade? Like, didn't they trade a 1st round pick to? I gotta believe they moved more than a 3rd round pick for Scott Lawton. I feel like
prospect and a conditional 1st round pick, and then Toronto also received a 2025 4th round pick and a 2027 6th round pick. Philly retaining 50% of his salary.
So Toronto paid a 1st round pick for Scott Lawton, and then basically a year later traded him for a 3rd round pick. So
it was top 10 protected, but yeah.
Top 10 protected. Okay. That's okay. But the Flyers got a 1st round pick for Lawton. The Leafs then traded Lawton for a 3rd round pick. So I'm no math wizard, but if I were trying to educate a classroom of up and coming general managers, that is a good example of what poor asset management looks like. That would be a little bit of how we would not want to do asset management. But hey, listen, it sounds like Brad. Listen, I can't put them in the not sure or anything less because they still got a 1st round pick for Nick Waugh, so that saved it for Brad Treliving. But again, no, Oliver Ekman-Larsson doesn't go anywhere. Maybe they want him to stick around and see if he can help the gang, or maybe the blue line. Wait, so it's a conditional 3rd round pick. It becomes a 2nd if LA makes the playoffs. Okay. I thought that would be better. So, okay, let's call it. Well, no, we can't even call it a 2nd round pick because LA making the playoffs is not a guarantee. Oh, well.
Although maybe last night was the beginning of the change with DJ Smith, Panarin, the more established in the lineup.
Maybe. Listen, the Pacific is wide open. And speaking of the Pacific, where would you put the San Jose Sharks day in a nutshell? Like if you had to tell yourself this was a good day, what would it look like?
It may sound weird to call it a win because they didn't really do anything besides sign Nedeljkovic, and obviously they extended Sherwood after acquiring him a few weeks ago. I understand that there are Shark fans that really want to, like, hey, we're on the brink of the playoffs. We got to make this happen. But there is a plan. There is a time for that plan. If you could get a Logan Stanley, let's say, cheap before he went to Buffalo or something like that, absolutely. They absolutely need to shore up the right side of that blue line. But it sounds like with the cost of Rasmus Ristolainen, Falk went for a first and a third. I don't think Mike Grier was going to pay that for, Justin Falk to have him, for one more year? And then he's a little bit older. I think the Sharks were smart to not go crazy. There was an opportunity to be had. They would take it. But clearly the asking prices were just too high across the board, and they said, this is not our year to do that. So when they got Sherwood, there was talk about maybe flipping him if they couldn't get the extension done. Then he scores that game-winning goal against Montreal, and then the next day pens the contract, no problem. And that's the thing, $5.75 million for a guy who's going to be a second-line winger for you, middle six winger. I'm okay with that. They tried him with Celebrini and Smith. It's Colin Graff, who's one of the more underrated players that you should be paying attention to. Just does everything across the board for what you need. He seems to have a really good fit with those two. So that maybe Sherwood gets another try there, but he's been playing on the second line while they're waiting. Misa's been getting his opportunities, but they're clearly sheltering him and bringing him along in the right situation, which is the right thing to do. I'd put the Sharks as a win because they didn't get overly aggressive. They didn't take the bait. They didn't hey, we got to get to the playoffs this year at all costs. No. Get there if there was a deal to be had for a right shot defenseman, great. Apparently they had one in place for Dougie Hamilton. He said no. If you're going back a couple of months, I'm fine with it. I hope they make the playoffs this year, but if they don't make the playoffs this year, it's not a failure. It's not.
No, I definitely wouldn't call I wouldn't call their season a failure as well if they didn't make the playoffs. I don't think anybody thought they could, be here. And to a certain extent as well, the only reason they're in this hunt is because of how bad the Pacific is. If they were in another division, they would they wouldn't be close. They wouldn't be talking about being buyers. So I think management, Grier, and the gang probably realize that and say, hey, this isn't legit. We've come this far. We've done what we needed to do. Could they have added a little bit more depth on the blue line? Probably. Maybe they did try, didn't happen. Right? They're still growing as a team. They're still young. This rebuild is nowhere close to being over, and they've performed really well. They've taken some steps to where they need to be. This is a good overall team that's slowly getting better. So I would tend to agree with you there that
sometimes not doing something is the right move.
Listen, sometimes the best trades you make are the ones you never press accept to. So that works out, that works out exactly as it should be. But I do feel like there were some teams that should have done a little bit more, and they didn't. It looks like
who would you say should have done more? Obviously, knee-jerk reaction here. I don't know. Maybe I'm surprised Blake Coleman didn't go. I wonder what the asking price was for a guy like Coleman to not see maybe Tampa, increase their depth a little bit there. Carolina, maybe you want to say that, they bring in Nick Delorier. They kind of got with, the other thing about Carolina too is for the first time in a long time, they're not going to have the Florida Panthers standing in their way. So that's also I don't know if there really is a team that you should say should have done more, but yes, Edmonton should bring in a defenseman and a goalie, but we all know how hamstrung they are. So there's not much.
They have no money. We looked at this morning. They have no money. We cut their credit cards. We're like, hey, the last time you have no money, you can't do anything. You did mention the Calgary Flames. I had them as an early win. I'm sorry, Calgary. Like your season, it's progressing poorly. They go to the Not Shore, man.
I won't fault them for not moving Kadri because it seems like the center market just wasn't there. But Coleman should have been a layup. Like, come on now. You look at all these teams that we're talking about going to the playoffs, and obviously you can't get everybody, you can't acquire everybody. But to me, that seems like a no-brainer that somebody like I don't know. The Islanders kind of did their thing. Maybe a team like Buffalo. I mean, they got Sam Carrick, so that kind of scratched that itch a little bit. I don't know, maybe Pittsburgh. If they paid a third for Elmer Soderblom, like
I had high hopes for the Calgary Flames coming in, after that Uyghur deal and collecting what seemed like a massive amount of second-round picks, and then I was deceived. How dare I think that something good could come? I thought there was going to be more there. Strong start for the Kings, and then they, like the rest of their season, just fizzled out. Didn't really matter. Didn't really put anything together. So,
and as we're approaching 3:45 on the East Coast here, it's not like we got a whole wave of trades trickling in. I think we're tapering off of what's happened here. Maybe we get one more or two more that comes in, but I think we're done.
Yeah, I think this is everybody's leaving. Everybody's leaving the office on a Friday, just unhappy. It should be a good time if you're out in a bar somewhere wanting to drink away your sorrows, especially if you're on one of those teams that should have done something and didn't. It's probably a good time to pick your favorite beverage of choice and drink responsibly from your couch, of course. But this was not an elite trade deadline. I would say that was unfortunate. I think, what is it, like only like what I can't even count how many trades were made today.
I will say this, if you want to take a narrow scope, we all talk about how that 3-team, Central Division, Colorado, Dallas, Minnesota, like the Stanley Cup is running through that division. All three of those teams kind of got into a bit of an arms race with each other in terms of like making sure that, everybody, Quinn, going back to Quinn Hughes earlier in the season with Minnesota, but everybody there made their move. Like, that's the one division that, like, okay. And yeah, I guess you could say Buffalo and Detroit too. Buffalo both teams improving their blue lines, but the activity was there in some instances, but overall just very subpar.
Subpar is the correct word I would probably use. Yes, subpar. Still a fantastic holiday to be part of course. If you're not, I mean, that's unfortunate, but yes, definitely a subpar day. Listen, speaking of subpar, I have been subpar at this for a minute. So, but the last time you were here, you helped me with Puck Doku, and it went fantastically well. And so I feel like the only way to make sure that life gets better is to have a second mind help make sure that I can keep life in order. This is pretty big, but that's well.
All right, let's see.
Make one smaller here. All right, let's do this. So, here's what we got today. This one seems like we could probably do it collectively. Our minds could probably get there, but I'm glad that I have some help behind this. So, it looks like 2+ teams played in one season, 500 career penalty minutes and 300+ career games.
So when they say 2+ teams played in the season, that means somebody that got traded at the trade deadline started with Toronto and then went somewhere else.
That's what I assume. Yes, that's where I'm gonna draw the line in and say that makes a lot of sense. 500 career penalty minutes seems like a pretty, bang on one. All right, let's go downwards from 2+ teams played in a season. So 2+ teams played, and for the Leafs.
Was Dion Phaneuf traded mid-season?
I believe so.
He played on the Kings too, didn't he? So you could use him there if you.
I was going to put Phil Kessel here.
Oh, yeah,
I believe he was traded at the trade deadline. Okay, wait. Your Dion Phaneuf one. This is why you're, you know, this is why you're here. There we go. Look at that. 1%. You listen, not all heroes wear capes, but you clearly do. Phil Kessel is incorrect.
Yeah, it was not a trade deadline. I don't think so. Obviously, he wasn't. So
He didn't play for two teams in 1 year.
I guess one of them has to be Toronto. I don't think he. So who's somebody from Buffalo that got traded mid-season? Danny Briere. He went to the Flyers, didn't he? There we go.
I'm the worst. Everything about my existence.
All right, so let's go down the penalty minutes here.
I had one guess and it was wrong. That's who I am. God, I can't believe they let me. 500 career plus penalty minutes. Man, for the Leafs. I mean, tie. Yeah, that was okay. Man, for Buffalo, I was gonna say.
Rob Ray.
Yeah, that was exactly where it needs to be. I expect that to be popular. 500 minutes for the Kings, man, in their career.
Marty McSorley.
Oh, of course. How can I forget?
I think he goes by Marty, but he's not a Martin that goes by Marty. I think he's actually a Marty.
You're right. He's actually a Marty. Yeah, those were pretty. Those were pretty make sense. All right. On 300 plus career games, I feel like this one will lock up pretty well. But I know you care about the uniqueness a ton. 300 plus career games and played with the Leafs.
I'm really trying to dig deep here.
I'm trying as well to try to think of somebody who did 300 plus career games. Okay. I got one for here because I know that people forget that. But Thomas Plekanec was once a Toronto Maple Leaf. It was a brief time. It didn't look right, but
he was there.
He was there. That's unfortunate. Trying to think. Buffalo now. Buffalo's had so many great players to go through that.
I mean, trying to go unique with Buffalo.
I was trying to here's how much the first player that popped into my mind, just because I once had his stick and it was probably the heaviest stick my dad ever bought me because I wouldn't put my stick down. So he's like, I'm just going to buy you the heaviest stick I can find. And that was a TPS Maxim Afinoganov stick. That thing, I'm pretty sure I could use it as an axe.
That guy broke our hearts in Game 5 in the Eastern Conference semifinals against the Rangers. It was 2007. He had the overtime winner that gave Buffalo the 3-2 series lead going back to the Garden for Game 6. Good player, Afinoganov.
Yeah. I feel like maybe I can get away with it. 1%. All right. We're making progress here. A Kings career player with 300 plus. So I'm assuming the first guy who would have the most common name would be Gretzky. So I'm trying to think of the least common.
Kopitar, after coming off 1,500 games, people are going to be thinking about him.
As they probably should, by the way.
300 games with Kings. That would be a little off the beat. Like Luke Robitaille, some people guess.
You know who's going to get forgotten here just because?
Hey, it was just freshly traded today. So there we go.
Listen, we did a good job collectively. I know I failed. I'm not even going to throw you under the bus here. I failed because can I view
the most common ones for each one, I guess, and all that.
Look at that. Look at all these people who got it right. And I'm here because I'm just worried. The most popular, Brandon Carlo. How could I forget? Wow, look at us just absolutely nailing the most popular picks down the middle. But those are pretty good. 300 Tyson Barrie at 0% is definitely a choice. Lettinen. I would have never guessed these.
He played for Toronto. Oh my!
Yeah, no, I would have never gotten some of these, but Brandon Carlo, 2+ teams played season. I guess not. Phil? Now I need to know because I'm terrible. Phil Kessel was not traded mid-year. Is that what I'm understanding?
I think he was everything he did was between
14,
seasons.
15. You're right. He was never traded mid-season. Why did I feel like he went to Pittsburgh at the trade deadline?
I don't know, but speaking of the trade deadline, I think we're done.
I think it's over. I think we were waiting for the gut punch here. It sounds like we just got nothing.
NBA had a good Tom Fitzgerald quote. I was seeing somebody tweet this. I did not have Dougie Hamilton's name out there, so that clearly is going to be an off-season deal. But yeah,
the Timothy Liljegren trade has finally been approved. San Jose is moving say they get a 4th-round pick. That is Vegas's 4th-round pick as well.
4th-round pick for Liljegren. Good for you, Mike Greer. Good for you.
It's a Vegas pick though, so it's basically the start of the 5th. But
a 4th-round pick for Liljegren. Good for you.
So Oliver Ekman-Larsson's not going anywhere else either. They established a high price tag for a player with 2 more years of control and stuck to it. So that seems like an absolutely terrible decision. But no, listen, this was definitely a not as exciting trade deadline.
So Rangers beat writer Vince Mercogliano tweets via Emily Kaplan. GM Bill Guerin is on ESPN, and Kaplan just asked about his attempts to get Trocheck. Quote, I thought winning gold with Chris would have got me a little bit of a discount, but he wasn't in that mood. And then he chuckled after that, but there's probably a whole lot of truth behind that statement.
You think he tried maybe in like Italy, like getting him some of that nice Italian red wine and going, hey man, at the deadline, can you give me like a USA discount? Just
like a shave, a little bit.
Yeah. Can you hit me with the reverse tariff, maybe? A friendly discount? And he's just probably like, nah, man. Actually, I'm good. You have to pay more because I like you. That's probably how Drury would have done business. I like you, so you got to pay more.
Now, before we get out of here, now you start to see about the trades that didn't happen and rumors, and this is a very interesting one. And Devil fans will probably be upset about this. Quote, no idea if it's true, but if it's true, show fits the door. They tried to dangle William Eklund to get Simone Nemec, and the Devils said no. William Eklund is a bona fide top 6 player, middle 6 player, but definitely a second line winger that can do a lot for you. He's not like, and maybe they're snake bitten on dealing deals with the Sharks after the Timo Meier deal, not really go as well as they expected. Different regime though. I don't know. If that would have been a great deal for San Jose, and I think they've got the forward depth to. I like Eklund, but he's not untouchable. That would have been a good deal. Yeah, I think if the Devils turn that down, that's no good for them.
No, that was definitely a tough one. If they did not acquire, I would have done that deal if I'm San Jose.
Because you can put him on Hughes's line. He's the like all around guy that can do everything. Like, yeah. I don't know how much more I know it's a 1-for-1 deal. Maybe they were looking for picks if that was even a deal to balance out. But yeah, I'm trying to scroll through Twitter to see if I see any more, that this team had this in place, but this team said no kind of thing.
I guess the best part of trade deadline is what didn't happen. Everybody came for the trades and we stayed for, the speculation, or as a famous Kanye West once said, I guess we'll never know. That's the thing. We'll never know what could have happened. Because GMs this year said, and again, listen, if you want to blame somebody for the lack of trades, blame those teams out there paying 1st-round picks for bottom tier guys, like Dickinson and Waugh, and then everybody else saying we can get that, and then they can't, right? Some of these teams value those 1st-round picks very, very differently, and that's just the way the cookie crumbles at this point. Like for Colorado, a 1st-round pick means absolutely nothing. For the Edmonton Oilers, it means absolutely nothing. Like, they don't need those picks, right? Edmonton's got to worry about, I said it earlier, they got to worry about McDavid being here. That first round pick ain't going to matter. You cannot draft another Connor McDavid. So let's get rid of whatever we need to make our team better, and we'll deal with that problem later on here. So I think some of these teams had the belief that they could, like, if they established their price and they stuck to it, that they could get exactly what they wanted. But that's just not the case. It's not how it goes here.
Yeah, I mean, again, like, everybody wants to have these crazy deadlines where this, you can't keep up with the action. You can't, like, sometimes you're going to get duds. That's what it was, a dud deadline this year.
Tanner Pearson did go to Buffalo for a 7th round pick. I couldn't even I couldn't even tell you where Tanner Pearson's playing right now. I think it's Vegas. Cool, man. Buffalo's just like, hey man, can we have an extra player on the way out? And they're like, sure. Which one? And they're like, can I have a player? And they're like, yeah, here, take this one. They're like, take Tanner Pearson on the way out. clear some cap space for us, please.
And one of the other things, just to kind of put a bow on all this is, and I understand Ranger fans are going to be pissed that, Drury didn't make the move for Trocheck, but just like a lot, like you said with Robert Thomas yesterday and Elias Pettersson yesterday on Total Hockey Now, maybe some of these moves are off-season moves where you can get more true turns. So maybe this is the calm before an incredible pre-free agency period, draft, trade, all that stuff. So maybe that's what we're looking forward to this year.
Well, listen, we went through a lot today, both not physically, of course, probably mentally. We did a lot of mental gymnastics trying to get to this point. It didn't happen. I consider this day a win for a couple of reasons. One, because Adam, you got to join me. We pulled hockey cards. I have 3 new little things here, these little hockey sticks. No McDonald's tonight, man. Why? Because I didn't need to, because my boy Cam, chefcamo.co on Instagram, hooked me up with lunch. So I had the Reuben egg rolls. This is the proof. There's none left. But if you scroll back and you watch this later, you'll see it. I have also a sub. I got to heat it up now because it's cold because I'm a child. And I didn't eat it. But it also looked full, and it looked like a disaster waiting to happen. So I was like, I can't eat this and not get dirty at the same time. Because again, I'm a child. I also have some dip. Look at, oh my god, and I got, like, he even brought me the tortilla chips. You know what I mean? But I got some dip as well, some buffalo chorizo dip. So probably at 2 a.m. when I go down to, like, drink some water. And Milo's like, hey man, I want to go outside, but I want to, like, stare into the oblivious for, like, I don't know, 15 minutes. Maybe I put in like a scoop, heat that up, take a couple of chips, swallow it. Feel good about myself. Little 2 a.m. midnight snack kind of thing. But listen, this has definitely been fun. Adam, thank you for hanging out with me. First of all, thank you for hanging out. I know exactly where I can find all your work because we do part of it together. But to the folks who have no idea who this guy from the other side of the world is, where do people find all your fantastic work?
So Total Hockey Now on Thursdays with yourself, and sometimes at Ant Rivera 86. Wait, what? It is. Hold on. Nazem Kadri back to the Avalanche. What?
Wait a minute. Are we? Nazem, did you wait?
That's an Elliot Friedman tweet.
Is this the real Elliot?
Yeah, I'm double checking. Hold on. Maybe we're hanging out for 5 minutes.
Hold on. Wait a minute. I was going to eat a sub, but I hear that that's not happening.
Hold on. I mean, it's spelled properly. The Twitter handle, it's the verified check.
Oh my God. Elliot could you imagine Elliot coming in just at the, Tanner Pearson, by the way, was in Winnipeg. I mean, listen, Shows how much I know. It that does look like a verified account. On the way out, Elliot's like, "Sit down. We're not done."
Yeah.
What are the
Now I gotta see the return.
absolute ads there?
Let me tell we talked about this 15 minutes ago. It is an arms race in the Central Division. And while Minnesota, and yes, they got Quinn Hughes early this year, but Colorado basically just said, we are going to be the best team down the middle, bar none. Screw everybody else. We've got 5 centers on this team right now that are capable of starting for anything. They bring Kadri back here.
It does look like Blake Coleman is staying in Calgary. There is no moving there. What is this? This is a junk account. I remember when blue check marks used to mean something. Now I have one that literally means nothing. In case you're ever wondering, like, everything that comes out of my Twitter is usually not important. Some dude here is trying to convince the whole world that Nazem is coming this way. That doesn't seem it. Just trying to figure out how that happens. All right, so I guess I'm not going anywhere at this exact moment.
Hang on for a couple more minutes here. Right?
Neither are you. You get to hang out here now. This is what trade deadline could have done to us. We had one foot out the door. We're like, listen, we did this. I made it to 4:00. Even though, I promise, I already told everybody, I promise next year I'll be a lot better at figuring this out. You would think I would learn something every year. I haven't.
By the way, Frank Saravalli's like at least the second time today. Sources say Flames trading. Like, you're late to the punch. Just like sources say, we know who the source is. Like, come on now, bud.
just say it.
Break your own trades. I can tweet that too. My sources tell me. My source is Elliot Friedman's Twitter account or X account or whatever we're calling it. I'd love to. I mean, I want to see what the return is here. And what's going on.
I need to know what the return is. I need to know what is Colorado's cap space while I'm here? It seemed like Colorado didn't have much
Here's
money.
My question. So McKinnon's obviously your top line center. Nicholas Waugh and Jack Drury can figure out who's going to be the fourth line center, probably Waugh. Who's your second line center, Kadri or Nelson? Because Nelson's having a very good year. If this was Brock Nelson, maybe the first few months of the season, it'd be a no-brainer. But Brock Nelson's playing pretty well. So I don't know who's the second and who's the third line center is there.
Here's the thing, too. Colorado has $3.6 million in cap space, and Kadri makes $7 million. Now, again, I'm no professional mathematician here, but it sounds like there needed to be some money retained. Colorado also literally has nothing. Like, they don't have any picks.
That's a lot of gray.
Yeah, and listen, they don't need any of this. What did they? Yeah, so this was for the Nicholas Waugh. What was this one here for? Acquire.
That's
2027. Right. What was 2026?
That was part of the Cal Ritchie Brock Nelson trade.
Cal Ritchie Brock Nelson trade. You're right. So, are we moving a 2028 pick?
That's their next one available to trade.
That makes sense. Or like, how much money did Calgary retain to make this happening? Like, to make this kind of fall off the edge here. You know what I mean? Because it sounded like they didn't want to hold on to money. And if I listen, I believe everything that comes out of Elliot Friedman's mouth. Like, I'm not going to sit here and be like, I don't know, Elliot. No. If Elliot puts his name on something, it's not coming back the other way. The Montreal Canadiens still have not held their press conference. It was apparently supposed to be done at they were supposed to be meeting at 3:30. It is now 4:05. Maybe Kent Hughes is just waking up from his afternoon nap. Maybe something is happening. It could be neither one of those, but we'll see. We'll see what happens there. I don't expect Montreal to do anything, but man, that would be a quite an ad here for Colorado. Literally at the 11th hour, there's like, you know what? Give it to me. Also, how much it's like there was some talk that maybe Nazem Kadri was like, hey man, I really don't want to be here. Like, I don't want to be part of this like rebuild, or like here it's like was there enough pressure from himself and maybe his agent to be like, hey, get the best that you can, so move me out of here? And maybe they tried to, stick to their guns as long as they could, and nobody bought. And then they're like, hey, let's just
lower the price down. I'm surprised. I know Utah was in on him too, and they were looking for a center, Robert Thomas. Like, I think you'd want Nick Schmaltz on the wing instead of centering the top line, but it's working for them right now. And again, I feel like a lot of these big moves will happen in the offseason. We'll see a lot more big movement there. But again, just waiting on this Kadri return here.
I got to imagine it's good. I got to imagine it's good, right?
I'll say this: what we really need is the person that's there, like the person that's moving, like the middleman, processing the paperwork and moving everything along. Like, hey, these things are still in queue. So if that's the last one in the queue, what else is in the queue? What's the trade before that? They haven't processed that one.
100%. It was sent via fax. That's what I've confirmed now. It's only via fax. That's the only way this team, the NHL operates. I'm right there with you. I'm trying to figure out how this whole thing played out. What a sequence of events here. We went from me being terrible at puck doku, 1 foot on the way out with my sub, and then just having Elliot be like, hey man, sit right down there for like half a second and let me tell you about Nazem Kadri going back to where he should have been. I love all these players returning like back to where they were. So they go somewhere else, get paid, and then once that doesn't really work out, then they're like, hey man, can I go back to where I was having fun, winning Stanley Cups? Yeah. Can you send me back there? And also please make it happen and do everything you can. That's how that seems to be working. But so for a trade deadline that didn't start with any gum, here we are.
I'm going to say the return is 2028 first, Minnesota's second in 2027, and Carolina's fourth. That would be
2028 first, 2026 second for Carolina, right? Carolina
2027 second, and then we'll say fourth or fifth in 2026. So a fourth or fifth in 2026, the second in 2027, and a first in 2028. That would be my prediction.
I think you're paying too much.
Look at the market. Braden Shen got a first, third, and Jonathan Drouin and a prospect. So it's Kadri.
Okay, wait. I don't think of I believe if Kadri's got a, I'm not even going to look. I'm assuming he's got a no move clause and he dictates everything that's happening. So, I don't think Colorado paid a first round pick for him. I think they may have paid two picks. If there is money that was tied to it, then maybe that needed to happen. What are the odds they moved? I mean, they got modified no trade clauses across the board here. What if they moved somebody like maybe Ross Colton going the other way to help facilitate that money? I don't think Valerie Natushkin would get moved because he's 31. He's still got 4 years left after this year. Artturi Lehkonen is currently hurt. Maybe they do that, but I don't think they want Lehkonen out the door. Also, at the same time, he's got one more year at 4.5, but he doesn't really move the needle. I think if the Flames were like gung-ho on saying, hey, I don't want to retain money, then maybe Colorado's like, well, you got to take a player back that has money, right? You just got to, help us out here. So maybe they do that, and then by default, you don't have to, spend a ton. I'm not convinced that they paid a first. Like I got this feeling, that they didn't have to pay that amount. But you said like 3 picks I could see. If they had to retain money, then I get that the pick is just helping, get there. But I'm not quite sure.
Come on, where's this return? You could they know it's in the queue, but they can't. What was that piece of paper cover? It's like another piece of paper cover.
It got jammed. It got jammed in the fax machine. It's pending the call. That's what it looks like. I'm also trying to where is this? Why are some of these teams not talking already? Like, come on, tell us. Like, you guys weren't doing anything. It is what it is.
I can see Devils fans. I think are going to be out with the pitchforks for Fitzgerald. Not even.
I bet they must be outside Prudential right now, trying to get inside and be like, "Hey, man, I just want to talk." Fitz, he's just sitting there going, "Hey, I just want to talk." That's why.
Maybe Carolina not adding another center is a little shocking.
Maybe the prices for the Habs were too high. Mark, everything today was expensive. This feels like it was an expensive day to want to be a general manager. Prices were definitely too high. And I think that's what kept some of these teams out. Like, at the same time, I don't blame any of the general managers being like, "Hey, I don't want to spend that type of, draft capital or, roster player to get these guys," because a few of them kind of offset the market. That I understand. But at the same time, it's just, yeah.
So I'm again, all the fallout for the deals that didn't happen. Mike Greer on the Sharks and Simone Nemec quote, that wasn't really, I think that was more kind of, I don't know, Twitter stuff or whatever it is. It's somewhere you kind of call and see if someone's available and then see what the asking price is. And that was really the extent of it. So
he did call.
I think Greer he's not stupid. He can't throw at a fellow GM under the bus he may have to deal with down the way. Like, I gave him a good offer and he balked at it. Screw him. Of course, he's going to be like, he's going to make it seem like it was this nonchalant thing.
And maybe
it was.
I was just here.
Side, that's a deal you might want to make. So, I don't know. Again, I got a couple more minutes here to see if this return for Kadri comes out, but I think that's it. I think that's you might see another like Tanner Pearson level trade or two, but I don't think any of the big ones are coming down.
That makes full sense here. Well, listen, at least we know that Nazem Kadri is going back. I'm sure one day, once that trade gets processed, we will get to find out how the magic happens. I'm not saying it's a first round pick. I'm saying there's those 2026, those 2 second round picks in some way. And then maybe I don't know, a bottom tier player. I gotta believe, oh no, well, it can't be a bottom tier player because they got to move money out the other way. So 2 second round picks and Ross Colton or something. That's how I feel this could have and should have gone. I just can't see Calgary being like, okay, yeah, I'll hold on to that money, even though I don't know why they wouldn't. It's not like they're going to be competitive for what feels like forever. So, well, listen, we almost got there, but Nazem Kadri came in. Thank God Nazem showed up at the end to help put a little bow on this exciting day of
other things, not trades, but
no, that doesn't seem like it was that. But again, I know where to find all your work, Adam. Where do others get to see and hear your beautiful voice and face?
Maybe a Robert Thomas trade will come in the second time I try to do this. That'll be next, or Ryan O'Reilly or whoever. So Total Hockey Now Thursdays 5:00 Eastern, 2:00 Pacific. Tuesday nights on VSiN. I give my picks out for Wednesday at 1:45 a.m. Eastern time for those night owls. 10:45 Pacific, and that's where you find the bulk of my work. Joining in on this too once in a while is always nice as well. So thank you.
Listen, someone's got to be here to help me with Puck Doku. I promise we will be better at it. I got a year to work on it now because I'll be devastated. But listen, this has been a blast. Thank you for all of you for hanging out with me, with Adam as well. It has been a pleasure having fun talking hockey. Sorry we couldn't bring any trades, but unfortunately I have no impact in any of that. But if you're watching on YouTube, I appreciate it. First off, go ahead, hit the sub button, ring the bell while you are there. Maybe you watched some of this on X, because some people like to watch on X. Hey, go ahead. You can follow myself, right? You can follow the podcast at Slapshot Podcast. Adam as well, right there on the screen at Pucking Thoughts. Make sure, go ahead. Adam has some fun things every once in a while that he says. If you enjoy hockey cards, Rip and Riff is on Monday. Yourself and Jared Moore. If you enjoy ripping cards, all different types of cards, I would probably watch that. Rip and Riff as well, also on YouTube. But yes, this has been a blast. We've had a good time. I've had a good time. Sorry we couldn't bring more trades, but listen, it isn't what it is. Also, don't forget, I don't like to cook. You don't like to cook. Good thing my buddy Cam, Chef Camo, can take care of all your cooking needs. You head over to chefcamo.co on Instagram. You slide into the DMs, place your order, have it delivered to you like it was done here live on the pod, or you can go pick it up on whatever set date you set with him. Stop worrying about what's for dinner every night. Get your wife a properly cooked meal. All right. chefcamo.co on Instagram. Go ahead and check it out. I am Chris Morales at FuzzyChris91. Adam, Pucking Thoughts. Thank you for being here. Thank you for hanging out. I will be back at some point next week with an episode. Maybe we can dig a little bit deeper once the dust settles, kind of figure out what the last push is. Adam and I will be together on Total Hockey Now next Thursday at 5 p.m. Eastern. We'll have some picks. We'll talk some hockey. We'll have some fun. Thank you for being here. Thank you for hanging out. We'll see each other again soon.